Hello everyone and welcome back to the studio. We promised you that was going to be impactful, but boy, how about that keynote?
Amazing.
Incredible.
Loved it, yeah. Powerful, Jackie, Ben, and Jeff, and all the demos, except the one that
Absolutely nailed it though.
Yeah.
Like the risk to take on a demo in a live auditorium like that is
with like thousands of people in front of you.
Full credit to them. But as we once said, that AI messaging really resonated.
Yeah.
You can see how it is coming across the entire stack. You can see one thing that actually really hit me was the simplicity message. Everything was saying, everything was so simple. Simplicity, and that's what we're trying to do here with our infrastructure.
And with the One Cisco story, combining everything, future-proof workplace, digital resiliency, and obviously AI-ready data centers. So combining all that with Cisco security and all accelerated by AI. And that's what we sort of predicted when we were starting our broadcast as well. We knew AI would be the key messaging, but going so much more deeper into Cisco IQ and then Unified Edge, the launch of the new product. So getting more details for the APJC customers, I think that was quite special.
We said we're going to learn some things, and I think we definitely did, but that's just touched the surface. Yeah. I mean, you stick around for the next 2 days. We have the deep dives, we have studio interviews. We've got one coming up just in a moment.
Yeah.
And one for me is I've got an interview later on with AJ Shipley, and that's talking about fusing security into our network. And they touched on it, they teased it, and I think stick around, you'll hear a lot more about it.
Yeah, and we also saw LTI Mindtree when Jackie introduced the CTO, Rajesh, and I'm interviewing him later. So you'll hear how actually LTI Mindtree transformed their experience using Cisco IQ and letting Cisco take the ownership of transforming the organization of 80,000 employees. Could you imagine? And then Cisco is just leading edge in so many ways. So whatever you heard in all these keynotes, we're going to dig deeper into our interviews later today and tomorrow. So stick around for those.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just after this, we're going to head over to another commercial for us, and then we'll be back to the studio.
Yeah, and we have some of the keynote deep dives, but I'm really looking forward to those. But stay tuned for those coming up in the next few days.
Every technological breakthrough of the last 40 years has depended on one thing: the network. A system of connections that serves as the building blocks of innovation, the foundation of progress. Like the infrastructure for water, power, and transportation, modern society can't function without it. Now, as we enter the AI era, we're standing at the brink of the most consequential breakthrough of our lifetime, where billions of AI agents will work alongside us, tackling routine tasks while solving problems we never had the resources to explore. Where scientific breakthroughs will happen in days instead of years. Software innovation accelerates at breakneck pace, and organizations reach levels of productivity never seen before. But we'll need a different kind of infrastructure to unlock it, one built to move intelligence at scale. From GPUs to humans to agents, new connections will rewrite network traffic and demand a step change in compute, increasing security risks and operational complexity. Cisco is building the critical infrastructure needed to meet this new reality. We're reimagining every element of the data center, the workplace, and how it all stays protected. Reinventing IT operations with agentic AI to optimize experiences. Fusing security directly into the network, protecting every workload, every device, and every user. And our AI-powered data fabric connects it all, spotting problems fast and proactively improving digital resilience. That's why the world's leading organizations across hyperscalers, service providers, enterprises, and the public sector trust Cisco, the critical infrastructure for the AI era. It's a new day for the new era. AI is everywhere. So are we. We have the infrastructure AI needs. And now, the breadth of data AI craves. We'll use AI to help the world see more, do more, and we'll secure it like never before. You've all heard the AI hype. Now you want AI's help. That's exactly what we'll give you. Cisco, making AI work for you.
I am so excited to be sitting here with Raymond Yancey van Rensburg. He is our VP of Networking and Solutions Engineering, APJC. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, Emran. Great to be here.
Fantastic. I know that you are a seasoned Cisco Live attendee, so how is this experience this year for you?
It's awesome to be at Cisco Live. I started many moons ago.
Yes.
But it is always a great experience to be here, not just to spend time and getting an update on the technology, the latest and greatest, but also to spend time with our customers and partners, an opportunity to network, to engage, to listen, and then just to enjoy it. It's a great experience.
No, it's fantastic, and we obviously love you on the broadcast because I think this is your second time on the broadcast. You were with Dave last year.
Correct.
And I think we actually had you talking about the Keynote as well. So officially, You are now a Keynote rapper. All of the information needs to come from you. We're pretty much taking away your indications of what you thought was thoughtful. But in today's Keynote with Ben Dawson, Jeff, and Jackie G, what do you think were the most impactful messages, and especially those for those who are in the APJC region?
There's so many different elements that stood out, but if you probably want to abstract and simplify it to a single sentence, it is Cisco provides the secure infrastructure for the AI era. And that was underpinned across the whole message. Doesn't matter if we talked about the AI-ready data center or the future-proof workplaces or digital resilience, it came back loud and clear. Probably supported also with the Cisco Unified Edge announcement. I think that is amazing as we see inferencing and use cases moving towards the edge. This is a unique proposition where we can provide compute, storage, and networking for our customer base to deploy at the edge. So phenomenal to see that change, and it's really great to listen to all the interesting announcements.
Absolutely, and I think even having the visual of having the actual chassis there with all of the different sleds that you could pull out really makes it actually revolutionary in terms of how we're bringing everything together. So I really think that's the epitome of the One Cisco story. Which industries do you think will actually benefit from Cisco Unified Edge?
I think there's a whole host. Customers that I spend a lot of time with is in the manufacturing industry. And I think for them, driving that inferencing use case to the edge, doesn't matter if it's computer vision or predictive maintenance or anything in that regard, would be very beneficial for them.
Absolutely. So I guess there's a whole lot of people at home or in their office right now thinking about what can they do in their organizations and how can they be using this new technology.
That is correct.
My phone will be going off after this, so thank you very much for that. So how do you see Cisco's networking evolving to address customer challenges and opportunities highlighted in the keynote?
There's a tremendous amount of innovation taking place in the networking portfolio, and again driven by customer requirements and the need to modernize, to be able to adapt with the shift that we're seeing from an AI perspective. For me today, some of the key focus areas in the keynote was around unified management, looking at how we bring Catalyst and Meraki closer together. It was great to see the global overview where we can actually bring Catalyst Center into the dashboard and get that global overview of all the Meraki networks as well as the Catalyst networks that's sitting in the organization. So that was really nice to see. And that extends as well. They did a really nice demo on Cloud CLI that gives us the ability to go and configure the base, as in management from the cloud, but if we want to do some nerd knobs, do features that's not supported through dashboard, You can get into CLI and you can go and instantiate those capabilities or the particular commands from the cloud, but using CLI for the deployment. So great to see a lot of those capabilities being shown. Life Protect is also something that was demonstrated, and that is critical as we see vulnerabilities in the environment, giving us the ability to apply a compensating control well ahead of the curve while we try and schedule downtime to upgrade the images of the fleet of devices that's in the network.
Yeah, actually fantastic. And I guess if you're a Meraki or a Catalyst user and you've been on the traditional kind of form of Cisco networking, what are the kind of questions that they should be asking their organizations or maybe the Cisco account team to really get across these innovations?
I think there's a couple of different angles that you can take. In today's environment, there's a fair amount of unplatformed devices, some devices that might not be managed through Catalyst, Cent or Meraki. And this is a great opportunity to go and have that conversation and say, hey, how do I onboard the unplatformed devices into the cloud? Because there's no friction, there's a very low cost of entry, giving you an automatic opportunity then to get some basic functionality and being able to manage and monitor those devices that's unplatformed on the cloud.
So the first thing is make sure you have visibility of all your devices.
Exactly.
Put them on the cloud.
Yeah.
So outside of the piece around the dashboard, were there any other technologies that surprised you as part of the keynote, or things that you would invest in asking your customers to actually follow up on?
I was quite impressed with the Splunk demo. It had a false start in the beginning, but when it got going, it truly showed the power of the capability that we bring to bear. And this is from an agentic era. We talked about AI Canvas and AI Assistant in the networking space, but it's so nice to see AI Canvas both in the Splunk environment as well as the collaboration environment. And now having that multiplayer engagement where you can collaborate on a canvas, on a particular topic or a particular issue that you're trying to resolve, but also multi-domain. So it's not just Meraki or cloud monitoring, it brings in Splunk, as well as the rest of the portfolio. So we look at multi-domain, we look at multiplayer, and truly give you that ability to drive the AI engagement through Canvas. With that, there was also a talk on workflows. Now, over the years, I started as an engineer, fingers on the keyboard, doing configurations, making mistakes in the process as well. With workflows, we now got CVDs that's instantiated in automated workflows. I can go and ask to deploy a branch, it'll find the appropriate CVD, it'll populate everything, I can validate it, and just deploy it with a single click. No more finger trouble, no more user error, and I've got no drift in configuration across the whole fleet because I always use the same CVD for that particular deployment. So I think the AI aspect, the agentic aspect, the automation through workflows, phenomenal to see that as a key theme throughout the keynote as well.
Yeah, actually you've inspired me now. I want to get into the tools and actually have a go myself, but I know that those who are here in the world of solutions can actually go and speak to the engineers and have a bit of a play with what that technology looks like. Oh, you were going to say something.
And I think that's the opportunity for everyone that's on site. It's an opportunity to get in the world of solutions. We've got 89 solution demos that you can go and experience firsthand. And for those individuals that are attending remotely, we've got a lot of Keynote deep dives that's following throughout the rest of the day and tomorrow. And those Keynote deep dives will unpack some of these topics in a lot of detail. So lots of different vehicles that's available to get more and a more detailed understanding.
Fantastic. Are you going to be speaking at any of these Keynote deep dives? Like, you're absolutely eloquent, you know this stuff inside out. I feel
I've given some of my colleagues the opportunity to speak. But I've got a lot of opportunity to engage with our customers and partners in a one-on-one setting over the next 2 days.
Oh, that's brilliant. Actually, shifting towards an APJC focus and looking more broadly at the market, What do you feel like are the biggest trends in the networking and automation security space?
Sorry, just repeat
Oh,
that.
what do you think are the biggest trends in networking, security, and automation across APJC?
Security is a fundamental building block for everything that we do. And as customers work through the process, fusing security into the network is fundamental table stakes in today's conversation. I think if we reflect back over the years, security was typically something that we've done on the side, but it is a key requirement for us to look at how do we fuse security into every aspect of the network, and that is through our secure networking implementation, thinking about the device security all the way from quantum secure boot, taking it one step up into common policy and segmentation across the infrastructure, thinking about how do we move between different virtual networks with our hybrid mesh firewall, and then using some of the agentic and the AI ops capability to manage all of that infrastructure in a very consistent and predictable way.
Yeah, actually, I think Ben Dawson was saying that, for pace setters who are in front for the AI strategy, security was not a bolt-on. It was essentially part of their fundamental.
Exactly.
Actually, what do you think around that pace setter kind of mentality? Like, what can customers and organizations be doing to move themselves towards that pace setter, space, that 13%?
I think there's a couple of aspects there. Firstly, it's in the mindset. It's everything that you do, you've got to take a step back and think about how do you need to operate and run it all the way from the device right up to the user level to ensure that we drive a consistent policy and strategy around securing the infrastructure. So I think that's important to look at governance within the organization and make sure that that's well documented, well understood, and that there's alignment across the different business units and business entities in everything that they do and how they deploy it.
Fantastic. I think this Cisco Live, the broadcast, the keynotes that we're doing, the center stages are really encouraging people to think about the governance piece, that strategy piece, and what that next step is. And as we said in the keynote, you need to come out of today and come out of this week with a bit of a plan, because it's not about, just adapting to whatever the next biggest vendor is, the next biggest language model. It's about what are we doing for the sustainability of the organization with AI and building that infrastructure. So I actually have one more question for you, which is around campus and branch networking. We cannot let you leave without talking about this. So how do you see campus and branch networking evolving to meet our customers' needs?
How do we see it evolve as?
Yes. Evolving to meet our customers' needs.
There's a lot. We talked about some of the evolution already, specifically around the capabilities that we announced in the keynote. But for me, there's probably three key themes around there. Firstly, starting around how do we simplify operations across the entire environment, and I think elements like AI Assistant, AI Canvas play really well in there, and then supported by workflows, just driving some of the automation and that predictable instantiation of configurations. Then the second part is that elements around security. How do we fuse security into the network? And that might be starting from the device level with quantum secure boot, all the way up into the end user security. So looking at all different levels.
Raymond, we may only have time just for that third one in a brief sentence.
No.
And but actually, it's been incredible talking with you. And I think for those who are very interested, they can catch you online. They can actually look at the rest of the broadcast. But we've got a great interview next as well with one of our customers, Australia Post. Kieran will be interviewing Adam Goodall. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
At Nestle, we are not adapting to change, we are engineering for it. And with Cisco, we've built a network that's agile, resilient, and ready to meet the demands of the world's largest food and beverage company. We have come up with solutions in the branch office where they just have to plug it in and it works. Anchored by Cisco's next generation secure WAN solutions, including advanced routing, a unified SD-WAN fabric, and a global cloud backbone. we can dynamically route traffic across multiple clouds and providers.
Great, thank you, Dave. So today we have Adam here from the Australia Post. Adam, can you please go ahead and introduce yourself and share a little bit more about what you do at Australia Post?
Certainly can. It's great to be here at Cisco Live. What a vibe there is out there today. Yep, my name's Adam Goodall. I'm the head of cloud and infrastructure at Australia Post. My remit broadly includes traditional data centres and infrastructure. We look after the cloud and the hyperscaler environment, and importantly, the network, which we're going to talk about a little bit more as we go through the next couple of minutes.
Perfect. Awesome. So Australia Post has a really large, complex network architecture. Can you talk a little bit about some of the challenges that you're having on a daily basis?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, everybody knows Australia Post. It's a national brand, and it's a really wide and geographical placement of locations all across the country. We have about 25,000 devices, mostly Meraki, under management. I think there's a couple of challenges that I call out. The first one is that geographical location. A lot of the LPOs are in really remote regional locations, and they're critical for the communities. So trying to provide reliable, consistent network into those locations is a real challenge for us. Something we've taken great steps over the last couple of years to improve. I think the second one is Australia Post is a really real-time business now. We deliver a vast amount of packages and letters every single day. And as a result of that, the network is flooded with events, messaging events and data. So resilience and availability of the network is becoming more and more important as we go on. It will be more so in the future, and that was really reflected in the keynote today, which was exciting.
Outstanding. Okay, so I know you've invested recently more in a new support center. Can you talk a little bit about what's your vision?
And this exciting topic, and again, I think the branch networking or the support center came up today in the keynote, which was again a theme. But for us, it's about making a place where people come in, easy to use and exciting for the staff that come in. So our support centre in Burnley, in Victoria, we've invested heavily in the Meraki campus solution. We've really tried to modernise that experience as much as we can. We've taken a Wi-Fi only approach there, so no blue cables. And we're running some really critical services out of that support centre, contact centre, taking calls from customers and communities. And the experience has been really, really great. So something we're looking to go wider right across our other sites across the country.
Awesome. So talking a little bit about experience, you made the transition from MPLS to SD-WAN. Can you talk a little bit about some of the benefits and the outcomes that you've seen?
Yeah, it sort of continues along the theme. We've been an SD-WAN, 100% SD-WAN organisation for a couple of years now. So it's a bit looking back for us. The move from MPLS is really, and over to SD-WAN, it's really resulted in the resilience bit. We've been able to switch from one provider to using multiple carriages across all of our sites, and that may be something as simple as an NBN and a 4G backup for a retail location, or it could be something far more critical for a Class A site or a distribution centre, where we'll have enterprise Ethernet or fibre connectivity, and that availability is really, really important for the business as it continues to operate across the country.
Excellent. So on the theme of availability, network insurance is top of mind for a lot of IT leaders right now. Can you talk a little bit about how you're using ThousandEyes during peak times that you see in the post office?
Yeah, really relevant at the moment because we're just heading into our peak period, which runs from November through to December, the busiest time of the year for us. We've deployed ThousandEyes, and we're really in the early stages, so we're sort of like exploring the possibilities. We have it deployed to our retail footprint, which is well over 3,000 sites. We're really taking the approach of flipping monitoring on its head, rather than focusing on the endpoint, which is still important, the systems that people connect to. We're actually monitoring the individual retail locations now. And it's vast. Like I said, there's over 3,000 of these locations, over 8,000 terminals out there. And we're really able to get the experience from the remote location rather from the system. And it's we're really excited to see where that dashboarding is going to lead us as we go forward.
Okay, great. So as you look to the future, what are some of the top networking priorities for Australia Post team?
Yeah, I think Australia Post, we're really clear on what our commitment is to our communities and customers, and so we'll always look for opportunities where we can continue to improve the resilience and availability and also support the modernisation agenda as it goes through the next couple of years.
Excellent. All right. So Dave, Adam, thanks very much for taking the time to come and talk to us. I'm going to hand it back now to Dave.
Thank you, Kieran. That was a great to see a a customer with us up on stage. It's always good to have those sort of real conversations with the real customers using our technology and solutions. Right now, it's my pleasure to be joined with AJ Shipley, our VP Product Management of Threat Detection and Response. AJ?
That's a mouthful.
That was a mouthful. We did practice it and we said VP of the universe, so we'll go with that one. But welcome to Cisco Live.
Thank you.
Not your first time to Melbourne, I hear, though?
Not my first time. I always love to come back to this city.
Welcome back. It's good to have you, and it is my pleasure to be one of the hosts, being able to run this interview with you. So we just came out of the keynote prior to this, and they were talking. There was a lot of chat around fusing security into the network, right? Mm-hmm. Let's just dive straight into it. What exactly does that mean?
It's actually not that much more complicated than just that. If you look at historically, security used to be a box that somebody built and got dropped into the network, and then cables would get pulled to that box and routed through that box in the case of a firewall or some of those other products. And really, even if you take the example of the smart switches that we've announced, what we're doing now is we're actually taking those firewall capabilities and putting them into the very infrastructure, the routers and the switches that customers have to deploy in order to power all of these digital networks. And so now, in addition to having things like network processing units in our smart switch, which are responsible for moving packets super fast from point A to point B, we have data processing units that sit right alongside it that can inspect the traffic on the line and provide all of those, for example, firewall capabilities that you used to have a separate box in the network to be able to do. And you can look across the portfolio, that's just one example, but we are doing that across the portfolio to take security capabilities and put it as close to the actual either software application or networking capability as possible.
That's great. And now, so we often hear Cisco Security referred to as Cisco Security as a platform. What does that mean?
So to me, a platform means how do you get a compounding effect when you add an additional product, right? So if you have two products from a vendor that are working together, you should get some sort of compounding effect there. Add a third product, and it accretes even more value than the two products before. And again, I think you can look across our portfolio. There are examples of that. So one example that comes to mind is if you look at like our Cisco Secure Access SSE solution and our Meraki SD-WAN capability, you now have the ability to take a Meraki SD-WAN device, bring it into an SSE solution in Cisco Secure Access, and manage all of that out of the same Meraki dashboard that network admin is used to using. And so they don't have to go learn a whole nother operations interface for security. It literally just snaps into the networking interfaces that they've already known and loved from a Meraki perspective. That's one example, but again, the combination of Cisco SD-WAN and Cisco SSE delivers a compounding effect as opposed to going to two different vendors and trying to stitch together an SSE solution and an SD-WAN solution.
Yeah, right. I know from my previous role here, I dealt with a lot of sort of SMB, mid-market type customers, and that integration into the Meraki dashboard, that simplicity view, it did help them a lot because they didn't have the extensive teams and network teams to
especially in this region. Right?
Yeah.
If you look at this region and kind of the profile of customers and businesses in this region, they tend to be relatively smaller than what you might get in North America, right? And they don't have the people, they can't find the people, they can't afford to hire the people. They don't, at the end of the day, want to have to deal with this. So the more that we can do to reduce the complexity, the operational overhead, or the burden of learning new things by integrating it into the things that they already know and then delivering a better outcome, the better off we're going to be. And ultimately, that's the definition of a platform that we're really driving.
And with all this, there's got to be some underpinning of AI, right, in it. And how is that helping in this vision and this realization of what this is coming to?
Yeah, I mean, it's not an exaggeration to say that everything that we're doing, we're thinking about from an AI first perspective. I mean, first and foremost, Cisco is the critical infrastructure company for the AI era. But again, and we just saw it in the keynote, if you look at something like AI Canvas, that is a generative AI system that takes natural language and allows a network operator and a security operator to collaborate in real time on the same data, but look at that data through the lens that makes sense to the network operator, which might be a little bit different than the security operator. And that's not possible without AI, and that's not possible without generative AI, but if you apply generative AI to it, you see the magic that can happen of dynamically creating these widgets and these dashboards that shows the data in the context for the persona that's asking the question that isn't possible without that technology.
Yeah, and I think you could see it. You could see it on stage in that demo, right? And you could see them actually sort of workshop. It's like workshopping with a colleague, right?
It's
That's
amazing.
basically, yeah, very, very cool stuff. Now, you touched on the keynote just then as well, and a key pillar was the digital resiliency piece. Now, how is what are the security implications of digital resiliency and the SOC of the future?
Mm. So if you look at just the definition of resilience itself, resilience is the ability to recover from difficulty. That's the definition of resilience. And in a digital world, digital resilience, difficulty is oftentimes a cyber attack, right? And so when we think about digital resilience from a security perspective, we think about the ability to recover from some type of cyber attack, which really happens at the Security Operations Center. Our vision for how we're going to address the needs around digital resilience is to deliver the SOC of the future for that Security Operations Center by combining technologies like SIEM, SOAR, and XDR, so that organizations, again, whether it's somebody accessing an application from a coffee shop or from their house or from airport Wi-Fi, if the adversary figures out a way to get into that same organization, that security operations team can first get all of that visibility along with the context that they need to understand the impact, and then have all of the tools at their disposal, again, largely driven by AI, to be able to know which action to take to get that adversary out of their environment and get back up and running again.
And how much do you think Splunk helped in this area for us, right?
Yeah, it's massive. So first and foremost, I mean, the reason that we went out and acquired the asset from a security perspective is because Splunk has been the 10-time in a row Gartner Magic Quadrant leader for security information and event management, which is really the platform that sits at the heart of the Security Operations Center. But also Splunk is powering everything that we're doing from a Cisco data fabric perspective, right? I mean, you can't have AI without data, right? The AI operates on the data. Splunk gives us the ability to have a holistic and consistent data consolidation strategy across Cisco to be able to apply analytics on it, and in this case, derive security insights and then be able to deliver those security insights to our customers. And then the other products in the portfolio, whether it's XDR, our new product, or our endpoint capabilities, or firewall logs, can all come into Splunk and provide even more context, and then ultimately give our customers the ability to take action.
That's great. AJ, this has been fantastic. Now, I think you have a center stage talk, or you have another talk later on.
Yeah, we're going to do a double click, a deep dive into the keynote on a security perspective.
So you heard it there. So make sure you stick around, and you'll be able to catch AJ a little bit later on. But what else do you have planned around Cisco Live?
A lot of meeting with partners and customers, kind of telling the story, a couple more interviews like this, and getting to share all of the great stuff that we're doing at that main stage presentation.
That's amazing. Well, no, thank you, AJ. Thank you for your time, and viewers, stick around. You'll be able to catch AJ a bit later on. We're going to cross over to Sheikha now, and she'll be able to take us into center stage. So over to you.
Thank you, AJ and Dave. It's always great to hear from our product team directly, all the innovations that we are adding into our products, listening from all our customer feedback, adding all the use cases. And I think security, threat detection, what AJ talked about, has been top of mind for all organizations around the world. Next, we do have a center stage session where in this ever-changing world of AI, we're going to hear how Cisco's infrastructure is going to deliver scalable performance. The center stage session is called From Data Center to Edge, Accelerating AI Interfencing Where It Matters the Most. But before that, wherever you're tuning in from, if you're here in person, probably seeing from the live streaming on the grounds or tuning in from your home, please join in all the fun at hashtag Cisco Live APJC. Tag us, send us your photos, and using the hashtag Cisco Live APJC. We're also streaming in 7 different local languages around the region. As you know, Asia Pacific is quite unique. We have multiple languages and people and customers joining in from all around Asia Pacific. Also, this year, something exciting, all the on-demand videos are going to be available soon, but this year we're actually including all the Keynote deep dives. So that is something exciting. You can watch them at the comfort of your home, when you're in a cafe or on the train. But honestly, like in this AI era, and all the Keynote deep dives are going to go deeper into everything that was mentioned in the Keynote and how it will actually help your organization create a secure environment for all your data centers. So next we do have center stage where we're going to be hearing from our Unified Edge team, who are going to dig a bit deeper into the Unified Edge product, which was recently announced at the Partner Summit, and then we went into a bit of a demo in the keynote earlier today. Unified Edge is going to change the game for all of our customers, having a full stack of compute, storage, all together into one to deliver incredible outcomes for all our customers trying to have AI-ready data centers. Awesome, so let's move on to the center stage now. From data center to edge, accelerating AI interfacing where it matters the most. Off to center stage.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. Everybody come from the keynote, I guess. We just saw the keynote. Awesome. So I'm going to unpack today some of what you saw around the new Unified Edge launch that Jeff shared on stage. What I'm going to try to do and set up kind of the context behind some of the why we did what we did. This is a platform that we've been working on for over 2 years in the business unit. This was designed from the ground up. So I'm really excited to share with you some of the reasons why we did what we did, and I'll talk to you go into a little bit more depth on the product itself. My name is Danny McGinnis. I look after product management here for the compute business unit at Cisco. So pretty much that means all things UCS, Intersight, our partnerships with partners like NetApp and Pure and Vast and VMware, Nutanix, Red Hat, that all kind of originates out of our business unit. All right, so you've probably seen a lot of stats this week. You've heard a little bit of talk around the concept of this AI readiness index. I just want to share real quickly what that actually is. This is a survey that we do, a double-blind survey that we do with over 8,000 industry leaders across 30 countries, across 26 industries. It's probably one of the largest surveys of its kind in this space, and we gather a large amount of insights from it. And so you'll see a lot of those stats in presentations here at Cisco Live. But one of the big things that changed this time around in the last 6 months has been that although AI is on top of mind for everyone, and it's significant in their budgets, it's also changing to be more about an ROI conversation than it's ever been. So if you look back a year ago, there was this fear of missing out. Let's consume some GPUs, we'll start working on some projects, we'll see where it goes. But now most industry leaders are really tasked with showing value for what they're spending on. And so that's really changing the dynamics for you thinking about how you're delivering back to your organizations and what you're able to deliver back to your orgs. The other interesting thing, you've probably seen this, you might see this 13% around a lot. There's only 13% of the respondents out of 8,000, it's pretty significant, that actually feel ready for AI. That's a low number. So that means there's a lot of work to do, there's a lot of room for improvement, and clearly there's a lot of areas where I think Cisco can offer value to our customers to help you get ready and feel more prepared. I get the luxury of traveling all over the world and talking to a lot of customers and a lot of partners, and there are so many questions right now from, is my infrastructure ready? Do I have the right power, space, and cooling to do this? If I did, do I actually have the right people to know how to turn it up? If I was going to turn it up, do I have the right security posture in place in order to actually take something from a proof of concept and make it real? And so, as we think about on the IT side of how to answer those questions, as we're thinking about the problems and the new responsibilities or the new asks that are coming our way, there's also the fact that the industries around us are transforming as we speak. And so if you think about even in our personal lives, I mean, here's just a couple examples. Think in the retail space. In retail, the entire customer experience is being reinvented. We're thinking about how to do loss prevention in different ways. We're thinking about this kind of concept of the store of the future. If you move over to manufacturing, operations are being completely streamlined. It's almost like we have the Industrial Revolution happening all over again. Quality control, risk management are all being done through the use of artificial intelligence based on the data that we're collecting inside of these environments. And then if we look at something like healthcare, right? Think about you as a patient, how that is changing. The time in which responses are being generated based on the use of new tooling and new computers can dramatically change the outcome of a patient or significantly change the outcome for a patient in that experience. And so if you think about the why, I mean, this is, I think, really important when we start to think about where workloads are being placed. For years, we have been placing cameras and sensors inside of locations like this, in stores that we shop at, in manufacturing plants, in hospitals, and doctors' offices. But if you think about the data that's there, the cameras that are watching us, the sensors that are monitoring us, a lot of the data is just wasted, right? Think about it, it's thrown away. Even your voice or body language, it's data that's being collected, generated, but often discarded because frankly, there wasn't been a tool or applications to make use of it. But that's what's changing right now. So in order to deliver some of the things that we talked about up here, you're actually starting to make better use of the data. We're actually moving into, I didn't bring the slide into this presentation, but we're actually moving to a point where 75% of data processing will actually happen at the edge. It's a complete shift, where today there's almost only 10% of data processing happening at the edge. And so, as you think about where that's happening, so what's it doing, right? It's driving more and more demand for edge solutions. So if you happen to be on the IT infrastructure side of the house, there's actually companies like this that are talking to your company about new solutions that they're offering to unlock all of that data that's being generated there to transform that experience. And so this is just a sampling of some of the ISVs and the solution providers that we're working with in this space. And so to kind of bring that all together, right now there's more attention on the data center than we've ever seen, right? I mean, everyone, it's all we're talking about. If you come to Cisco Live, you come to any industry event, it's completely changed. But at the same time, you have new personas in the mix. You have lines of business, you have AI practitioners, you have research analysts, data scientists. Now you have people that are meeting with those vendors that I just had up on the screen and many, many more, all thinking about new requirements that we as IT teams have to now figure out how to support. And so this is bringing tremendous challenges to pretty much everything we do on a daily basis. And I think for us, what was the genesis of where we were going when we were thinking about edge becoming so prevalent a couple of years back, it was really that around a lot of, things we do, we're talking about big honking data center compute and networking solutions to build and inference some of these very, very large language models. But the real change is actually happening in some of those customer experience, how it's transforming, when we think about the inferencing and the machine learning that is happening based on the data center or the applications that are going to start to run at the edge. And so our answer to you, or our response to you, our recommendation to you is that you really have to think about the edge and the data center as one. For many years, we kind of in this industry, for those that have been in it for a couple of decades, we watched this pendulum swing from centralized to decentralized and back to centralized. And so we were kind of slowly coming back to the middle with not necessarily cloud repatriation, but cloud right-sizing. But AI has changed this drastically. It's really made us think about this concept of data gravity and running workloads where the data sits. That's really what we're trying to unlock with AI, is where data sits. And so more and more, data sits in the cloud, data sits in your data center, and data sits at the edge. And so from an IT team's perspective, or whatever part of the IT work stream you're supporting inside your organization, my recommendation is you really have to think about solving for all of it. You can no longer think about the data center being the central place to run every workload, because we need real-time processing, we need real-time inferencing happening at the edge to create some of the experiences that I just alluded to up here. All right, so let me just give you kind of brief background on our compute portfolio. So the good answer is we can help you out in pretty much every part of what I just talked to you, regardless of where your AI workloads are running. We've got an answer for you. Many of you, if you're familiar with UCS, you're probably familiar with us on the blade side. This is how we become probably best known in compute, or modular architecture, UCSX. This is an area that we have about 50% market share in. This is also an area that we've doubled down in. As a lot of our competitors have kind of divested in this space, we believe that at a time where power and space and cooling are more precious than ever, this is really a way that we can help save you as you're trying to get capacity back inside of your data centers to reclaim, to make more room for new AI workloads. There's a lot that we can offer you here in terms of power, space, and cooling savings. With that, we know many of you have a desire or a liking for rack, and so this is an area that we've also heavily invested in over the last couple years. Everything you see here has latest and greatest Intel and AMD processors in it, and most can support your lower end GPUs as well. On the AI density servers, so when we start thinking about the data center AI workloads that I was referring to, we've also now had in market for over a year and a half the HGX architectures from NVIDIA that supports your H100s, your H200s, and our most recent box now supports the B300 platform. Below that, you'll see our MGX architecture. That's the PCIe version, so think of that as a lower cost of entry for most enterprise use cases. Supporting the RTX 6000 Pro, if we're all familiar with that one. You hear Jensen and NVIDIA talking a lot about that. It's a lot lower of cost of entry, allows you to, I think, get your feet wet into AI and run some pretty sizable workloads as well in this space. 2, 4, or 8 PCIe GPUs in that box. We also brought in a new double wide node inside the X series. I told you this is an area we're doubling down in, so just recently we released this. Now you can run up to 8 RTX 6000, that's 600 watt GPUs, 8 of them inside of our modular architecture with a tremendous amount of configurability and how you can assign different PCIe GPUs to different compute nodes. Really, really flexible option, probably the most flexible option in the industry when it comes to thinking about GPUs and composability. And then all the new HGX continue to follow on. Rubin's not too far around the corner. We'll have that out towards the end of next year. All right, and then lastly, what you saw on stage at Keynote today, this is our new Edge platform, was codenamed Avatar, for some of you that may have heard about it, but Unified Edge. And that's what I'm gonna spend some time here talking about. We'll break down some of the details on this one. All right, so I talked to you about the why, what's happening on the business side. We know we've got a lot of data sitting at the edge. We know we're generating a lot of data at the edge. Hopefully by now we understand it's really important to process and inference that data at the edge. But now let's bring it down to kind of why we haven't done this as prevalently or predominantly as maybe we would have in the past. So as the needs are changing, you'll start to see more requests to run more compute resources at the edge. But think about it. Think about what the edge looked like. It was a disaster, right? You got a combination of servers and routers and dedicated appliances and a whole bunch of cables running. It's a mess. So to manage this at scale, it's actually an IT team's nightmare to do. And so we kind of avoided that at all costs in the industry. And so this is really the problem we set out to solve when we designed this platform. And so I introduced to you today, we just launched this last week, so at Partner Summit, so you're really one of the first teams to get to see it firsthand. This is our Cisco Unified Edge platform. This is really our attempt at bringing the best of everything we do in Cisco together. Compute, networking, storage, security, all into a single modular platform. So I mentioned to you on the slide before this that we're really good at modular, we believe in it. Well, there's something pretty cool about having a really small modular edge platform that gives you a pay-as-you-grow sort of model in these locations. All right, so let's break this one down a little bit. So I mentioned to you, we've got compute, storage, software, and networking all within the same box. We've drastically simplified the way that it's all managed from an operation standpoint, and we've secured fused security into pretty much every element of the chassis, from the physical all the way up through the applications that are running on it. All right, so let's take a look at this one a little bit. 5 modules, so you get 5 discrete servers, if you so choose. 5 slots to house, and then you also see networking modules down there in the bottom right. We'll talk about them in a second. On the compute side, can support GPUs, NVIDIA GPUs, AMD GPUs, Intel GPUs. We also support up to 120 terabytes of storage in each one of those compute nodes. From the networking side, what we've actually done, this release is about 6 months after we FCS, this box will FCS in about a month. 6 months after, we're actually going to give you a Catalyst 8300. We didn't change it, it's still a Catalyst router, and that's what one of those 5th modules are. So you actually get the networking components directly inside the same chassis. So all the SD-WAN capabilities, all the firewall capabilities, the IDS, the IDP, all that you've come to love in the Catalyst side, that's actually what's sitting in one of those boxes. So whether or not you run it external, or you use the same power, the same cooling, the same chassis, we can offer that to you here as well. The other cool thing that we did here, networking is in our DNA or in our heritage, as you know. So we actually built all the networking into the back. So there's actually a 250 gig switch sitting in the back of this box. So unless you need to go to very high capacity networking, everything for east-west traffic will be done node to node inside the back of the chassis. This makes it really, really easy when you think about serviceability. Remember all those cables I had on the previous scheme, the 25 cables? They go away. You don't have to have any cables outside of your WAN connection coming into this box if you so choose. So it's a 250 gig switch sitting in the back. It's all redundant, so you actually have dual lanes, 2 switches with 50 gigs per node capacity sitting there. On the front, for your WAN connectivity, we offer you anywhere from 10 gig to 100 gig connectivity. And additionally, you will see some networking ports on the compute nodes themselves. If you choose, we can give you up to 100 gig PCIe card sitting in that box for if you need really high speed capability coming out of the compute node itself. AI-ready GPUs, so today we're supporting like an L4 class GPU. We'll actually go up to an RTX 6000 Pro in a double wide blade coming out in the not too distant future for this platform. Intel, if you're familiar with Intel Xeon D, now they call it the Xeon System on a Chip, or SoC. Same processor, just what they named it in version 6. And that's what's powering this inside the platform. The other big piece on this box is the ecosystem. So some of the logos that you shared, Bhavan, we've been hard at work, not just to offer you a platform, but make sure that we complement it with a wide ecosystem of partners that we believe are starting to become more prevalent in this space across all of the verticals and the solutions that I was sharing with you a little while ago. All right, let's talk operations for a second. So the hardware itself is pretty cool, right? We've done a ton. I could go on and on about what we've done in there. A lot more innovation that I didn't even get to touch on in this session. But the operations, it's what's really, really cool. So we've thought long and hard about how hard it is we don't have talented tech or high-skilled tech quite often in remote locations. In the data center, we have our high-skilled technicians, the ones that are really, really competent in managing infrastructure. But when we move out to our edge locations that are sometimes in the middle of nowhere, what we recognize is that we don't have those same people, and it's really expensive to truck roll, right? It can be super, super costly when we have to send a high-skilled tech out to a remote site, let alone do it at hundreds or thousands of them. And so we worked really hard to make sure that everything from the day this box arrives on site through the entire lifecycle management of the platform, you can be completely hands-off. To the point that the general manager inside of a coffee shop or in a retail location should be able to service the platform without you having to send truck rolls. Let's talk about this a little bit. So the first thing I mentioned is the zero-touch provisioning. We've outfitted Unified Edge with an NFC reader inside the platform. A non-skilled technician is able to take an iPhone or a smartphone, use their inner site credentials to log in, tap the NFC reader on the chassis, and essentially and immediately create a connectivity back to InnerSight to let it know that it's ready to be connected into the central management platform. This is what it looks like on your iPhone. It's claimed. At this point, the work inside the store is essentially done, outside of plugging that WAN cable into it. And so now when we start to think about the phone home, Intersight is completely SaaS-based managed, so it's all available from the cloud. And so when we start thinking about the deployments here, so on the right-hand side, what you're starting to look at is Intersight itself, so that's the GUI inside of Intersight. And on the left here is a logical representation of the compute resource, or the unified edge. And so what you notice is that Intersight has absolute knowledge of every single piece of capacity that's sitting inside the box. As we add another compute node with a GPU in it, Intersight immediately becomes aware of that. As we add a networking node, Intersight now immediately becomes aware of that. And so everything that's being added by that low-skilled technician is being recognized and is able to now be controlled just by using a smartphone to connect back and let Intersight know that it was ready to be configured. Same thing with PoE ports as we get into the networking side. All right, so another thing you're going to hear us talking about that was done in the demo today on the keynote is this concept of fleet-wide operations. Since the beginning of time when we've been managing servers with either UCSM or now Intersight for the last 5 years or so, we've always been excellent at managing thousands, if not tens of thousands of devices in a handful of locations, meaning your data center. What we did with fleet-wide management was created the opposite paradigm. So we can manage a handful of devices in thousands of locations. And that involved a significant overhaul or enhancements to Intersight's capabilities. But what that allows us to do is start to manage many, many, many of these locations at scale. And so the idea, there was a concept called blueprints that we start to throw around a lot lately. And let me kind of simplify the idea for a blueprint. The way we think about a store getting rolled out, if you're, I don't know, if you're a coffee shop, one of the largest in the world, you have kiosks, you have stores that maybe go in shopping malls, and you have standalone malls. So let's just assume that that's 3 different profiles of a store. Rather than you managing the individual configuration for the kiosk versus the independent store, wouldn't it be nice if we just created a profile that had all of your storage settings, all of your compute settings, all of your GPU settings, all of your networking settings, your OS settings, your application settings, and you could just hit a button and deploy that to store type A or store type kiosk? And that's essentially what we did in this concept of fleet management. And so through a single click, we can actually choose the blueprint or blueprints that we want to deploy to that site, that store type or that site type, and then deploy it at scale. And whether or not we do this to one device, or we do it to dozens of devices or hundreds of devices, this is the capability that we offer you, ultimately simplifying how these devices are managed inside of your organization. Lastly, I mentioned that security was fused in at every single layer, so let me just spend a second or two unpacking this. On the hardware side, so if I didn't mention, this is a NEBS 3 compliant platform. So it's not necessarily meant to sit out in the middle of a oil field or anything like that, but it is meant to handle the dust and the dirt and things that we find. You'd be surprised how much dust is in a bakery, or coffee grinds create dirt inside of a coffee shop, sometimes more than we see in an industrial or manufacturing facility. And so we built air filtration, security bezel on top to physically protect the box. But then we've also added security in at pretty much every layer in the stack. So if you think about what we do with Intersight, I mentioned about having hundreds, if not thousands of deployments. Well, once you create that blueprint or that golden config for store type kiosk or store type independent, we'll manage that configuration drift for you, so that if it were to change, we can tell you that that store has deviated from your golden config and give you a dashboard to really simplify. Think about this at thousands of locations. Give you a dashboard to understand exactly where you are in your security posture for everything from your firmware settings to your drivers to the OS versions that you're running on the boxes, and then help you correct that if it falls out of or if it drifts. We've also brought in all of our zero trust capabilities that you're familiar with in our SD-WAN. So as that Catalyst node goes into the box, being able to bring in the SASE capabilities that you're familiar with from Cisco and all of our zero trust access, that's all inherently built in. And then hopefully you've gotten a chance to see AI Defense. We've been talking a lot about that. So if you think about the AI models that are running on top of the platform, everything from detection to discovery to security and safety prevention inside the box, that is all built in and then all tied together with Splunk for observability and monitoring. And so we've worked really hard to think about everything from how we change the hardware to how we operate, to also make sure that you have a solid security posture from the physical all the way up through the application in the box. Hopefully making you understand that managing at scale at the edge is a reality, and based on all of the new things and solutions that are coming your way, it doesn't seem as daunting to actually do this at scale as it should be. All right, so lastly, I'll leave you with, we very much believe that Cisco is really the only company in the world that has the posture to do all of this. We bring deep networking experience, tied with all the compute innovation that we've been doing for many, many years, kind of pack that into this platform. And whether or not we're doing this at the edge or doing it as a data center, our goal is to help you deploy this regardless of where that workload needs to run. The SaaS-based operating model that I mentioned with Intersight, I'm not sure if I stress this enough, but every single one of those servers that I showed you on that screen, everything in the portfolio, our modular, our rack, our dense AI, and our edge, is all managed via the exact same operating platform, all through Intersight. We're the only ones in the industry that have even dared to try to attempt that. It's not easy, right? To make sure that everything is managed through the same platform. So all the things that we do, like predictive intelligence, or connected TAC, or proactive RMA, whether you'd never have to change your operating model. And so we believe that that was really, really important, and to be able to keep it unified regardless of the workload that you're running environment. You're not giving up your traditional workloads anytime soon. Lastly, or second to lastly, multi-layered security throughout. Just what I talked about. We're thinking about security at every single piece of the AI stack, at the physical layer, at the networking layer, at the compute layer, at the container layer, and at the application layer. We have you covered for all of that across. And then lastly, our commitment in just reliable, highly performant enterprise infrastructure, and obviously the support organization to go around with it. We believe that this sets us up really well to help you be successful in this space. All right, so with that, I'm going to wrap. I really appreciate you taking the time here today. Enjoy the rest of the show. Talk to you soon. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Cisco Live broadcast. We've just come back from center stage where we were talking about Cisco Unified Edge. One of my key takeaways was that, this is for you if you like modularity, you want cable management, but more importantly, it's going to be a game changer if you're in any of the industries around manufacturing, retail, or any part of an organization that looks at creating data and inferring it at the edge. It's very exciting to be seeing all of these innovations that are coming out of Cisco Live. We'd be really keen to hear your thoughts. So we're actually, catch us on the hashtag Cisco Live APJC, but also catch us on all socials. If you've missed the center stage keynote or keynotes or any of the interviews today, you can actually catch us on demand later after the broadcast is finished. But we actually have so many different guests in front of you today. Shika will actually in a moment be talking to James Leach, who will be discussing more about Cisco Unified Edge. But I think for those who are at home, it's really the opportunity to think about what AI is doing and what types of data we're creating with all the different machines and IoT that we have in our space. So I'm really excited to see what we have in this area. But for now, I will let the expert guide us and take us through the technology. Over to you, Shika.
Cisco, we see so this is about 1%. We have shared is there. What are we bringing you? Keynote. So this is the line. Some good stuff. Some I'm left to really intelligent. So, what is Thanks so much. Get into it.
Thank you, Karen and Mark. It's always amazing to hear from the engineers directly who are core of what Cisco actually does. Now, very timely with the announcement of Cisco Unified Edge last week at Partner Summit and going deeper into the keynote today. I do have with me James Leach, who is the Director of Product Management, Compute Cisco. Welcome, James. Welcome to the studio.
Thanks for having me.
So, James, we announced Unified Edge, and there's so much buzz around it. We've been talking about how AI is actually changing everything, not just what runs in data centers. What's driving this to the edge, and how Cisco Unified kind of plays into it?
That's a great question. I think that one of the things that we're seeing right now, and AI is definitely the catalyst for this, is that there's an unprecedented amount of data that we have that exists outside of the data center. And that presents certain challenges, but the vast majority of customers need a way to be able to extract some business intelligence or some insight from that data so that they can leverage the data that they have and they collect. For that, they need the ability to bring data center level performance and security and some of the processing power that we have in the data center, but bring it to the edge in a secure and easily manageable type of scalable deployment.
Yep.
And that's where Unified Edge comes in. We're bringing compute, networking, storage, and some of the AI capabilities and services all the way to the edge where customers can leverage the data that they have and they collect and be able to generate those insights from it.
Yep, and I think it's very timely as well. When the announcement happened, I know some of the customers here in ANZ were quite excited about it because I'm based out of Melbourne. So yeah, we have some customers who were very excited about the announcement. So we've been hearing all about how data has been created faster than actually being able to move the data. So how does Unified Edge bring the true data center performance to the edge, whether it's like hospital, factories, retail? How does it actually come into play?
Well, if you think about the proliferation of the data, first of all, it creates some challenges. But most of all, we need to help customers bring the compute power and the analytic power of AI to the edge where the data lives. That lets customers actually generate some actionable intelligence real time. And the real time is a really important piece of that as well, because if you think about some of the challenges that they face, we talk about some data sovereignty issues, right? So having data and what data I transmit or store versus what data I just can maybe take some of the insight from and let it be ephemeral and go away. That's a much better model. The other thing that we see is latency is a huge issue. So I need that insight real time. So if you think about a use case around healthcare, for example, you don't really want to wait a long period of time to get data back. And that insight is not valuable in the data center. It's valuable where the patient is, where the doctor is, where they can actually apply the insight real time. Right? If you have latency that exceeds a certain amount, the customer experience deteriorates considerably, right? And the third challenge that we definitely see face there is bandwidth. So as we're putting more and more sensors into factories and into retail establishments, cameras generate a ton of video data. The ability for us to send that back, the amount of bandwidth that it would take to send all of that raw data back to a central location like the cloud or the data center to process is just untenable. Like it wouldn't be useful at all. So the ability to process where the data lives means that we think of the edge, we say that it's really about megabytes and milliseconds and mandates. And so we can help customers overcome the challenges of all three of those areas and really be able to leverage the data that they're able to collect.
Yeah, I think you really touched on some really interesting points, which are on the ground, and we see customers talking about it, especially data sovereignty and then bandwidth as well. And how does Cisco Unified Edge actually make the operation simple? Because I think that's another challenge. We could be launching all these amazing products here at Cisco, but actually deploying it and implementing it, being as a customer, how does Cisco Unified Edge simplify this operation?
Well, we've got a hidden superpower, right? We have this tool called Intersight. And Cisco Intersight is a tool that allows us to manage, we can take the deployments that are infrastructure at the edge and maybe scattered around the globe and manage them as though they were in the data center. So we're taking all the power, all the security, all the observability that's built into that tool today. It's the tool that we use today in the data center, in fact. But we've added a lot of capabilities that are very edge specific. Things like what we call fleet management. So for example, we're able to do zero touch provisioning. So if you don't have smart hands on site, you can have the data center management team, the IT team, be able to manage it as though it was in the data center with very little interaction, reduced truck rolls, for example. Another really important thing is that Intersight, it employs what we call a desired state engine. So we're setting up a configuration centrally. Our subject matter experts can build configuration and policy and profiles, and then it's deployed at the edge, but it's deployed in a way that we can monitor that deployment so that we know if anything changes, we're able to kind of head off that config drift before it becomes a security hole or before it becomes an operational nightmare because I have all of these different profiles around the world. I want to be able to manage them centrally. A lot of that simplicity comes from being able to push out really consistent and easily deployable, secure implementations.
Yeah, and I think touching on that, we were talking about that earlier in the broadcast, how we need to make things simple for the customer. And we launch amazing products, but keeping it simple for our customers to deploy definitely is what is top of mind for Cisco as well. We talk about a lot of enterprises now running AI pilots. We're quite ahead in the AI journey. A lot of customers are now running all these AI pilots, but scaling them securely is where things might start to fall apart. So where does Cisco Unified Edge kind of come into play in this scenario?
I think it's really important that we have approached this from really a data center mindset, right? We have a heritage at the edge within the networking teams, for example. We bring all of that knowledge to bear. We are able to take that and we take the same security that we would provide inside of the data center, the same observability, the same type of performance requirements, and we bring in all of that and we're able to put it in a really easy to operationalize package that allows us to be, security is a lot of times really related to how do I connect things and how am I able to kind of put a little bit of a shell around it from a control standpoint as well as from an access standpoint. And we are able to leverage the heritage we have within networking as well as some of the data center tools that we've developed over time to be able to bring that performance, reliability, and security all the way to the edge is just like it was in the data center.
Yep, exactly. And then I think you touched on a really good point. Cisco has a heritage with networking, and now we're trying to leverage that. We've been in the industry for networking for over 30, 40, 50 years, but now trying to use that experience and incorporate that into modern products that we are launching, I think that is where we stand out as Cisco as a company. Thank you so much, James. It's been amazing hearing, and I know a lot of customers tuning into this wanted to hear more about the Unified Edge. So thank you so much for having the chat today. Now over to you, Em.
Thank you so much, Shikha and James. It's great to hear what Cisco Unified Edge is doing more and more, and the fact that we can actually count on the fact that Cisco is really building a product that is there for simplicity. I'm really excited about our next segment, in which we'll be seeing AJ Shipley and Kevin Kennedy talk about threat vectors within an AI world. And I have to say, some of these topics are things that could come straight out of a movie. We're thinking about social engineering at scale, instant vulnerability weaponization, and continuous identity probing. So I think this is a really a particular keynote that you want to get into. You want to think about what your organization is doing and think about the practical use cases and how Cisco and our customers are actually looking at this particular topic in detail. So I think this is the opportunity to get online, make sure that you're continuously communicating with us, get conversations started with your colleagues, and make sure that you're settling in for what is and will be a great conversation around AI and security. I think this is a great opportunity as well to discuss that Cisco Unified Edge, as with all of our products, is really built with security in mind, and not as a bolt-on, but actually as a foundational core part of our product set. So this is an opportunity also to really bring in the silos of our organizations between networking, between data center, between security, and get them in one room together and start talking about what the future will look like with AI, not in just the 6 months, but the 12 months, and then in the 18 months. So you'll leave here and you'll leave this next session with a clear view on how Cisco is fusing security into the network with both AI and human teams together. So let's go and stay tuned, and let's go and see what they're going to chat about now.
Good afternoon, Melbourne. Real quick, can everybody hear me? Yeah? Perfect. Okay. It is so nice to be back in this city. This is my, I think, third time here. There was supposed to be a hype video that was going to play before this and kind of get you guys all hyped up to hear us talk. It's not going to be there, unfortunately. So what I wanted to do, and first I guess I should introduce myself. I'm AJ Shipley. I run a portion of our product portfolio at Cisco, specifically our threat detection and response in the security business group. In a moment, I'm going to be joined on stage by my colleague, Kevin Kennedy, and we wanted to spend the next 45 minutes kind of providing a double click or a little bit of a deeper dive on some of the things that you heard this morning during the keynote, specifically around security. And every year we come to a conference, and I will tell you, I've been in security for over 25 years now. Every year we kind of show up at a conference and we talk about some of the latest adversaries and the threats that we're seeing and what's going on in the industry. And we're going to do a little bit of that today also. But I will tell you probably for the first time in my career, the type of threats that we've seen in the last year are unlike anything that I've ever seen in my life. And the reason I say that is because we have detected and found very sophisticated nation-state adversaries in every single service provider network in the US and around the world, in every single critical infrastructure provider, in every single power plant and power generation operator. And maybe for the first time, they're in there, and they've been in there for a while, and they're not there to steal intellectual property. They're not there to ransom the systems and ask for a bunch of Bitcoin payments. They are there specifically to turn out the lights at just the right moment in order to be able to further whatever aims that they have. And in an AI world, and you've heard us talk a lot about AI this week, and we're going to continue to talk about it, this becomes even more of a challenge because increasingly, all of the applications, including our new unified compute system, are being pushed out to the edge, because that's where AI really needs to be able to run. But it didn't just start with AI. So we had video cameras out at the edge. We've got kiosks. I came through a kiosk at the Melbourne airport in order to scan me. And for the most part, we've known how to secure these applications because every application kind of followed a similar format. There was a presentation layer. That's the thing that you interacted with or interfaced with. There was the core application in and of itself that did all of the interesting work. And then there was a data layer that was underlying that application. But things that have really changed in this AI world is that now there's an introduction of a fourth layer. It's a model layer. All of these applications now are getting some type of model. And there's two things that are true about these models. One, they learn every single secret that we have because as we interact with them, they store that information to then improve on the model in the future. And two, they are not deterministic. And from a security perspective, we're talking a lot about how we're going to use AI to build security products. But when you ask a model the same question 3 or 4 times in a row and you get 3 or 4 different answers, that's a problem for security. Because we need to be able to get the same answer to the same question over and over and over again. And so how do we secure these applications that are being pushed out to the edge in a world of AI when the adversary is sitting in all of our critical infrastructure and all of our service provider networks in order to turn out the lights at the right time? And so we're going to walk through how we do that. You heard this morning that from a Cisco perspective, we're focused on really 3 core capabilities: AI-ready data centers, future-proofed workplaces, and then digital resilience. And you heard Jeff say that secure global connectivity is the thing that spans these 3 areas that we're focused on. Well, from a secure global connectivity perspective, in security, we are focused on delivering a security platform. And the security platform that we are delivering is called the Cisco Security Cloud. And inside of the Cisco Security Cloud, we have 3 core capabilities. We have our user protection suite, which is how we secure your users getting access to an application in order to be able to do their job. We have the cloud protection suite, which is how do we secure the infrastructure that those users or now those agents are traversing in order to get to the application or the asset to do their job. And then we have a security analytics and response suite, which is how do we detect when an adversary has got in and found a way to exploit an organization so that we can get them out of the environment and get back up and running. And how we do that predominantly is using our zero trust access solutions for the user protection suite, our hybrid mesh firewall solutions for the cloud protection suite, and our SOC of the future, or our security operations center of the future, for the security analytics and response suite. So I'm going to be back in just a minute to talk a little bit more about the SOC of the future. But now I'm going to invite my friend Kevin Kennedy, Vice President of Product Marketing, up on stage to talk about the first 2.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's start with Zero Trust Access, which is, as AJ said, connecting the extended workforce, so users, agents, and things to the applications and resources that they need to do their jobs. And so this is 2 components. It's access. So we want to make that easy, quick, resilient, reliable. And it's about zero trust. So least privilege, both in who is allowed to connect and what they are allowed to do. So one of the foundations for this solution is a single client that goes out to all of your users. So it's easier for you. It has a bunch of different functionality in it. It's easier for you to roll out. No one likes more agents. But more importantly, this helps to drive the overall frictionless user experience. So it's really simple. They authenticate once, and then they get to work. So all of the rest, that plumbing, is what we take care of. So let me give you one example. There's a lot of focus going from remote access VPN to zero trust network access. What does that mean? VPN, wide open. You connect once, you have broad network access. With zero trust network access, it's application by application access. So much better from a security model standpoint. One of the challenges, though, is that zero trust network access, there's an app connector that goes between the user and the application. That's what allows it to be application by application. It's basically a proxy. And from what we've seen, 60 or 70% of apps, they work just fine with that ZTNA proxy. But the other 30, 40%, they were written in a different era. They're not proxy aware. Maybe it's the server initiates the connection, maybe it's peer-to-peer, or maybe, like, who knows, it's a proxy, it just broke. And so in those situations, now your user has to know, do I go to the VPN? Do I go to ZTNA? It's broken. But what we're able to do with this solution is it has both. And so if it's on zero trust, it goes to zero trust. If it's VPN, it goes to VPN. There's a service built in. So the user doesn't need to know. They don't have to be aware. They just authenticate and get to work. Similarly, from an authentication standpoint, we have a technology with Duo that's baked into this, which it's called Passport. What it allows is that single authentication once at the OS level, and then all of the authentications, as long as nothing significant happens, it just works. So log into a thick client, log into a browser, cross-browser, private apps, public apps. The authentication just works. And so again, they've authenticated once, they just work. And so I'm going to come back to this in a little bit, but we have significantly extended Duo. If you know of Duo as a great MFA, it is. But it's a lot more now. I'm going to come back to this a little bit later. And then one of the other components that goes into this solution and into that unified client is experience monitoring. And so we embed the ThousandEyes client in this because this is still an access solution. And we know that the number one thing that people want from the network and connectivity is that it works. And so in addition to providing the security, we are measuring the performance. And if there are issues, then showing exactly where that is, whether it's on the client, whether it's in Wi-Fi at home, whether it's in the ISP, helping to pinpoint and resolve that quickly. And this works together if you have ThousandEyes deployed into your network as well. This will work together, add more information and more context. Now, when I talked about that authentication, you just do it once and get to work and it keeps working and keeps authenticating. That may sound like a challenge from a security standpoint, but don't worry because the identity is continually being assessed. So if something changes, then it's reevaluated. So for example, if you move from the home network or an office network into a coffee shop, now you're going to re-authenticate. So it'll force that. If a host firewall turns off, maybe malware got on there and it turned it off, re-authenticate. If there are logins that are being failed, even in things that are not Duo or this system, it's either in Entra or somewhere else, that's seen and it'll reduce the access level. So very, very good at providing a simple experience, but also being very secure. So Zero Trust Access doesn't stop at just delivering that connectivity and that authentication. It's also looking at what users can do when they are logged in. One of the more interesting areas for this is with use of AI in the workforce. So this is ChatGPT and Gemini and all of these, or it's more special purpose models. Many, many users are going to these tools so that they can do their jobs better. Now, the challenge from a security perspective and a risk perspective is you can put lots of data into these AI tools. We've seen uploads of source code, of customer lists, of PII. There's all sorts of things that can go into these prompts. Again, not with bad intent. People are just wanting to do their jobs better, but it's a big risk. And we know from history that if you try to block these, people will just go around them. And so what we have baked into this solution is the ability to actually understand what's happening in these prompts to AI applications. We're actually here using AI to protect AI, so analyzing them, understanding the intent, understanding what types of data are going up. And so now you can allow the connection and feel confident that if it has information that you by policy don't want to allow, it will be blocked. So a very, very significant capability. Now, all of this sounds simple, but it takes a lot of technology to work. It's built on a foundation of Cisco SASE. So this is SD-WAN from a networking standpoint brought together with secure access, which is SSE, with ThousandEyes assurance. So that's the foundation. But to get zero trust access, we need more. So we've taken it beyond that and also tightly integrated identity. And this is both Duo, more from a user and an application standpoint, and in the future, agents, and ICE, which is much more about things and the network. And so I mentioned before, Duo has gone well beyond just MFA. So that's what it's known for, super simple, complete MFA. Now it's extended. So over the summer, we added a directory. It is a full stack identity and access management solution. And we already have over 1,500 customers who've deployed. Feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. And there's a lot of capability here. All the security, of course, is baked in. There's identity intelligence, which is helping with posture. So you'll see things like your admins who don't have MFA or additional controls, all sorts of good learnings. And when there are threats or things, this is cross IDP, so it's pulling information from not just Duo, but from Entra and Okta and any other identity infrastructure you have. But there's even better technology or more cool technology in this end-to-end phishing resistance. So as the adversary has learned and expects MFA, they've learned to go around it. And some of those things are attacking your processes. So things like help desk. I lost my laptop. Can you reset me up with MFA? And that's really hard for the help desk because they don't know whether they should do it or not. Really hard to deal with an angry client calling in. This has photo verification, so show the driver's license, take the picture, help the help desk through that. There's another really cool thing that is that goes back to kind of the core of what Duo is about in simplicity. So the technique, are you familiar with MFA fatigue or push bombing to bypass MFA? Okay, so you log in halfway across the world, you keep doing it. There's a second factor, but it just keeps hammering someone until they press, okay, allow it, and now they're in. If you go back 10 years, we all looked at MFA as a token. You had an RSA token, it had the one-time password. And now it's hard to imagine that. There's a reason that MFA didn't get broadly adopted. One of the major innovations that Duo brought was they were the first ones to say, hey, let's use a phone. Just put it on the phone, and that made MFA pervasive. Now you look forward, we have YubiKeys and other hardware tokens. One of the biggest benefits that they bring is they tell you that when you are authenticating, you are next to the system. It's a lot of technology, a lot of complexity just to say you're next to the system when you log in to make push bombing harder. So Duo, again, has innovated with proximity verification. It uses the phone. Bluetooth Low Energy says you are near the system. It has the same AL3 level of assurance, for anti-phishing as a YubiKey. Now, there are places you won't be able to use a phone, you can't have it, but for many, many mainstream applications, this works really well. And then the other thing, you'll hear this come up repeatedly from a philosophy standpoint, we believe we need to meet you where you are, not require rip and replace. A lot of people have invested a lot into their identity infrastructure. We're not going to ask you to change that just to adopt. That's not reasonable. So Duo can also work. You can we've had customers replace Okta and others with this, but it can also be used as an identity broker, which means it layers onto your existing identity infrastructure. It offers the security features as an additional layer. We've also seen use cases, especially in deploying it with Zero Trust Network Access and more the SASE projects, where it's used, you keep your IDP for all of your employees, but in those projects, you may need to allow third parties, contractors, vendors, access, and you don't want to deal with all of the complexities of working with the identity team on that, so you could have your own little island to put the vendors and third parties into for Zero Trust Network Access, and then you can evaluate what you want to do over time. So that's Duo. And that's really good for users and applications, but what about all of the things, the devices, the smart IoT, the robots, all of those things that are also a part of your network and need to be controlled? Well, we have an answer for that as well. How many of you use ICE? Probably 50%. So this is technology that can profile, identify devices, and then it puts a tag on them that are on the traffic coming out of them that can be used both locally to segment within the local network. But we also extend this across the WAN into the security service edge of secure access. So now you can define policies that say, hey, this camera, it can access its update service or it's an application related to that, but it can't go to the CRM, right? So it can't get to the customer data. So very common sense policies that extend not just into that apply not just in your local network, but extend across the WAN. Now I saw about half of the hands in the room went up. ICE is an incredibly powerful capability, incredibly powerful product, but richness comes with a price. It is complex. And so there are many organizations who look and say, I just don't have the people, the time in order to deploy the servers, to deal with the policy configuration. And so just today, this went GA. The product managers are in the room here. This went GA Access Manager. And so we have now embedded core capabilities of ICE with Meraki. So what does this mean? You have no servers to deploy, it's a SaaS. The configuration is integrated into dashboard, so you can be up and running in minutes with this. Now, it's not the full feature set of ICE. There's trade-offs. It works with Meraki. It only has the core capabilities. But this is a massive step forward if what you're using is basic VLAN segmentation in your network today. You can do a lot more, have a lot more flexibility, a lot more identity capability without the complexity of traditional ICE. Okay, so that's user protection. Let me switch gears now to cloud protection. And if Zero Trust Access and user protection is focused on securely connecting your workforce to the applications and tools that they need to do their job, cloud protection, as AJ said, is about protecting those applications and infrastructure. And so here it's hybrid mesh firewall. Has anyone heard the term hybrid mesh firewall outside of from us? So this is an industry term. Gartner now has moved from next-gen firewall to hybrid mesh is what the MQ that they published. IDC is calling it hybrid firewall. What this basically is in the industry parlance is take a bunch of different form factors of firewall appliances. It can be physical, virtual, cloud, even firewall as a service, and let them be managed as one thing, right? So solving the policy complexity of different types of firewalls. We think that's really good, but we think it's not enough for what the needs of distributed applications are. And so we take it a step further. We do that, but we take it a step further. And we bring in this hyper distribution into the fabric of the network where you can get into all of these rich, high throughput east-west flows and into the fabric of the cloud, both container networks and workloads with eBPF technology. So this is a Linux kernel feature that allows deep visibility into the kernel from outside. So there's some amazing things that you can do with this. And third-party firewall support. This goes back to meeting you where you are. Many organizations have multiple firewall vendors. We want to bring this value into those environments so that you can manage the policy. We're not asking you to rip and replace. You can age out that technology. Now, the core of this is still the firewall, and we've made significant steps forward in our firewall portfolio, including just now, just around the corner, we'll be shipping both a branch firewall, the 200 series, great throughput and encrypted threat performance for the branch, and a high-end firewall for the data center. Very, very high performance density. These numbers keep going up, but it's currently in a 2RU. It's 570 gigabits per second of L7 threat inspection performance. So this isn't just firewalling. This includes the L7 and modular scalability. So N+1 clustering. If you need more throughput, you can just drop another unit in and it scales up. So all of these are the last two pieces in the puzzle for top to bottom price performance leadership in the firewall portfolio. So some really great stuff here. We have the firewall appliances here, the 200 and the 6100 if you want to see them. We also, this was covered in the keynote this morning as well, but we had a lot of interest in the value of firewall telemetry for detection is tremendous, but it's expensive, it's hard to get into SIMs, and so both from a technology standpoint, with the Splunk team, we've developed a bunch of new analytics working on firewall logs, and we have now, from a commercial standpoint, made this affordable, it's free to ingest the logs from Cisco firewalls. Okay, so another technology, and this gets into the hyper distribution, is the smart switch. So it's a new class of switch that uses hardware acceleration to fuse security directly into the network. So it's a switch with two personalities. You have the networking personality where you want things to be reliable, stable, to change as infrequently as possible. And then you have the security persona where you need to have rapid change to keep up with the threat landscape. And so now you can have both in the same appliance, and the security team can have their own lens into it, so they can lifecycle manage it, control policies, all distinct from the networking side. So the networking side, forwarding packets quickly, reliably, all of the things you expect there. Security processor is inspecting and helping to identify friend from foe. AJ talked about the attacks against infrastructure, Volt Typhoon, Salt Typhoon. You can read about these, a lot of coverage on them. As we dug in, one of the learnings, which is maybe not a new learning, but it goes back to patching is hard. And it's especially hard to patch infrastructure, but patching applications and infrastructure is very difficult. And we've seen, it used to be weeks, months, even years for an exploit to be weaponized in the wild or be seen in the wild. Now it's down to minutes. In fact, in 2024, the median time for a critical vulnerability at the edge to be actively exploited in the wild was 0 days. So we're now down to hours. And with some of the advances in AI, there's research that shows success rates of 87% in taking the text of a CVE and creating exploit code. Think about what that means. 87% success rate, read the CVE, create exploit code. And AI is getting better at finding vulnerabilities in software. Google has shown a bunch with this, with their DeepMind and Big Sleep programs. So we know we have to get better here, and it's very, very difficult. It's just not reasonable to expect that you can patch a bunch of things in just a few hours and maintain operational stability. So we have a major focus on helping to find where there are vulnerabilities that are critical in your environment, and then deploying in an automated way a compensating control that shields that vulnerability. Now, these are not patches. You still have to go back and patch, but they buy you time. They buy you time to do it right within your change control processes. And once the patch is done, it's detected, and the compensating control is removed. So this is done at the process level, so it understands it's a Postgres database. Here's the process, very, very targeted, so this is different than a lot of the virtual patching attempts that have been done in the industry over the last years. Now, I mentioned this isn't just about applications, it's about infrastructure. So yes, you can patch it with the mesh at different layers from the workload in smart switches in the network, or sorry, not patch, run a compensating control. We are also adding this into the infrastructure. So starting with Nexus switches, it's called Live Protect, and this will shield vulnerabilities in Cisco gear. So new CVE comes out, there's a compensating control that you can deploy to protect your Cisco infrastructure without requiring reboot. So we think this will be a game changer. So let me last hit on AI defense. So AJ talked about the non-determinism in AI models and the challenges that this provides, that this creates for security teams. And so you can think about it as these models, they learn your secrets, and then they can be tricked into revealing them. And this is the challenge. If you play a game of 20 questions, I have a secret, can you guess my secret? That's kind of the game that's going on. Well, we take an AI protecting AI approach here with algorithmic red teaming that runs that game of 20 questions 1 billion times against these models to say, where are their vulnerabilities? And then it creates guardrails out of those that are deployed in the hybrid mesh firewall. So really importantly, this is not something that you rely on your development teams to do. They can still put guardrails in. The model providers can put guardrails in, but this is a consistent set of enforcement that you have across all of the applications. Even as the underlying models change and get refreshed, you will have control over that. And this is natively supported in Splunk from the day we shipped it. Now, a lot of this in the hybrid mesh firewall, it comes back to this promise of no rip and replace. You write your policy once, you enforce it anywhere across this mesh, so your enforcement points change, your policy doesn't. That is security cloud control, so it manages the policy for all of these different enforcement points from Cisco. It manages AI defense, and it manages the third-party firewall policy. And we have recently added the Security Cloud Control G8 in March. There's about 5,000 organizations that are using it today. And we just added multi-organization support. This helps MSPs to use this, but it also is helpful for organizations that basically run as an internal MSP with a centralized IT org and a bunch of different regions. So that is hybrid mesh firewall. I'd like to now bring back AJ, who's having a nice conversation on the side here, to close it out with security analytics and response. Oh, don't trip.
Please, don't trip. That would be bad. Thank you. Awesome. Okay, so I'll take us home. So the third part of the security cloud, what we call security analytics and response, is really how do we apply analytics on data in order to be able to detect adversaries when they're in their environment and then get them out of there. Now, Traditionally, I think the challenge that we've had, and you actually even heard us talk about and announce the Cisco Unified Edge device this morning, is that in the Security Operations Center, in order to actually be able to do anything of interest at all, you have to get all of the data across your enterprise into a central location. But all of that data lives in a lot of different locations, out at the edge, in different cloud service providers. And so there's always been this kind of challenge of distributed data, but a need to centralize it in order to derive some sort of insight. Until now, we've solved that challenge with the SOC of the future. And let's start with how we're handling data in a distributed fashion. So there's lots of data being generated in your environment, and this is only increasing from an AI perspective, as we've talked about. And as I mentioned, right now, that data is sitting in Microsoft or Google, or maybe it's in some of your security products like CrowdStrike, or your security analytics lake like Cisco South. And this data is everywhere. And in trying to move that data to a central location requires a lot of cost and a lot of compute power. What we've done with Federation at Splunk is to make it so that we can run searches on that data where the data resides without having to bring all that data to the search. So we bring the search to the data to be able to ask questions. And those questions could be observability questions like, show me the overall performance of my network or where there's bottlenecks. Or they could be security questions, like let me write a detection for this adversary like Volt Typhoon, but let me look across my data stores in my S3 buckets or my Azure Blob Store or my Google Chronicle instance. And Splunk's data management is how we've achieved this. But it's not just federating the search and the analytics. It starts with understanding how you want to handle your data. You may want to redact some data because you have PII information and you need to get that PII information out of it for privacy concerns. You may want to filter the data to deduplicate it because there's no sense in having 8 copies of the same thing if you really only need 1 copy. So being able to filter, redact, and then route that data to the right location is the first step in Splunk data management. And then once it gets to the location where you want it, because again, you want that data, if you remember back to that application stack that we showed, where there's the presentation layer, the application, the model, and the data, you need that data close to the application to be able to do something interesting with it. And that application could be running up in Amazon, it could be in your own data center. But then with Federation, federated search and federated analytics, you can now go into your central Splunk instance, write a search, and it will reach out to the data in an S3 bucket, it'll reach out to the data in a Snowflake bucket, or it'll reach out to the data in any of your Splunk instances, and it'll run that search without the data having to come to Splunk. And in the future, this will get extended to Chronicle and Microsoft and all of the other places where data is residing in your environment. So now you don't have multiple copies of data floating around, you don't have to move large amounts of data to the Security Operations Center in order to get value. The data can stay where it's at, and we will bring the analytics to it. So now that we've kind of solved the data fabric challenge, if you will, let's talk about what we're doing to deliver this SOC of the future platform into the Security Operations Center and how we're centralizing these capabilities. At Cisco, we believe that the Security Operations Center needs 3 core capabilities. It's SIEM, it's SOAR, and it's XDR. Quick show of hands, how many security people do I have in the house? And if you're not a security person, that's okay. Okay, so SIEM, SOAR, and XDR, the easiest way to think about it is these are products that allow us to detect the behavioral characteristics of a bad person operating in your environment and then take action on it. And the difference between a SIEM and an XDR is that with an XDR, like Cisco XDR, the detection engineering is being done by Cisco and Cisco Talos. So Cisco Talos is sitting there looking across Cisco's 1 million+ customers, writing content to be able to detect adversaries' tactics and techniques and procedures, and then pushing that out to the customer so that we can see it if it's in their environment. And with SIEM, like Splunk Enterprise Security, which is the 10-time Gartner Magic Quadrant leader, the best SIEM in the market for 10 years in a row, it allows a customer and a customer's team to write their own detections. Let's say you're a service provider customer. and you have a special relationship with the federal government. The federal government shares intelligence with those service providers because the backbones power our nation's infrastructure. Cisco may never have access to that intelligence. But you as a customer may have a team that wants to write those own detections, and for that you use a SIM. So that's an interesting XDR and SIM, and then SOAR is security orchestration, automation, and response. That's how we're able to take action, like update a firewall rule, change a VLAN setting in your switch so that we can segment the network or keep an adversary from getting access to it. So this is SIM, SOAR, and XDR. We believe that every SOC needs a combination of SIM, SOAR, and XDR, and this all sits on that Splunk platform, that data management platform, so that we don't have to move the data to this location of SIM, SOAR, and XDR. And this needs to work with all of the products that are in the environment, both Cisco products as well as third-party products, because a lot of our customers have products from Palo Alto or CrowdStrike or Checkpoint or Arista or Juniper or HP, and all of this data is valuable. And now, with Splunk Data Platform and our SIM, SOAR, and XDR capabilities, we can ingest both native Cisco telemetry as well as third-party telemetry without having to move the data around and be able to detect adversaries in an environment and take action and do something about it. Now that we have this unified SOC platform, there's really 5 capabilities that are necessary that we've built into our unified threat detection, investigation, and response capability. The first I've already talked about is this federated data management. And we've talked about why it's important. We can't move all of this data around, especially when the data is growing exponentially because of AI. So we solved that problem. But maybe the most important thing that we have to do is we need advanced threat detections. Because that Volt Typhoon adversary that I talked about and Kevin named, or Salt Typhoon, which is the same adversary, but in all of those service provider networks, or even Arcane Door. And you can go Google all of these, which is coming after Cisco firewalls. Those are very sophisticated adversaries, and we need the advanced threat detections to be able to see them when they're in the environment. And then ultimately, we have to be able to investigate, to understand what did they get access to? Did they get access to critical information? Did they steal any information? Are they still in the environment? Have they left something behind? All of these things, this investigation process, used to take days or weeks. But now leveraging AI, we've gotten it down to minutes or seconds. In fact, there's one customer using this product who said with our agentic investigation capabilities, they've taken the time it takes to do an investigation from 8 hours down to 5 minutes. And that customer actually happens to be a hospital, a children's hospital, and said to us specifically that this product is saving people's lives because they've shrunk that time down, which is the best testimonial you can have. And then ultimately, detection and investigation without the ability to take action, i.e. respond, is useless. Response is the name of the game. And that's where the SOAR capabilities in our unified TDIR come in. We have both automated response actions that we can take, as well as we've given the analysts or the partners who are operating these networks on behalf of their customers the ability to automatically take updates, make rule changes, take action like isolate an endpoint device, wipe it, open up a ticket in ServiceNow to go re-image it, all of this full automation capabilities. In fact, we're leveraging the same technology that you saw in the keynote this morning with the Meraki workflows that were automated. It's the exact same workflow engine and automation engine that's being used in Meraki is being used in our unified threat detection, investigation, and response platform. And ultimately, all of this has to be delivered through a unified analyst experience, which is what we've done. Cisco XDR 2.0 we announced back in the spring, and there's 3 core capabilities in it. Instant attack verification with agentic AI, which is where the agents are operating on behalf of the analyst to go do that investigation. An automated forensics capability, which captures over 350 pieces of evidence off of an endpoint. Things like full disk copies, all of the browser histories, full memory forensic dumps, all of those capabilities that a security team needs when something's happened to be able to understand the extent of it, is available now in Cisco XDR. And an attack storyboard, a way to tell a story about what happened to the analyst so that in 20 seconds or less, they can very quickly understand and be able to take action, are all part of our Cisco XDR platform so that people can get started very quickly and build a security operations center. And then as their needs mature with Splunk Enterprise Security, they can go even further. They go from 100 integrations with third parties up to 1,300 plus integrations with third parties. The ability to take action across all of those different products that are integrated in the environment, with the ability to write custom detections and craft those detections, and all driven by Cisco Talos Threat Intelligence, both with on-premises as well as cloud deployment options, and even air-gapped options for those federal government customers that have to have an air-gapped solution. And so now the SOC of the future no longer has to force you to choose between distributed data or centralized data, because through the use of AI, we can let the data stay where it's at, but deliver all of the detection and response actions on that data necessary to be able to detect those sophisticated adversaries, get them out of the environment, and then update the infrastructure so that they can't get back in a second time. We call this the SOC of the future. For any of you security folks, if you want to see more, you can go see a demo of it in the Cisco or Splunk booths of both XDR and Splunk Enterprise Security. And I'll finish up just reminding us all that the Cisco Security Cloud is how we are delivering a security platform to protect the three core pillars that is part of Cisco's strategy: digital resilience, future-proof workplaces, and AI infrastructure. And that's delivered through our Zero Trust Access solution, our hybrid mesh firewall, which Kevin mentioned, and the SOC of the future. Thank you guys for spending your time with us today. If you have any questions, you can find me or Kevin afterwards, or please go see a demo out in this show floor. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the studio. It's great to have you back here. Cisco Live Melbourne, coming to you live all week across the broadcast. And we just wrapped a fantastic keynote deep dive. And that's one of the great things about Cisco Live is we really go, we hear the keynotes earlier this morning, then we can dive deeper, just like we did just then. And it really was eye-opening in terms of the different types of threat vectors we see out there. And it's good to see how Cisco is enabling AI across that entire stack. And we're seeing how that AI is now fusing that security into our networking stack and portfolio there. I really can understand how now the AI is really coming across our whole portfolio, conjoining this entire one Cisco story, and the way that AI is now working with humans. So we now have AI and humans actually talking simultaneously to each other, dissecting these problems in real language or in that humanized language back towards each other, and how then AI is then going to be able to talk to each other to be able to solve some of these problems that we have. Don't forget, we're coming to you, we'll be here, as I said, all day, all week as well. You've got all different languages. You can hear us on the broadcast studio. You can join in the conversations on social media platforms with the hashtag Cisco Live APJC. And after this as well, following the Cisco Live wrap up, and again, all the content will be available on the on-demand library as well. Now, it was really good to have the AI ingest and the Splunk capabilities that come across our portfolio, and it would be amiss if we didn't mention that we have our next guest in the studio comes directly from Splunk, and we have my other co-host there with her now. And we are going to head over to an in-studio interview over with Emerald and Christine Lowe, our head of Splunk and Observability. Over to you, Emerald.
Thank you so much, Dave. Hi, Christine. I am so excited for you to be joining us here in studio. I'm Christine. You are the head of observability at Splunk, and I assume this is not your first Cisco Live at all?
No, it's not. It's actually, I think if I counted it, it's probably going to be my 7th.
Your 7th?
Yeah, 7th Cisco Live.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And not all with Splunk, I assume. You've been
No, that's right. So I'm what we call a boomerang. So I'm from Splunk, but I was formerly Cisco, and I joined Splunk. And I'm back at Cisco again. So
fantastic. So I guess that means you have the story completely, from end to end, Cisco, Splunk, all the one Cisco.
Absolutely. So this one Cisco is very exciting to come back with the Cisco and Splunk together. It's actually really powerful. I can see the whole strategy coming together, particularly with driving digital resilience for our enterprise customers.
Brilliant, and we'll be talking about that a little bit later in the interview. Now, I have a lot of questions for you, so we'll get straight into it.
Sure.
So a key theme at Cisco Live this week has been about how do we adapt for a future that is AI-centric and also filled with a lot of data. I'd be really keen to hear how does observability shape decision-making in that kind of future?
Yeah, no, it's a very good question, right? And everyone's talking about AI at the moment. So I've seen that observability has actually been far more than just an IT function at the moment. It's actually seen as a very strategic asset to drive business results. In the State of Observability report, we've actually seen how the observability practitioners are actually using the solutions here to actually drive tangible business results like revenue, impacting revenue. It also increases customers' experience. It drives employee productivity. And actually, at the end of the day, really provides security, right? And secure the environment as well. So that is actually how that's created real tangible business results here.
Fantastic. And talking about security, that's something that our Keynote deep dive was looking at before, about how AI was actually creating or enhancing our new cyber threats. How does observability really help with our security teams?
Yeah, no, I think you raise a good point. Is absolutely right. What we actually found that when the observability solutions, they really actually drive a huge impact when you're collaborating with security teams. And the report actually has shown that when you actually use observability solutions to actually drive better visibility, for example, things like detecting the security vulnerability threats, for example, or potential threats and incidents, it actually does drive application performance and actually protect the organizations.
Fantastic. So you're saying that essentially we need to get more collaboration going on between our security teams.
Yeah. We don't operate in silos. We need everything. So across all domains, you've got the IT operations teams, you've got the security teams, you've got the network teams, you've got the engineering teams, right? So it is absolutely important and critical when you actually have full collaboration across the domains.
Brilliant. And so for our observability teams, what are the key challenges that they're facing today?
Yeah, I think a lot of them says, you've seen a few things. I've seen there's a real challenge in the tool sprawl, data silos. Also, you've got these false alerts, so very huge data complexity. It's really impacting team morale, and the IT operations on the observability practitioners really feel stressed out to actually just dealing with all these false alerts coming at you, endless war rooms, hours and hours trying to work out what's happening. So that actually does impact mental health and also the morale. And what we want to do is making sure that, so that's one thing. And then you've also got the lack of data, right? It's in silos, for example. The data quality is making it harder for the teams to actually look at what's actually happening and be able to take the actual actions into that. So at the end of the day, the AI workloads is also making it more difficult, because AI workloads, while AI is actually helping on one hand to drive work better, more productive, make it easier, but at the same time it actually produces a lot of additional workloads on that. The team struggles to actually understand there's a lack of expertise in there across the organizations. So that in itself is actually causing a little bit of challenge to actually monitor those AI workloads.
Yeah, I'm really actually happy that you brought that up, because there's one aspect where we're talking a lot about AI and the tools and what that's driving in terms of data and business outcomes, but we also really need to look at the human element about how the AI future is going to be impacting our team members and individuals, and particularly on that mental workload. So what would you say are your recommendations, or how important is it to upskill your observability teams as we transition into this next future?
You absolutely do need to upskill, right? So one of the things that, first of all, I think some of the challenges about being AI ready, the first thing is obviously the lack of the data visibility, for example. So you talked about earlier, we heard about the trust deficit, for example. We need to understand there's data gaps as well. So you have data quality they've got to worry about. Cost of the infrastructure, right? So it is intensely, there is a cost that you've got to manage. So when you're actually managing AI workloads, you have skills that you need to understand, not just monitor your typical application performance stack, for example, you actually other things, intricacies that you actually have to look at, like are my GPUs being maxed out? How many tokens are being used, for example, or what's the response time on my models, right? So that requires a whole different skill sets. That it's actually beyond the IT operations observability professionals today. So they do absolutely need to upskill.
Fantastic. Well, I have one more question for you as well, and I think that really ties into that piece. So we've talked about, essentially what the AI future looks like, business decision making, and then teams. So how can Cisco and Splunk help our customers with that observability?
Yeah, so Cisco and Splunk together provides the unparalleled visibility when you're talking about whether it is the end user customer experience all the way to the application and the underlying infrastructure and the network that supports it, right? So we have that visibility. So I think that's one thing. The other thing is we've actually now empowered to lower the learning barriers, as I was talking about the expertise there. So we are now powering it with a lot of AI, so things like AI assistants to make it easier with natural language. We've got remediation agents, we've got troubleshooting agents.
It sounds like we actually have a lot. So
we do have a lot, absolutely. I'm very excited about this.
Fantastic. I think that's something that our customers should definitely be talking to their Splunk counterparts and the Cisco counterparts about. But thank you so much for your time, Christy.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely a pleasure to have you on studio. We're going to be going to a keynote deep dive soon, but stay tuned.
At Nestle, we are not adapting to change, we are engineering for it. And with Cisco, we've built a network that's agile, resilient, and ready to meet the demands of the world's largest food and beverage company. We have come up with solutions in the branch office where they just have to plug it in and it works. Anchored by Cisco's next generation secure WAN solutions, including advanced routing, a unified SD-WAN fabric, and a global cloud backbone. We can dynamically route traffic across multiple clouds and providers.
Technology is not an accessory. It's essential to how we think, teach, and grow. Flame has interdisciplinary learning, global outreach, and a fully digital ecosystem. But our tech wasn't really keeping up.
Every few hours, we would be restarting switches, fielding complaints. We decided to rebuild, and Cisco Meraki became our foundation. What used to take hours now take minutes from the Meraki dashboard. Uptime's over 99.9%, and our infrastructure feels invisible in the best way.
It is scalable, efficient, and future-ready, built to support the kind of campus we are becoming, not just the one we are today.
Everything is visible through the Meraki dashboard: health, alerts, device status, access policies, and identity-based segmentation, and just a small team of 6 people managing the entire network.
Faculty now focus on teaching. Tech just flows in the background.
We automated student attendance tracking by using student device check-ins, enabled by Cisco Meraki's open API and integrated with our own syslog server.
Now I can study late or attend online classes without dropping out.
This is what happens when infrastructure becomes invisible. We are scaling up 1200 plus more Wi-Fi devices, 160 plus switches, and still managing with the same lean team.
It feels future ready.
We are building a 3D navigation system based on the Cisco Meraki network. We are building more than a network. We are building a smart campus.
I don't think about the internet anymore. I just learn, create, and connect, and that is how it should be.
Overnight, our workforce doubled to 80,000 people.
We went from 50 offices to 117 across 5 continents. Every person, every connection had to be secure, consistent, and AI-enabled.
And it had to happen in 90 days. We needed one partner to do it, and that was Cisco. We began day one working with Cisco services. We needed a partner to simplify and build resilience.
Cisco Secure Access was the solution across every user, and the license came with something special. Every one of the 80,000 seats included Cisco ThousandEyes. This gave us immediate visibility of our new security infrastructure, literally as it rolled out. These are complex networks, so doing it rapidly but with assurance meant getting value sooner.
90 days later, it was done. It was very impressive.
That built the trust we needed to push further. We then lent on Cisco Capital for flexible finance to allow us to innovate broadly and rapidly. We transformed over 1,000 rooms with Cisco collaboration devices and WebEx Control Hub. Room usage rose 119% as spaces became smarter.
And today, just 60 people are needed to support a future-proofed workplace for 80,000.
We are now relying more on Cisco Catalyst Center and its AI to build resilience. We have already reduced IT incidents by 25%.
We began this journey with a test to see if Cisco could do one thing. Now we know they are capable of many things, but with one clear objective in mind, driving value for us and for our customers.
DP World is one of the largest logistics companies in the world. Per year, we move about 3 million containers, or boxes as we call them. If we stop, the nation starts to stop. Every minute, every hour is crucial.
When you turn up at a terminal, you can see the scale and sheer size of the operation. But what people don't see is what's behind the scenes. One of the important things for our business is ensuring that we have that solid foundation. And you can't do that with fragmented technologies. And that's where Cisco come to play for us, because we can start to use their full product suite and have that one house view of our technology stack. And so we start with our key cranes. And the ultra-reliable wireless backhaul there is a really important part of the technology stack for us here at DP World. Our industrial Ethernet switching, it's really not seen by anyone, but it's the lifeblood and carries that data across and allows all our equipment to talk seamlessly. And then we move to our core network, and the Catalyst network series from Cisco really comes to play there. That's where we have to, in this critical business, rely on those solid foundations of our tech stack.
We have established a national control centre, and that coordinates with all 4 ports and the ships that arrive into those ports, and where those boxes get put onto the ground and when those boxes get moved on to external transports.
$750 million worth of cargo goes through our business every single day. This business is mission critical. We are 24/7, and so it's important we have systems that are reliable and they have that uptime.
Our container ports in 10 years' time will be drastically different. To manage that environment, we need clever systems and rock-solid networks.
But it's like an orchestra. You've got to get every little part right for it to work and really hum. And so that's where having different products from Cisco and having that one house view is really important for us, so that everything works seamlessly. This business is huge. And so as you take a real step back and a high-level view of this business, technology is everywhere. And it's important that we have the right technology in place for the future.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. Thank you for sticking around. I encourage you all not to go anywhere, because right after this, we are going to head to Center Stage, the blueprint for a unified branch. Secured, scalable, and assured. Stick around and we will head to Center Stage right now for you.
Lee Peterson.
Hello everybody, how are we all doing? You've got to put your silent disco headphones on, you won't be able to hear me otherwise. So I do a little calibration test to start here, just to make sure we get some audience participation. So show of hands, who's heard of AI? Okay, that was a test, you all passed. So good, I know you're all listening to me now. So Lee Peterson, I lead the Secure WAN product group here at Cisco. So that we formed this group about a year ago. It's an amalgamation of our Meraki routing products and our Catalyst routing products, predominantly deployed in branch, and that's what we're going to be talking about today, unified branch, our approach to how we modernize infrastructure and do everything there. So now the real show of hands. Show of hands, any of out here using the Meraki SD-WAN products, Meraki MX? Right, about half. About show of hands, and keep your hand up if you also use the Catalyst SD-WAN products, the Catalyst routing products. About the same, okay, excellent. So good, I'm talking to some friendlies. I don't need to talk too slow here, which is great. And you've probably worked out by now, I'm an Aussie. Started my career at Telstra here out of uni, nearly 18 years in the States now, and about 8 years with Cisco, and like I said, for the last 12 months leading this new group. So we are very focused on everything we do in the branch. And so we think about the branch, things are evolving, things are moving very fast. And the AI question, good, you've all heard of AI, so I can talk about that, it's a safe space. But obviously AI is changing a lot of the dynamics about how we think about deploying branches, how we think about assurance of experience, how we think about connectivity, resiliency, reliability, all those things. And so there's a lot of trends that sort of underlie that. One is the evolution and the prevalence of the all wireless office, right? We're not running, and the all wireless branch, we're not running Ethernet to everything like we may have 10 or 20 years ago. We've seen workloads have a massive shift to the cloud, although we would argue that there is a little bit of a repatriation going on with that right now as we start seeing more of these very expensive, very heavy DPU type workloads that are very expensive to run in neo clouds or in hyperscalers, a little bit of a mix of investment and folks onshoring and repatriating some of those workloads into their own data centers for cost effectiveness. When we think about the branch, we could be talking hundreds, thousands, sometimes 10,000 plus locations. Clearly you don't have 10,000 IT people in each of those offices. So our ability to build and to operate at a scale where you can do this in a no-touch, low-touch way is super important, and it underlines a lot of the investment and a lot of the way we try and bring technology. And then the final piece we're seeing, particularly in the US, particularly sort of driven by federal government mandates around cybersecurity, post-quantum cryptography. So another show of hands here, anyone thinking about post-quantum crypto as they think about their investments? Yeah, all the financial services guys put their hands up, right? So the evolution of quantum chips and their ability to do massive parallel workloads will undermine a lot of the security techniques we use today to secure things like VPN, to secure things like data, to secure whether in device or at rest in storage. So it's a big element in driving a lot of the change and a lot of the evolution needed in products here. So for us, we looked at what is the best way we can approach this as Cisco. How can we help you, our customers, you, our partners, be ready for all these things that are happening, all this evolution, all this change that's going on in the branch right now. So you'll see us think about this in 3 different areas, and I'll cover all of these today. First off, what we do from an agentic ops perspective and how we use AI and embed that within the experiences to make that better. What devices do we need? How do we put the right devices in the right location, whether that's in aggregation sites, campuses, data centers, or at the edge in the branch? And then finally, how do we think about security, right? Every networking operator I talk to now, if I say, what's your number one concern? Security is usually the top one. If it's not the top one, it's generally the second. So even though we may still talk about a SecOps and a NetOps user, the coming together of those worlds and the need for them to be aware and to be across each other is super important. So one thing I want to get across for my Catalyst users, my Meraki users, is that we are invested in all the different modalities, all the different ways to deploy and operate. So on-prem is super important to us. Again, my financial services friends in the room, sometimes there is a requirement for regulatory reasons to create air-gap solutions, and on-premise is the only way to achieve that. So absolutely still very invested and very involved in that. We see an evolution of hybrid solutions. So maybe that is, I want on-prem for my WAN, but I want cloud management for my LAN. That's very common. Or maybe I want on-prem for the control plane, but I'm happy to let some of the management data from an analytics perspective, from an AI perspective, be tethered to the cloud. And then of course there's the cloud, the more sort of SaaS, the more sort of modern way to operate. So each one of these is perfectly valid. We don't think of the cloud as an inevitable journey everyone is on, because a large percentage of our customers are on-prem and will be always on-prem, given the environments they operate in, given the regulatory requirements. We do tend to talk about the cloud a lot though. We see it as the right choice for most customers if we're trying to capture as much as the bell curve, but like I said, on-prem still super critical, super important. Now, that will come to bear as I talk about some of the device investments and what we're doing from an operating system perspective there. So we launched this week and last week what we call the unified branch approach. And so there's a few different layers to this. Firstly, another show of hands, Cisco validated designs. Has anyone heard of, anyone use those? Great, okay. About maybe 20% of the hands here. So educate a little bit on that, and hopefully this is something that helps you. So a Cisco validated design is essentially a blueprint. How do I do something? So in our case, we have a ability to say, here's what a branch looks like, and I'm the leader for the routing product set, but I care a lot about what goes on from a switching, a wireless, an observability, and an overall platform perspective. So this is very much about how do we invest here, how do we make sure that we've got the full stack of products that you can manage there. We wrap that with, from the validated design perspective, we wrap that with the way you interface. And there's two modalities for that. One is that you use something like Terraform as an infrastructure as code. I won't talk about that too much now. I've got a great demo that shows what that looks like. The other is that you can use it natively within, say, the Meraki dashboard, where you can use the AI assistant to say, hey, I want to deploy 10 branches. And we use the assistant to say, here's a set of configuration parameters we recommend based on the type of deployment that you're doing. And would you like to execute that? And we then use the workflows engine within that product to go execute that and show you how that's been deployed. Was it successful? Did it take? Was there any problems? Any security risks you need to be aware of? Anything like that. So different ways that you can do this at scale, whereas in the previous world, you had to do a lot of that manually on a site-by-site basis. We can at least now look at how you can do that at a much greater scale. And I said 10 sites, it could be 100 sites, it could be 1,000 sites, making that much simpler, much easier to deploy. And then, of course, the management plane matters a lot as well. So the management plane becomes a common place where you have obviously some sort of UI you can interface with, a common set of APIs I can use to address and talk to these devices, and that's where the Terraform infrastructure as code interfaces as well. And of course, the layer where we apply our assurance tools, looking end-to-end visibility from what's going on within these networks, and then also owned and unowned infrastructure there as well. And when we think about agentic ops, we think about AI, we have to have a management plane to apply that across switching, routing, and wireless. So in a bit more detail here, I'm going to show this demo in a moment as to what this looks like, but one of some of the components that we launched as part of this unified branch, I mentioned this, the validated design. The other thing we did is the way Terraform works is you publish these things called Terraform providers. We have published a first-party, fully supported Terraform provider, completely open source. You can go pick that up and start messing around with it now if you want to experiment with it. But you can also, there is a CX service we wrap around it. They have a services as code, so if you want some help with that, we have a service we can offer there to help make that part of your operations, embed that into how you deploy, how you manage, and how you operate your branch networks. And so it's very all-encompassing how we do that. We've also got Git in GitHub. We've published some code snippets if you want to start playing with it. So say that every tool is there, whether you want help or whether you want to figure it out by yourself, a lot that you can do there. So I'm going to switch over to the demo here. So infrastructure as code, the whole purpose and the idea is this, is how do I automate operating at scale? So I mentioned Terraform. Terraform has been an approach that's been used in data centers for a long time. It's not a new technology, but applying it in this branch application is somewhat new. We're sort of the first to try and do it at this sort of scale. But essentially the idea is taking configurations and expressing them the same way we do software. And there's a lot of power in that. One of the things is that the nature of formatted language like this, and things like XML to express this, it's a formatted query language that's designed to be able to have a very structured way that you define how configuration looks, and it'd be very easily manipulatable. That's a very hard word to say. So what that then allows me to do is that I can then make changes and use a standard continual integration, continual deployment pipeline the way we plan, deploy, and manage software code, exactly the same way. So from here, I'm in GitLab. I can see the configuration there. And in this case, what I want to do is I've got 3 branch locations. I want to deploy 5 more. So from here, I switch over into where I actually make the edits. So I go in and actually add the code snippets for, here are the extra configurations, the extra sites I want to configure. And like I said, you can trigger this from within the UI, or you can do it in this code, this managed sort of way through Terraform. From there, I actually commit that. Again, the same way I commit software changes. That then allows me to have control over who approves it. I don't want anybody coming in and being able to mess with this. I want to have role-based access, permission, who can deploy it, who can approve these changes. I'm able to then go see that this is running, and we can see the full workflow that operates here. And once that's successfully executed, I can flip over to the dashboard and I can see now I've got 5 new sites deployed. Now that's what we call logical deployment. What that would allow me to do then is, say I had 5 locations I wanted to deploy in a night, I send the crews out there to do the install, no hands on keyboards. I don't need to send an IT operator. I send folks that understand low voltage cabling. They understand how to bring in and terminate DSL or cable connections or fiber connections from the service provider, and it's essentially plug and play at that point. So every second you save, every minute you save on those deployments at scale, again, when you're in the thousands of sites range, equals millions of dollars saved over the duration of a year. And what this then gives me is, that's the day 0 and the day 1 operations, but allows me to keep those configurations consistent, make sure there's no config drift, and keep things predominantly secure. Security is the main thing that we want to do this for, so we don't get disparity in different sites being deployed different way, which creates security vulnerabilities for us. Okay, switching gears to some of the devices that we've just launched to support all of this. So again, for our Meraki and our Catalyst crew in the room, we've brought those together. So like I said, I lead a product management team that consists of historically the Meraki products, so the MX, the MG, the Z series products. I said Z series products, I should localize that for you. And the ISR, ASR, and the Catalyst 8K products. So within that, anything you do today with any of our products is going to continue into the future. We're not taking anything away. Big investment in bringing features to iOS XE. And a lot of our customers that buy iOS XE-based devices just say to me, hey, Lee, I just need the CLI. I know how the CLI works, just give that to me. But we want to do that in a way that we have optionality around management and converging those products where they can be managed by the cloud as well. From an MX perspective, the MX is going to continue to have investment, so we'll have 2 operating systems that we have within this new portfolio that I'll talk about in a second, how these converge. And one of the things I've been able to do in the 12 months in the role is be very focused on, I have a service provider background, I come out of Telstra, I've worked with a lot of service providers, a lot of major enterprise accounts around the world, and I know what it is when we say it needs to be carrier grade, I know what it means when we say it has to be enterprise scale. We're investing in features that are going to provide a richer set of routing features in that platform. So think of things like having a 3rd WAN, and in some cases a 4th WAN, be able to convert LAN ports to WAN. Things like VRF support, things like a more richer set of BGP options to be able to configure. Things that allow us to operate in a scale. Where these converge though from a hardware perspective, if you look at our product portfolio, back in June at Cisco Live US, we launched the 8000 series secure router. So that will be the branding for all our new products, they'll refresh into that. What we'll do is we'll have an XE persona, an operating system in that product line, and we'll have an MX-based persona and operating system in that line. And I'll get into some detail here on how that actually shows up. So starting with the first round, we launched 12 new SKUs, a complete refresh of the product lineup, which are the XE-based platforms. And so some things I want you to know about that. There is a generational improvement that comes from us in moving from previous generation products to new generation products. And you would hope that's the case, but absolutely more performant, absolutely more on par with what some of our competitors might do from a throughput perspective, particularly when looking at security services. We built this around what we call the secure networking processor. So we have an ASIC in this product. Its sole purpose in life is to accelerate cryptographic workloads. That means I can run firewalling services at a much greater speed. That means that I can do IPsec tunnels at a much greater speed. So much more performant in general from a box perspective, and that clearly impacts when we look at this from a price performance perspective as well. I mentioned cloud. So the convergence point for us in this portfolio is bringing these XE-based routers onto the Meraki dashboard. So you can look at what we've done with the switching product line, where it went from monitoring to management. We're hoping to jump straight to management of these devices, so that we get to a point where, irrespective of whether it's an MX device or an XE-based router, I have parity from a management paradigm through the dashboard, which means I get access to those APIs, I get access to all those sort of pieces of tooling you get from the cloud. The other thing we did for any of the XE users in the room, any of the Catalyst 8K ISR users, we massively simplified the licensing. So bandwidth tiering is now gone. There's a single license for this. The security license is no longer something you have to buy in order to run IPsec. And we've also taken when you buy this product, we embed an OS license straight into the product, so you get a perpetual right to use this product. If you just want to operate it as CLI, you don't need support, you don't need those SD-WAN services, you don't need RMA services. Those are all completely optional. So we want to make this very frictionless and very easy for operators to pick up and be able to use, and for customers to be able to deploy in their networks. And like I mentioned, full refresh of the product line from the 8100 through the 8500, and as we refresh the products, they will all fall under this 8000 series secure router branding. Now, the MX products. We launched our first version of the MX under this product line just last week as well, the 8455-MX. So anyone familiar with the ladder, the product ladder from a Meraki perspective, the top product right now is the MX450. This would have notionally been the MX650. So what it is it's our most performant box, 2 to 3 times more throughput than you get in a 450. A great choice for running in VPN concentrator mode, running in aggregation sites, terminating SD-WAN tunnels, or running as a campus router as well. So very excited about this product, a lot more performance underlying, and like I mentioned, those improvements we're making around extra WAN ports and enterprise routing features like VRFs. The objective is not to build every routing feature that XE has, but we will continue to invest and build more enterprise features, bring more enterprise features to this operating system. The eventual aim would be when we have an XE router on dashboard, if there is a feature you need that's in XE, having the ability to instantiate CLI from the cloud, so you can go configure that on an individual device, but also to be able to do that at scale. Because we won't productize every single feature in an XE router because it's immense. We invented new features and new protocols and new ways to do things in those routers, but anything you need to access through the CLI will be possible via the cloud as we converge these from a management plane perspective. And then finally, like I said, we care about the full branch. So the WAN edge is very important to me, selfishly, but we need to make sure that from a Wi-Fi perspective and from a switching perspective, we're making the investments and we're getting the full set of things that you want to deploy in the branch into a single platform. Increasingly, when we talk to customers that deploy at scale, they don't want to have separate operating domains between each of their products. You need to have it in a single management plane. Otherwise, when there's a problem, it's impossible to troubleshoot. You're switching between different user interfaces. You can't zero in on where the exact problem is. And then finally, I wanted to talk about security and how we think about that. It's very important to us. So 3 layers of security here. I talked about the post-quantum cryptography. So this next-gen product is what we call quantum ready, meaning that when a quantum chip emerges, and very ambitious people think maybe that's 5 years, some think maybe 10 years, but there's an inevitability to a quantum chip, the ability to massively parallel process data that will essentially obliterate any of the technology we use today to secure this data. When that comes out, these devices are ready for that. It starts with, why do we call this a secure router? It starts with securing the device. So we do what we call quantum safe secure boot. So that means that I can't compromise the code on the device and sideload my own code or sniff traffic as it passes through these devices. It extends to what we do from a network connectivity perspective. So our IPsec tunnels, our SD-WAN, any of the VPN technologies we use have to use stronger ciphers, have to have quantum safe key exchange. We'll do that within our management plane. So PSKs that are able to rotate through those. And then finally, firewalling services and securing essentially the applications and the users that exist on the LAN that have to get onto the WAN. And that's an interesting point that where we think about that is that when we look at the branch locations now, there is less users with browsers, things like phones, things like laptops, things like iPads. More of the devices are headless. They're OT devices, and having a consistent way to secure those and be able to identify those, and that's where the Zero Trust network access comes in. So we work very closely with our security group to ensure that we've got a common way that we think about how we apply security in the network, how we do centralized policy distributed enforcement. So you'll see more investments there. We want to make sure that you can define the policy once, and whether it's deploying to a secure firewall, to a network device, whether it's running XE or MX, whether it's deploying to a third-party firewall, or it's deploying to our SASE cloud, that we have a great way to do that. So I have the distinct pleasure of bringing a special guest up on stage with me. So Westpac has been a long-standing partner of ours, and we've worked very closely with them on a lot of things. I didn't know this until I did this research, but Westpac is not only the oldest bank in Australia, it's actually the oldest company in Australia, over 200 years old. So a lot of legacy and a lot of heritage there. But a lot of what Westpac is doing and what we like to work on together is how do we help Westpac's digital-first strategy apply into this world that's evolving very fast. We think about AI, we think about big data, we think about how we do observability, assurance, and automation. We've worked very closely on how we bring that to bear, and I'd like to invite Wayne Bonnet from Westpac to come up on stage and talk a little bit about what we're doing there.
Thank you. Hi, Lee.
We've got some comfortable seats here for us.
Oh, great. Thank you. Cheers.
So, Wayne, thank you. Why don't we start with maybe a little bit of introduction to you and your role at Westpac?
Sure. Wayne Bonnet. I run the Secure Network Services team at Westpac. We look after all connectivity for the bank, both domestically and internationally. We also run the observability function for the bank that covers both applications and infrastructure.
Amazing. So let's talk a little bit about just when you look at your infrastructure, you look at what you do from a branch deployment perspective. What does that look like? What sort of challenges do you face?
Sure. So we support around 550 sites. We're always adding new devices and capabilities into the sites, things like security cameras, more voice and video capability. So there's always new demands for extra capacity across the network because of that. We also are very focused on reliability of the sites, and customer expectation is no longer 5 nines like it used to be many years ago. The expectation is we have 100% uptime, so we're very focused on that and the resilience that we can get out of the technology.
So as you think about the journey you've been on, connectivity, how has that evolved and how has that changed the way you approach the branch?
It's changed a lot. I'd say 6 years ago, when I started in the role, we had a 10 meg MPLS link. We probably used about half the bandwidth there. We then increased that to be dual carrier 100 meg links over fibre with a 4G backup. And we thought, that's going to serve us forever. And we just increased all of those sites to 250 meg dual carrier links and about to deploy 5G as a transport backup there as well. So, and then from a Wi-Fi perspective, we're on Wi-Fi 6. So next for us is Wi-Fi 7. Next year, so in 2026, we're going to upgrade from the ISR 4Ks to the Cisco 8200 secure routers. So
You're getting the full name correct.
Yeah.
You practice that many times.
It's good to remember. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So when you go, the 500 sites, what does the deployment look like? How do you typically do that? In the dark of night, ninjas drop in and deploy this stuff. How does your team go and get these things connected and up and running?
Yeah, we do it in a fully automated way. So we obviously have people on site to connect the devices. All the configurations are pre-done, and they get the configuration gets pushed down to the devices through automation. So yeah, it's a highly automated, very efficient approach. We've done it a few times now. So yeah.
What does your deployment window look like? So how many hours do you budget for a team to get
I think
branch done?
Probably we can generally hit around 50 branches in a week. Wow. Is our record. So yeah, the next deployment, we'll see what happens. We kind of anticipate it's going to take us 12 months to get through the sites, but yeah, that's the cadence that we've hit previously.
So then as you think about, you're adopting the new 8200 secure router, using SD-WAN technologies, how do you think about that? What sort of business outcomes do you drive, and what drove you to choose that set of products and that set of overlay technologies from Cisco?
I think when you're buying hardware, we always look how the device is going to service over a 5-year period. So the asset life is that time. So we've always got to look ahead for that period, see what new developments are going to come out in that 5 years. I'd say, from a security perspective, being aware of, post-quantum cryptography has been really important to us. I wouldn't want to bet that someone's not going to crack the quantum problem in the next 5 years. Yep. So when we made the decision with the devices and with Cisco, that was very front of mind and really key to it from a security perspective. So.
And then you think of other bad actors. I talk about the almost like the renaissance from a cybersecurity hacking perspective. We've got vibe coders, we've also got vibe hackers out there. I think that the barrier to entry to somebody to do terrible things using AI to supplement these attacks. So how do you think about securing the branch, securing the data and the applications that you run over these networks? Yeah, I think the ability to respond very quickly is really important. So if there's a new vulnerability that comes out, we automate those deployments. It's not uncommon for our team to update 500 devices in one change. So we use CI/CD pipelines to do that, and automation's really key to how we manage all of that infrastructure and really important to us. We probably do around 1,000 changes a month, and we currently track about 30% of those changes fully automated. Obviously, we want to take that a lot further in the future. There's a big drive to do that because of the efficiency, the reliability that we get from doing automated change. So operating in a highly regulated industry like you do, a lot of regulatory oversight, how do you use the technology and the tools to comply and make sure you stay in front of that? Yeah, it's become increasingly important that we maintain all of our infrastructure. So we aspire, as part of that 5-year refresh cycle, which we refer to as our evergreen model,
we aspire to always replace devices before they reach an end of vulnerability support date.
Yep.
And we feel that within that 5-year period, we're in pretty good shape to do that.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep. And then you talked about infinite nines availability. How do you look at that from an assurance perspective? What do you bring to bear to make sure your applications are running, that your users are getting the experience they expect?
Yeah, I mean, having the observability function sit within in the network space as well is very helpful for that. We're a heavy ThousandEyes user or customer, and we use that specifically on the WAN to monitor the overlay and the underlay, and it's on many occasions found or proven that we've had a carrier make a change, especially on the international network. Yep. They've made a change to divert traffic through another location, which has increased latency. All we've seen before we've looked into ThousandEyes is the application performance decrease.
Yep.
So having that clear telemetry and visibility through ThousandEyes has been really helpful.
Well, final question, Wayne. Thank you for appreciate you taking the time here, but what do you got planned for the future? Anything you're particularly excited about as you look out into the next 5 or 10 years from a network perspective?
Yeah, so in the next 12 months, we'll be doing the branch rollout. I think a really important point with the rollout was, and something that our team raised when we were making the decision with what technology to go, was bringing together routing, switching, and Wi-Fi as one ecosystem, which is quite aligned to the unified branch approach. They were adamant, the team were adamant that needed to be provided through one vendor, because that way we didn't get finger pointing in the branches, and if we had a problem, it was very clear who we were working with to resolve it. Yep. So we're going to run hard at that in FY26. Complete the rollout. I think the other piece that we're really excited to see is where the new developments in agentic AI come in to help with operations. We have copious amounts of data from the observability platforms that we've got. We think that agentic AI is going to unlock how we use that data and how much value we get out of it. And I think Cisco is going to be part of that journey with us as a trusted partner. So
amazing. Thank you for the partnership. Thank you for the time today. So final call to action for everybody. If you want to see this in action, we have the new products and the unified branch demos just around the corner here. Look for the cycles. That's where our very retail focused type experience is. But please go check that out. And thank you everybody for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to the studio, everyone. We've just come back from Center Stage, where we heard all about how Unified Branch integrates security, automation, and cloud management. And I really do believe that AI message and integration simplicity is really flowing through this Cisco Live messaging so far. Unified Branch really helps to simplify operations, defend against threats, and enable those resilient networks ready for AI. Now, we're about to head over to a favourite studio interviews of ours. Now, we have a very special guest with us over in the studio. She is the crowd favourite, and I think we have a lot of questions that we're going to get around how AI is performing in our CX portfolio and how our customer experience is experiencing AI, which is very exciting to hear about. So we're going to head over to the other studio now. Again, she's my favourite, I must admit. Over to Jackie G, who's over with Sheikha now in the studio.
Thank you, Dave. And yes, we have another Cisco Live broadcast interview with the one and only Jackie G in the studio. Hello, Jackie. How are you?
Hello. It's great to be here.
Yeah, it must have been a busy last few days and few more coming up for you.
That is correct.
Yeah.
It is like that every time.
Yes.
But I love it. I love it.
Yeah. The keynote was something incredible. We were looking forward to a lot of announcements. So was there any highlights for you from the keynote when you talked today?
It's always the same one, the customer.
The customer, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Rajesh and the team, their story about how they were able to get off a legacy system that was touching 88,000 employees across hundreds of different sites and do it in 90 days. I mean, just think about that. You know, most CIOs are trying to figure out how to get off, how to plan for that. And sometimes I think it's a multi-year event.
Yeah.
But I think because we had that trust between us, because we had the right people in the room, we were able to build a plan and get it flawlessly executed in 90 days. And you know, we're proud of that. And of course, him as a customer leaning in to do something like that. You know, we don't take it for granted, and we put everything into it to make sure it is seamless.
Yeah, and I think with that customer highlighting their journey, it will inspire a lot of customers in our region and obviously, hopefully, globally as well. And
That's right.
I also have Rajesh in the interview. I'm interviewing him later as well, so I'm definitely going to ask him how it transformed the journey for them and what it means for them and their end users.
Sure.
In terms of how is Cisco CX transforming all these new demands with AI everywhere and the security, and how is it all tying together in terms of customer experience?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like what I would say is that the current landscape, call it that, the current shift in technology, the advent of AI, and it's not a hype, even though a lot of people use it very loosely.
Buzzword, yeah,
we don't use it loosely.
No.
What I would say is that we are reimagining CX because we have to. We have to do it for our customers. We have to figure out how we can not only relentlessly drive automation in every product that we are helping our customers implement and drive value from, but we now leverage AI. So things like, for example, digitizing code. When we do network implementations, and we do thousands of them all over the world, millions of times, if we can bring the best of our engineers into a large language model and be able to produce 96% accurate plans for every customer doing that deployment, and then of course you need the 44% of the human expertise to bring whatever the customer needs to that particular implementation. But imagine that. And wherever we're doing it now, we've got more and more customers buying it, by the way, in the region. We call it digitized code internally. We call it services as code for our customer. Wherever we're doing that, it literally is the difference between, it takes me 8 minutes to, let's say, deploy 10 devices versus months.
Yeah.
So it is and by the way, it's not just the time, it's the quality.
Yeah.
If you have an issue, you can click a button and roll it back.
Yeah.
There is the manual intervention and the risk of a change going wrong literally reduces by an incredible amount.
Yeah, and I think that ties really well into the Cisco IQ story as well, which
Yes.
you mentioned and I think when we announced it at Partner Summit, I already had customers coming to me
Did
and be
you?
like, when is this going to be live? When can we actually, because that's when we can actually see all the use cases get transformed and the operations becoming easier for all the IT people, the troubleshooting and all the predictive analysis. So can you tell us more about the Cisco IQ?
Sure. And by the way, we've shared this with a number of customers this week, private sessions with the government, with retail, with banking customers, and they all are in with us in the early field trial. Now think of it this way, you know, right now, when our customers are running production systems, it's called a network, it's called a data center. Anything goes wrong in those systems, you may not be able to get your money out of an ATM bank, or something in a hospital doesn't work, or a university can't get online to teach its students. It's a big deal. And so we pride ourselves, Cisco has always prided ourselves on being one of the best companies in the world to react, respond, and fix the outage within minutes. Right?
Yeah.
We pride ourselves. We've built an incredible team in CX centers in our TAC, and we're getting better and better at it. We're using AI to get better and better at it. And by the way, 70-80% of our cases are now have an AI in the loop. Actually, it's more than that. It's about 80-odd%.
Yeah.
Now, take it one step further. What if, by using the data that we had, again, back to my other example, what if by using the data that we had on millions of customers, we could tell you how to run a security assessment. We could tell you what vulnerabilities you have We could tell you where your last day of support is, and we can tell you what the fix is. In order to go fix it, what's the actual code that will fix that particular situation that's in your network or in your data center? And then you fix it, which basically means it never causes an outage. And so the more we use the data, the more we use the learnings from our customer without sharing any confidential information, but the learnings on the network, the learnings on the data center, the more we're getting in front of that. And that's what we're launching as part of Cisco IQ.
Yeah.
Understand your assets, do AI-assisted troubleshooting, know what your environment is and what risks that you have and how to remediate those and how to prioritize those.
Yeah.
And so it's radically changing not only what we bring to customers when they buy support from us, but also what our internal engineers, by freeing up their time, they can add even more value for our customers, as opposed to just doing the mundane, repetitive, manual. We're trying to get away from that. Predictive, proactive is where we want to go, not reactive.
Yeah, and I think that does tie really well into because, for example, I have customers coming in, like end of support date, they have to go through 10 logins to try and find out, and then searches online, and just all that having at a single pane of glass where they can actually get all that data when they're going to end of support, or even predictive analysis you talked about. I think that definitely would be a game changer.
And here's the thing. When I was Cisco's customer, I would have bought that.
Exactly,
100%. I mean, who doesn't want that? I think I said it on stage this morning. The boring stuff, no one wants to do it. Yeah. It's a lot of work, it's hard work, but when it goes wrong, everyone remembers you. And so we want to make sure we take that risk away from our customers. We give them the best AI agentic-led, large language model-led, quality documentation that is automated, where they can feel that they can trust Cisco with something that's so important that actually is running their company. The companies are built on data centers and networks.
Yeah. And I think this is where the power of CX comes into picture, because obviously we can sell to our customers, we match their use cases, but then how do we adopt and how do we actually incorporate all the users? And that's why customer experience is so important. Do you see the partner landscape kind of fitting into this Cisco IQ or the customer experience journey?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I talked about how we've simplified our offers. So we have Cisco support, standard, enhanced, and signature. We're also going to have, at some point, partner support. So partners can brand it through theirs as they have done in the past. Cisco support, partner support. Now, here's the thing. We want to ensure that we help our customers with AI, with repeatable automation, with digitized code to drive the value of their infrastructure fast, and then make sure that it's always on.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of scaling like our partners do, that is not what CX is in the business of doing. We are not a services integrator. We're not a managed services company. We want to be at the front end in terms of getting our products to really shine and value and reliability and resilience. That's what they want from us. And then we want to support partners to scale. So we will be focusing a lot more on how do we enable our partners to learn Cisco IQ? How do we enable our partners to take our insights to help their customers? Because it will change our partners' landscape as well. And by the way, we've met a number of them this week.
Yeah.
They're like, me first.
Yeah.
And we're going to lean in. We're going to make sure that we get moving with our partners on this as well. Now, clearly customers, GA will go first in about 9 months or so, and then partners will follow, but we're going to try and do it as quickly as we can.
I can already envision that partners would be really excited for this, because obviously they also have so many customers to support and help them to scale, because they are the ones who would be, especially if they bought services through a partner, having that insight will also definitely be incredible for partners, and providing partner support on that.
Exactly.
I think that customer experience. I feel like I was also, before we went into the keynote, everyone was like, what are we excited? I'm like, I'm excited about customer experience, because I sit under that realm of things, and I talk to all the customers after the sales happen, and they're like, we have all this, but help me understand this.
Actually, it was interesting. I was talking to an analyst straight after the analyst session, and he said to me, Jackie, I think no one's realized that the most The area that will drive the biggest transformation for customers is customer experience. Now, don't get me wrong, the products are at the core.
Yeah.
Of course, G2 and the team are at the core. Of course, we are a product company. But if we get the customer experience part of this right, honestly, we will be unbeatable for our customers, making sure they get the value, they are resilient, they are proactive and predictive, and we are providing them a very hyper-personalized service that's tailored to their data, their environments, because we know it. We know it through our Cisco IQ platform. So it's exciting times.
It is.
Can you tell?
No, that's why being in CX as well, like sitting under the customer success, we talk to customer and we know how important it is.
Yeah.
The product is at core of everything, as you said, and all the innovations, amazing. But all the team, the customer experience team, help it actually come to life and come to fruition. And it's amazing to see results like the LTI Mindtree.
Yeah,
which,
totally.
Again, really looking forward to interview Rajesh later. And
he's amazing, by the way. He's very humble.
Yeah.
You know, I was trying to make sure this morning that everyone realized, you know, how talented he is.
Yeah.
You know, you need a leader to drive change like he is doing. It is not an easy thing to convince your board. To literally replace a 10-year-old platform and do it with such calmness. So he makes it look easy, but honestly, I'm very impressed with him. I am humbled to call him a friend, and you know, we're very lucky to have him as a customer.
That's awesome. So looking ahead, we've talked about all the amazing things that are happening, and you mentioned that in the next 6 to 8 months, there would be more updates coming on Cisco IQ. So in the future, other than that, can you give us any sneak peek into CX, or what do we have looking for, so customers and partners can look forward to it in the future?
Yeah, I think, look, what I would say is that Cisco IQ underpins everything that we do in CX. And now we've simplified the offers, Cisco Support and Cisco Professional Services. Cisco IQ is the foundation. Now, you heard some of what we're going to be launching around the, you know, predictive asset insights, around the AI proactive troubleshooting, around the infrastructure assessments, which usually take people to do. It will be done dynamically through our platform because we understand your assets. Now, those things are things that today some people in CX do, and our customers do manually. What I say to the team is, embrace the change, because where our customers need you is not to do the same thing that's broken and fix it 25 times. They need you helping them with their next implementation. Rajesh isn't finished.
Yeah,
you know,
just the beginning.
His change around, you know, that whole area in security is just one of many more things he has to do. He wants us to be working on the next one, not worrying about how to get some manual things done today and tomorrow. So the next wave is, it's going to change the way our people work. It's going to change the way our customers work. And what I would say to my team, I tell them all the time, the same thing I said in the cloud era, embrace it.
Yeah.
We need you, our customers need you to do more for them. And right now you're caught up with manual, repetitive things that, by the way, a friend, colleague of yours in a different country in Cisco already solved.
Yeah.
So don't solve the same thing again 1,000 times. Let's free up the time of our incredible talented engineers and customer success teams to go do things that are more value add for our customers. And by the way, that's what they want.
Yeah.
That's what they want us to do.
Yeah, exactly. Jackie, it's been awesome as always to have you in the studio and talk about the keynote. And I was really looking forward to your keynote as well. And thank you so much, and amazing conversation.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to Keynote Deep Dive and listen from our teams what they have to say about some of the deep dives. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here at Cisco Live Melbourne for second year for me. How many of you folks, by the way, got a chance to see the talk this morning, the keynote where there was a lot of talk about digital resilience and Splunk and so on? Okay. What did you guys think of the demo? Just kidding. I'm not doing any demos. That's not my thing. I'm here to talk about where we're headed with observability in the era of AI, and there are many stations out here where you can get a great demo if that's what you're into. Now, like I said, my name's Patrick Lin. I've been in the observability business for a decade or so, and I've been in the business of helping to ensure systems are resilient since the early days of server virtualization. So dating myself a little bit there, but the point of me saying that is to say that I've been in this business of kind of tracking what's going on and helping to shape how we think about the state of applications and infrastructure and the businesses that rely on them for about 20 something years. And in that time, right, we've seen greater and greater complexity out there in all kinds of environments, right? With the systems and the applications and services now with a range of architectures, with a range of vintages, right? And they're running across all kinds of different networks. Some of them you own, some of them you don't. A lot of stuff's going over the internet. And they can be accessed through a variety of different mechanisms, mobile apps, could be something in your browser, it could be a single page app. And all of that is interconnected in ways that can be hard to see and sometimes actually even harder to understand, right? And in this kind of picture, right, when something fails, that can cascade very quickly, right? You might actually see that happening at machine speed, and before you know it, all hell has broken loose. Now, does that get better in the age of AI? Well, let's take a look, right? Because as AI takes center stage, the picture does get a little bit more complicated. In the old world, right, we thought about systems as being reasonably deterministic. So you put the same input into them, you get a predictable output, right? And we've been tossing around this term about determinism and so on. All feels kind of random, right? When you go and put something in ChatGPT, you say the same thing, 3 times, you get 3 different answers, right? And so that kind of thing helps us to really understand at a visceral level the fact that AI, it's really kind of playing by a different set of rules altogether. And the LLMs, they can generate some pretty outstanding and amazing and fascinating results, and sometimes, unintended, shall we say, right? And when we get to agents, the thing about them is that agents are operating within a more constrained framework, right? And so as a result of that, they're somewhat more predictable in the actions that they take. But their autonomous behavior, especially when they start to interact with one another, shall we say that might be a cause for some concern, okay? And so in this newer world, right, if we thought it was complex before, I kind of think we ain't seen nothing yet. Okay, so with that, right, what is it that we are in the business of doing as Splunk as part of Cisco? It's really about the same mission we've had for a few years here around delivering digital resilience, but with AI in the picture. And so there are kind of 2 aspects to that, right? Part of it is about resilience for AI. So we need to make sure that the systems that we've got, they're trustworthy, they're reliable, and at the same time, we also need to have resilience with AI, right? To make sure that we can take advantage of what AI can do for us, so that we can actually deliver on the outcomes that we're looking for when it comes to security tools, observability tools, all the different things that you have that are now getting turbocharged with the power of AI. And that fundamentally is the reason why we've brought the Cisco Data Fabric to life. For those that are interested in more detail on this, actually I saw it right over there. There's a booth talking about it in much greater detail. But I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview here because it's fundamental to the approach we're taking at Splunk around Splunk in the age of AI. Because fundamentally what we're doing is saying, given all these changes that are happening, how can we adapt what we're doing for that purpose? How do we help you stay ahead of the needs that you have as AI becomes more and more prevalent in the environments you have to manage, and how it helps to make the outcomes you want faster and better, and hopefully still predictable and high quality over time. And so what is the Cisco Data Fabric? Well, it is fundamentally based on the Splunk data platform that our customers have known and loved us for quite some time, right? but it's getting a massive infusion of AI-powered workflows, and it is also something that we are going to use to carve out a niche in the data lake landscape. Okay, and so this is something that is going to focus on machine data, right? That's our specialty as Splunk, is how do we make use of that data so that you can do things like train and build your own models on top of the data that you have. So now, of course, the question is, why do we need this newer approach? And there are a few different pieces to it, right? Part of it is the sheer quantity of data. You know, we like to talk about the ludicrous amount of data. It is kind of silly how much it is that's out there. I always get a picture of ludicrous when I'm saying that. But it is kind of funny how much data there is and how you have to be able to manage that properly and analyze that properly. The second piece there is that there's actually an inherent value to that data beyond the uses that we have for it today, right? Where we say, okay, we capture all this data, you can go and analyze it for security purposes, for observability purposes, a lot of other kind of use cases of that data. But the data itself can actually be used for the purpose of training models, right? And I'll talk about an example of where we've done that already. The third piece here is really about evolving the way in which we use the data on a day-to-day basis. So just like developer workflows have radically changed with the introduction of AI, right? You go to a development shop these days and you've got AI coding agents helping you build the actual code. You've got AI helping you write the unit tests, right? You've got things that make the whole process of coding dramatically different than what it used to be. And our hypothesis is that you'll see a similar evolution in terms of the things that are enabled on top of the Cisco data fabric for the security operations, the engineering, the net ops, the IT ops teams, right? You'll see a different way for interacting with the data because of this. Okay, so what does this fabric actually look like? This is, by the way, not an anatomically correct view. It's really designed to help you understand a few key points about the approach that we're taking when it comes to the Cisco data fabric, right? The first part of that, it is, like I said earlier, an evolution of the platform that we got on top of which we are building observability and security solutions. And the one thing that doesn't change is that customers and partners can still build on top of this platform, right? It's still an open platform, it's still data agnostic, and the value of Splunk that everyone kind of has relied on in terms of its ability to be neutral to that data, irrespective of what source it comes from, what format it comes in, who's which vendor, whose product it comes from, right? All of that we'll still continue to take in, and that is fundamental to our approach, right? So that's sort of thing number one, right? No change to Splunk as sort of the neutral third party in capturing data for your use. The second piece here is that there are some capabilities here that may look unfamiliar, right? But there also are elements that hopefully, if you've been kind of following along with the evolution of Splunk, will look familiar to you, right? Federated data access has been part of the strategy for the last several years because we really do want to make sure that you're able to get to the data wherever it lives without necessarily having to think about, okay, what happens if I have to ingest all of that into the Splunk platform, okay? And the point here really is that this is, again, an evolution of the Splunk platform. It's not a whole different product that organizations have to buy, okay? So then what is actually new here? There's a couple of different things. Now, the first is actually the machine data lake, which is sort of that foundational layer in there, and it's something that we are building right now. It'll be alpha early next calendar year. And what it's going to do is aggregate data irrespective of the source and irrespective of the format and put it into common models like OCSF or OpenTelemetry. And on top of that, there's an enterprise-grade analytics layer that allows you to derive insight from that, right? And so with this as a foundation, you can build your own machine GPT, so to speak. The other thing that's really new here is the part that is referred to as the AI native experiences. And I think the example that we saw on stage today, AI Canvas, is one of the types of AI native experiences, right? Where you have a way to interact with the data that's different than before, where instead of memorizing your SPL commands, you can just talk to an assistant and then bring other people in to collaborate with it. You can see the trail trail of the different prompts that they've had, because that's part of the thing you need to do in order to trust the output that the AI agent or assistants are providing to you, so that you can actually get to the end result that you want, right? When you're working with people to figure out like what problem has occurred or what security breach has occurred. Now, the third here is about the evolution in our approach around data management and federation, right? And there's a couple of things I really want to emphasize about this, because I think when we talk about federation, oftentimes I think it's unclear to folks what we mean by that. And one of the main things that we need to make sure is understood is that this is about bringing Splunk to the data, rather than saying, I need to centralize all of that data into the single data store, and only until then, right, can I do something useful with it. This is about saying it's okay to leave it where it is, because it might not be something where you want to incur the cost of bringing all of that in, right? And this is a very big shift in the mindset overall when it comes to Splunk. And we're continuing to evolve the data that we're able to bring into this and extend it in different ways. So originally, federation was about taking different instances of Splunk and saying, okay, let me make that part of a logical grouping. We've added things like support for Amazon S3. And one of the more interesting partnerships we've actually brought in here is with Snowflake, so that you can combine business data and operational data to get some more insights into a single view, right? And it's a big step, in our view, towards a connected data fabric across the entirety of your enterprise. Now, what are the kinds of things you can do once you've actually got that data fabric in place? Well, one of the things is this idea of a time series model. This is actually a foundation model that we've been working on. We're going to put it on Hugging Face here pretty shortly. And the basic idea, when I said machine GPT, right? That's kind of the idea here, is that we take these same approaches that you have with a chat GPT, but instead of just chatting with it, we're taking machine data. So we're taking time series data, we're taking metrics, and instead of having the model predict what the next word is or what the next phrase is going to be, it's going to predict the next value in the time series. So instantly you can kind of imagine, okay, hey, wouldn't this help us actually get to better and more accurate anomaly detection, right? So instead of having approaches that are based on statistical methods where I'm looking at, the mean plus standard deviations, and I adapt to seasonality with some form of machine learning, how about if I've got something that can predict it, right? And would that not give me a better result ultimately when I'm trying to get into the right monitoring posture as quickly as possible? Right? So there's a lot of art of the possible here, and I think there's a few iterations of this that you'll see over time, but we're very optimistic about where this can go. The other thing that we can do with this, so I was talking earlier about having AI-powered workflows, and a lot of that is also being delivered on top of this data fabric. So with SPL2, effectively we have a next generation of the Splunk query language that most of our customers are familiar with, and this is something that actually will work across all Splunk products. Okay, so that's a very critical thing as well, is that it's not limited to the original kind of Splunk logging platform that everyone is familiar with. In addition, aside from having that language, right, we'll continue to iterate on the AI assistant for SPL so that you can talk to it in natural language and get the right query output from it. Okay. So that's the core platform piece of what we're doing at Splunk. And of course, on top of that, we're building a lot of capabilities in both observability and security. And of course, this is my wheelhouse. So I'm sure this is going to be an awesome section, right? So many great things we're doing in this area. See, there's even sparkles, right? I forgot to point out there's always sparkles when we talk AI in observability. And just like we've adapted the Splunk platform for AI, we're also adapting what we do in observability for that purpose, right? And I think the way we're doing that is by delivering on what we call agentic observability, which has three key elements to it. The first of those is about how we use AI to turbocharge observability. Right? And it's not just about giving you an assistant, right, to make your data exploration or your troubleshooting more efficient. It's about working with you, right? Because AI can effectively be a team member that you work with, and it can help do things that will accelerate whatever it is you're doing in the workflow around observability. So whether that's giving you another pair of hands or another brain, I guess, right? Or helping you diagnose issues more quickly, right? There are a lot of things that can be brought to life by bringing AI agents into the mix. And the other thing about this, right, is that it is about taking a more proactive stance when you think about how you prevent issues from spiraling out of control. So it's not just how do I react more quickly, right? It's also about saying, can I get to a picture of where things are headed so that I can get ahead of them and hopefully fix things or tune things before they get out of control. And so the first element of this that we've been working on actually is in alpha today. It is an AI troubleshooting agent as part of Observability Cloud. And these agents are designed to actually look across all the different sources of data, the metrics, the logs, the traces, and they will generate hypotheses about what is actually going on and help to pinpoint root causes. Okay, so it's pretty interesting. This stuff is working. I don't know if we've got the demo showing up over the pods just yet, but it's something that we've got in our customers' hands, and I think the reaction so far is quite positive. Always, of course, more work to do, but I think they really love the way it's helping them to democratize access to that information and make the processing of it and the analysis of it much faster. Now, the second deliverable here when it comes to agentic observability is in actually addressing the fact that AI needs oversight. Okay? And we've talked about how they're unpredictable, same input, different output, blah, blah, blah. You guys have heard this story many times already. But the point here for us is that in order to get to a higher level of understanding of what's happening, you need observability across that entire stack, right? Starting from the GPUs, looking at the agents, the conversations, right? And when it comes to what you're actually measuring, the traditional golden signals aren't going to be enough around your latency or your error rates, right? Those things are of course important, but you're going to need more than that. You're going to need to look at the quality of the responses. You're going to need to look at the cost and be able to say, is it better for my business if I use AI in this way or that way, right? This model or that model, because those are going to be really important for making sure that as you use it, it fits into the business goals that you have. And so we're delivering pieces of this today. AI infrastructure monitoring is already generally available. That's something that we talked about actually at Cisco Live back in June. We have AI agent monitoring here in the works now. It's in alpha state. And what it's doing is actually looking at the performance of the models that underpin the agents so that you can then decide whether they're doing the right thing or not, right? They're taking the concept of tracing and extending that to capture the payload of, hey, what is the user prompt? What is the system prompt that's being submitted? What is the response that I'm getting back from the LLM? So that I can actually get a very, very accurate picture of how the application that is enabled by that LLM, how it's performing. The other piece here is that it does integrate with Cisco AI Defense so that we have complete visibility into that side of things as well. Because ultimately our belief here is that even though there are teams that are a little bit more specialized on using AI and ML related systems, it's going to be part of the job of every engineer who's building applications to incorporate that. And therefore, all the concerns that those folks typically have in those more specialized roles will become part of what you see application engineering teams needing to deal with. And that's why we want to make sure that visibility is brought in here as well. Okay. Now, all of this innovation actually is not possible if you don't have a strong platform approach to support it. All right, it's one that you need in order to be able to see those end-to-end workflows without having to resort to a swivel chair approach. And I think the foundation there is really an important one to put in place, because if you don't have that, then what is the AI acting on, right? The AI needs access to the data in a fairly clean fashion, right? And without it, it's only going to have a limited set of things that it can look at. Okay, so for us to be able to get to that, root cause analysis across all those sort of different types of data, all those different layers, we need to have access to it in the first place. Okay. And so, what we've been delivering here in the background, that is not all the AI flash with the sparkles and stuff, is actually the nuts and bolts of what I'm actually getting asked about most here at this conference, which is around how we bring the different parts of our portfolio together. So this example here is talking about the support we have in application performance monitoring for multiple types of architectures, right? Where originally we focused a lot in Splunk observability on cloud-native type approaches, microservices, Kubernetes, containers, serverless, that kind of thing. And we've extended that and kind of brought in a lot of the capabilities that were in the App Dynamics portfolio around looking at more monolithic architectures, 3-tier, N-tier, that sort of thing. And also bringing in things like database monitoring, things like bringing in the secure application for real-time vulnerability detection in your applications. And really kind of bring that into a single console kind of approach. Now, all of that, of course, is a foundation for the engineering and ops folks who need to deeply understand how things are going. But we also know that oftentimes when there's a problem, it's not really necessarily all on them, right? Oftentimes it's going to be that there may be a design issue, right? Maybe the usability of this thing isn't quite right. And so we want to be able to ensure that our customers are able to get an even broader view as to what's going on and understand things from the user experience perspective. And that's why we've started to go into the area of digital experience analytics. This is something that is also in alpha. It lets you visualize the end-to-end path to see where customers are dropping off, be able to pinpoint what's driving engagement and conversion, right? And if something feels off, you can actually go and look at the actual sessions, right, using session replay, and get to that spot to say, okay, here's where the friction actually occurs. And by the way, let's hand it off to the design team instead of blaming the engineering folks or the bringing the SREs in. Okay. Lastly, but certainly not least, is how we're bringing NetOps into the picture. So, of course, many folks here know that part of the portfolio within Cisco is around networking with ThousandEyes, and we've actually been doing a whole lot of work here to do integrations across them so that you can get to the single most important thing for every network operations person, which is to blame someone else when something goes wrong, right? And so this actually gives us visibility to say, okay, is the problem in the network or in the application, and whether you're looking at it from the networking side or from the application side, you'll get that answer because the integration is bi-directional. Okay? Okay. So that's what we're doing in observability. We are also, of course, bringing AI into the security side of the equation. So let's pivot to talk a little bit about that. Okay? Now, I think it sort of goes without saying that things have not been easy in the SOC over the last few years, and I think a lot of folks assume that AI is actually going to make this worse, right? It's going to not just make things more complicated when it comes to applications and understanding how that's supposed to behave, but it's also potentially going to speed up the kind of attacks that can get generated, right? And so I think if we see SOC folks already dealing with alert fatigue, dealing with expanding attack services, dealing with skill shortages, that picture may actually get worse here in the short term, right? AI is going to amplify all of those challenges, in our opinion. And so for us, I think one of the things we're trying to do is say, okay, security teams and the tools they use, can we make them more intelligent? Can we make them more adaptable? Can we make them more collaborative so they can get ahead of this sort of thing? And so, of course, we're going to then evolve security operations in order to help with that scenario. Now, there's a few things that we're doing on this front. The first is we do need to make sure we're simplifying the analyst experience, right? Today, oftentimes you've got different tools, just like you have in other realms, where if I'm looking at the threat detection, I'm using a different tool for that than the remediation and the tool to do automated remediation, right? And so one of the things that we're doing within Splunk is saying, okay, how do I take the different tools here and put them into a single work surface in the form of security additions? And so you'll see this actually already today in the product, where we can say, okay, the detections, the investigations, right, the response, they're all in one place. And you have integrated threat intelligence with that. So instead of having to go get a bunch of different products and have swivel chair actions within the security team, right, you have this one surface. And this sort of premier edition actually starts with, I think, ES 8.2, okay, for those who are keeping track of the details there. Now, the other second thing here is really around this theme of how do we adapt in the era of AI. And I think for us, this is about bringing in AI to turbocharge what we're doing for security. So there is an AI assistant now that's available that we have that can help do things like AI-powered query generation, summarization of issues. And also, we're in the process of building a triage agent, okay? Something that will use agentic AI to streamline alerts, prioritize what's important, streamline the investigations that you can do with them. Okay? So lots here that is actually going to be about saying, okay, how do I, again, turbocharge the tools that I have with AI and get to a better outcome. Now, finally, through expanded detection and visibility, we're also focused on bringing order to the enormous amount of security data volumes and making sure we can surface threats through all the noise. And so one of the ways in which we're doing that is by releasing something that's based on an acquisition of a company called Snap Attack. What we're doing is we're releasing this thing called the Detection Studio, and as the name kind of implies, this is something that helps you to author and tune the detections you've got. It's a workbench for teams so that they can assess the health of the detections they've got. It adds versioning, adds a bunch of things you can do to make sure that you are up to snuff in your security posture overall. Okay? Now, all the stuff that I've been talking about is the work that we're doing pretty much within the bounds of Splunk as you kind of traditionally know it. But as part of Cisco, there's a bunch of synergies we've started to deliver on here as well that I want to talk a little bit about, right? The first of these we talked about this morning. This is actually more on the commercial end of things rather than the technical end of things, but the ability to get free ingest of Cisco firewall logs into Splunk is something that we hope our customers will be able to benefit from. The second is actually more in the technical side of things here with integration between Splunk and Isovalent. And there are actually multiple parts of this. There is a security element to this, right, to be able to get deeper insight into, say, open source LLM risks. We're also taking the output from Isovalent and using to populate some of the networking views that we have in observability so you can take advantage of the fact that the Tetragon eBPF agent is very widely deployed and will be even more widely deployed as smart switches, hybrid mesh firewalls, and that sort of thing get out there with it automatically included. Right? And we're also using it for data management purposes. One of the slides earlier on the Cisco Data Fabric talks about AI-powered data management. Some of that is about saying, can I get the data at the edge that's being captured through one of these sort of Tetragon deployments from Isovalent, and can I use that to then filter the data to make sure that what I actually take into Splunk is the lower volume, higher value part of the networking data. Okay, so lots of great things that we're able to do with this, and that is really just the tip of the iceberg, right? There's something like 30 plus integrations that we've done with the rest of the portfolio, and this is sort of one of those things that is evolving and being added to on a very, very regular basis. And the pace of innovation, I think, is really only just picking up here. Okay, so lots of stuff that we're doing within Splunk, but I want to actually stop that part now and do the most fun part of this, which is actually to bring up to stage and welcome one of our great customers here. Please welcome Anton from HCF. That's right, you don't need the headset anymore.
I'll leave that.
Excellent. Well, so Anton, so great to have you with us here today. Maybe we can kick things off by helping the audience get to know a little bit about you.
Hi, I'm Anton Eckstein. I work for HCF. I've been there about 18 months now. I've been in the IT industry for about 30 years, most of it in the networking space, but I spent a lot of time, a lot of years in the operational space. So I'm very interested and very keen on, observability.
Yeah. So one of the things I noticed when we spoke, your title, right, Head of Networks and Reliability Engineering, that's kind of an interesting thing, right? Like, where does that come from?
Well, the role was created 18 months ago, mainly to uplift and modernize HCF's network to start with, but also there was a recognition there that we also had to uplift the operations at HCF, and part of that is obviously to uplift the observability.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense. And maybe you can tell the audience a little bit about HCF, just so we're all kind of all on the same page.
So HCF, we're a health insurance provider. We're the largest not-for-profit health insurance provider in Australia. We've got about 2 million members, and we really focused on our members. We don't have shareholders we have to answer to. So we focus on our members. It's about improving their lives, improving their well-being. And in fact, 89 cents of every premium that comes into HCF gets turned back to the members in terms of benefits if they go to the physio or the dentist or optometrist and so on.
89 cents. I feel like we have something to learn in the American healthcare system from that. All right. Well, so I guess maybe to sort of shift gears a little bit, right? How about if we talk about HCF? Now, we got the background on it. When you first arrived, now what do things look like there?
So when I first arrived at HCF, you get involved in a couple of war rooms. It was very reactive, okay? It took hours, in some cases days, to get down to the root of a problem. And mainly you get on a Teams call and you have a bunch of engineers that sit on that call, that log on to the individual systems and then try to correlate, okay, what's going on, where has it gone wrong, and a lot of opinions and blaming happening along the way as well.
So my understanding is that things have evolved quite a bit
things have evolved got quite a bit in there. So we've uplifted the monitoring, mainly around the infrastructure so far, and a lot of that data is coming into Splunk. So instead of you having to log on to 3-4 different systems to figure out what's going on, all the data is there, and the data is democratized. So, the network team can see what's going on in the servers and vice versa. So you can see that data in Splunk, and you can then start correlating data. So it's a lot less time spent on just finding out what's going on and finding someone who's got access to the data to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Now, so you're talking about centralizing data, and when you say Splunk here, I assume you're talking primarily about the core platform, but you've got broader use of the portfolio here as well, right?
Yeah, we've got Splunk Cloud, including the Splunk Cloud platform, including ITSI. We've got App Dynamics, it's been in there for a while. We also just deployed the Observability Cloud, the infrastructure monitoring for our cloud infrastructure. We've got ThousandEyes. I can tell you, as a long-term network person, I love ThousandEyes because there's no more blaming of the network all the time, okay? Well, they still blame us, but we can argue, okay? And then we've got a whole bunch of Cisco products, like the Cisco Catalyst Center, Cisco SD-WAN, ICE, wireless LAN controller. There's probably a few more that I missed out, but there's a fair...
Great, so you're like the poster child here for Cisco Live. We could have you on virtually any stage here. So I guess, with all of that set of capabilities you brought in, right, are there examples of issues you've been able to address more quickly because you've got now this sort of unified set of capabilities?
Yes, with all the data coming into Splunk now, and us able to monitor the systems, for instance, we can monitor our claim system a lot better, okay? So we can see the transactions coming in. We know how many transactions happen during any time, down to the minute. We can see how many of those claims are approved or declined, and how many of those claims error out or time out. And it's a very sensitive system. Claims is a very important business process for us because the members join. Remember, 89 cents get returned to the members, and that's via claims. 89 cents, all that money gets returned so they can do their physio. So we need to know when that system goes down. So whereas before it took us a couple of hours to figure it out, we can now figure things out within minutes, okay? And we've even able to, some of the problems, we know what the fix is. We've even been able to, using Splunk, to automate it. So there's an alert comes out, we know you restart that process, it fixes the problem within 2 minutes, instead of waiting 20 minutes, half an hour to get people on a call to restart it anyway.
Fascinating. That efficiency is really important, like you say, right? And I think the other part that I really love about that story is the fact that you are approaching it from a very dollars and cents point of view, right? So we like to talk about business context and prioritizing things. That's a real life example of that in action, right? Excellent. So I guess, when you think about the different teams that you have that are aligned around this sort of shared data, right? What's been the impact of having them do that?
Well, the impact is, because you're democratizing the data, you're also democratizing Splunk, okay? So for instance, if our database team, they can do some tuning on the databases, they can immediately see the impact, and hopefully it's positive impact, on the transactions. They can see, okay, well, there's less transactions erroring out or timing out, and they can see the transaction time. It's like if it's increasing or decreasing. So you can immediately see that impact. Whenever they make a change in the evening, the next day we'll know what the result is. Okay? We don't have to wait for that.
Yeah, so getting that democratized access surely important. Now, I guess you've been hearing not just me, but probably everybody on this entire show floor waxing poetic about AI, and I guess inquiring minds want to know, right? What's next on your roadmap when it comes to AI and automation, that sort of thing?
Well, obviously it's AI. Okay, so there's two aspects to AI. So we want to use the AI in operations. Okay. The SPL language, I have to say, it's not the easiest thing to learn, okay? Especially, if you're a novice like me, it's very hard to learn. But you go into an AI assistant, you ask it a few questions, and it will give you the SPL search, and you can create a dashboard or get some results out of it within minutes, okay? So we want to use more of that and more of the AI capabilities in there, especially like the one in the keynote this morning. That kind of approach in there will make it so much easier, because it's very hard to teach a whole bunch of people how to do the SPL searches and build those dashboards themselves, okay? So that's the one component. The other component is we need to actually monitor some of our AI. There's a lot of AI initiatives kicking off in HCF as well, and there's more than I can mention here. But we need to know, are they actually doing what they're supposed to do? Are they working properly? Okay, or are we going to, again, be in a situation where we have to wait for users to come back and say, I don't think that thing is giving me the right answer.
Yeah.
Okay, or
you do want to be ahead of the game on that for sure.
Yeah, we want to get ahead of that and start learning how to monitor it properly. Yeah.
Now, so that's about the technology adoption, right? I guess when you look out, 6 to 12 months, in terms of, maybe it's applications or processes or something, like where are you kind of headed next with this?
So we're working very closely with our digital team, our digital experience team, and they are very focused, like everybody at HCF, but they're really focused on the member experience. Mm-hmm. So we will be working with them. So every member interaction and where the application comes in, we want to monitor that business process and make sure we understand it, we can monitor it, and we can pinpoint issues early on. Okay, it's not good when a member's experience is bad, and then they don't say anything, but eventually the calls come into the call center, and then the call center phones the service desk, and then it gets to us. By that time, you've lost 2-3 hours, okay? So we want to know down to the minute when the members are having a bad experience. So we'll be focusing on that over the next 6 to 12 months to uplift that big time.
Yeah. Very interesting. Well, so I guess, Anton, like hearing you talk about it, right? Like it's clear that your team is very directly impacting HCF's mission, delivering better experiences for your members. I guess as we close out, right? Any sort of quick words of advice for other folks who want to be on the same kind of journey that you're on today?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to monitor. Okay. If you're going to try and monitor everything, it's like boiling the ocean. So you have to prioritize. Okay. And what I say to when we have to prioritize, I would suggest is you always look at it from a user or, in our case, a member's point of view. So if they are having a bad experience, you've got a problem you need to fix. So if you can identify that problem, you know what to go and fix. But if you go and monitor all the other systems and don't figure out what's the member pain point, it's going to take a bit longer. So focus on your user or member or customer experience. Start there and prioritize what you want to monitor.
Yeah. That is the wisdom here, right? Because I think that I've often talked to customers who want to start at lower layers of the stack and sort of build up. Can I see what's going on with my CPU and this server, and then get to the error rate? And at some level, it's kind of like, hey, does it matter, right? And I think when you look at it from the user point of view, you really get to that answer very quickly. Okay. Awesome. Well, please join me in thanking Anton for everything. All right. Excellent insights.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So really great stuff there. Maybe just a couple of parting words from me here. You've seen me talk about a pretty wide range of things when it comes to Splunk and what we're doing with the core platform, with observability, with security. There's a lot of other information out here, of course, on the show floor. There's a breakout session on the Cisco Data Fabric. There's one on agentic observability and the agentic SOC as well. So if you're interested and want to get deep dives, those are available. Obviously, we've got, like I said, a lot of demos. And of course, if you want to sign up for a hands-on Splunk workshop, we are more than happy to do that so you can get the actual experience with this set of capabilities yourself. Okay? All right, so that concludes our session for today. Thank you very much for joining us.
Awesome. It's always great to hear Patrick talk about digital resiliency. We had him in our studio last year, and he's always so efficient with giving out the message on Splunk. So last year, we acquired Splunk, and it was the talk of the town. And it's amazing to hear now how we can actually use that in adoption of the agentic AI and make your organization more secure and more reliable. It's now we actually have, we did go into the world of solutions earlier, as you all saw the video of Around the Grounds. A lot of things stood out to me. There was the AI village, which is, as everyone knows, AI is the talk of the town, and there's a massive push from Cisco to incorporate that into our product portfolio. But other than that, the Purpose Pavilion, sustainability and finding purpose in our products has always been very important for Cisco. So having that Purpose Pavilion, talk about people from sustainability, how our products have a recycling program, and how much waste we've actually protected from going to landfill. It's amazing to see all the difference that's been made in the last year. So if you're around, make sure you visit the Purpose Pavilion. We have insider sessions where you can talk to experts from our research team, UX team, and so many more to actually get more insights into the product, give feedback so that that can be actually incorporated into our future feature requests. World of Solution, I know everyone's joining in from home, but I want everyone to join into the conversation on our social media. We're streaming live on CiscoLive.com and hashtag Cisco Live APJC is how you can get into if you're in the world of solutions, take pictures, tag us, and we are also streaming in 7 regional languages, and APJC is always a very interesting region with so many different cultures and languages, so make sure you turn on that closed caption, translation, wherever you're tuning in from, so you get the best experience. Now we're going to move on to the World of Solutions video. I talked about it earlier, but let's see what we have.
Welcome back, everyone, to our World of Solutions tour, where we are now focusing in on something absolutely critical in our hyper-connected era, digital resilience. Now we know resilience isn't a new concept. We associate it with people recovering and adapting after adversity. But in today's digital world, where every organisation, from the smallest startup to the largest enterprise, relies on technology, digital resilience is just as vital. As our digital footprint expands, so does the complexity and inevitably the risk. So what do we mean by digital resilience? Well, it's the ability to anticipate, withstand, recover from, and adapt to adverse conditions, stresses, or attacks on digital systems, all without compromising continuity, security, or trust. It's also about building an intelligent digital infrastructure that responds dynamically to the unexpected. Because disruptions will happen and threats will evolve, it's not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. So when you come down to the Digital Resilience Showcase area, a great place to start is to talk with the technology and foundational area. And I'm going to introduce you to Lindsay Carroll and to Ryan Johnson, 2 of our digital resilience experts. Let's start and talk about observability. So welcome to the broadcast, gents.
Thanks very much for having us.
So we know that environments are becoming increasingly more complex now to manage. What is Cisco doing to help our customers in this space?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's true to say that environments have become more complex than they ever have been before. With that, we get a range of different benefits to deliver that optimal user experience, but along with that, it comes with the complexity of being able to meet those demands and expectations of the customers.
Yeah, I think the key word there is complexity. There are so many moving parts, whether that's the network, whether that's the applications, or even securing those environments. This has become a real challenge, and this is where I strongly believe that the Cisco product portfolio really comes into play there.
Absolutely. I think if you look on the market, it's unparalleled in terms of capability. There have been some very strategic acquisitions over the course of the company, and some of those being ThousandEyes and AppDynamics, which essentially covers the basis of being able to manage owned as well as unowned applications or networks for the customer.
Yeah, and with Splunk joining the Cisco portfolio, right, with the Cisco family, it's actually just really fleshed out that whole story, whether it's security, observability cloud, or Splunk's native capabilities. That the combination of Splunk and AppDynamics and ThousandEyes really has fleshed out that story.
Gents, thanks so much for your time. Looks like you've got quite a few customers there behind you, so I'll let you get back to your Cisco Live day job. Thank you. Okay, we're switching gears now from observability to security. At Cisco, we believe in providing unparalleled visibility from the core to the cloud to the edge. Our solutions like Cisco Catalyst and Meraki ensure your network is not just available, but is also secure and optimized. In the data center, Cisco ACI delivers software-defined networking with micro-segmentation, making your infrastructure resilient across multi-cloud environments. Moving to advanced security, our Zero Trust architecture verifies and continuously monitors every connection. Solutions like Cisco Duo Security provide robust multi-factor authentication, while Cisco Secure Access integrates Zero Trust network access, secure web gateway, and firewall as a service for unified secure access from anywhere. Looking ahead, we've introduced Cisco's Hypershield, a revolutionary AI-native security architecture that embeds protection directly into your network fabric. This allows for autonomous detection and response to threats in real time, even against zero-day exploits. Lastly, as we look to the future, the pace of change will only accelerate. We have AI, quantum computing, and edge technologies will open extraordinary new possibilities, but they'll also test our definition of resilience. That's why Cisco continues to innovate, not just to protect what's already built, but to enable what's next. Well, that's it for my time here at the Digital Resilience stand, but there is a lot more here to explore. Make sure you put it on your must-see list here at the World of Solutions.
Thank you, Karen, for taking us through digital resiliency and around World of Solutions. Next, we have Samuel Pasquier, who's a VP of Industrial IoT Product Management here at Cisco, with a very special guest in the studio. Over to you, Samuel.
Thank you, and today I'm joined with Michel Fernando from BHP, Superintendent OT Network. So, Michel, thank you so much for joining us today at Cisco Live. Obviously, we're in Australia, everyone knows BHP, but for international audience, tell us a little bit more about BHP, and more important, what do you do at BHP?
Yeah, so thanks for having me here. Pleasure to be here. So BHP is a resource industry or mining, global mining organization who do metallurgical coal, iron ore, copper, and also potash in the world. And our operations span from Australia to Americas. And my role in particular is related to wireless operational technologies for mining applications.
Really good. So obviously everyone understands the importance of the mining industry for the entire world. In your role, which is about OT networks, can you explain maybe the audience here, what are the trends that you see in your environment? You've been in the industry for very long, so what's hot right now? What the trends do you see?
So the latest trend we see is going towards the autonomy. Yeah, okay. So autonomy is our next hurdle we are moving towards. That's aimed at taking people away from harm. So you can't have autonomy in the pit or in the mine without connectivity. So that is where the networking, and especially the wireless networks, plays a huge part in this organization.
So autonomy, so that's very interesting. So remove people from the mine, have the machine drive by themselves. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but there's everyone here. One of the team of this week around Cisco is AI. Everyone has been talking about it. We heard it this morning at the Keynote where, we mentioned that it's pass the eye going to the value. So what does it mean AI for you in your industry? What do you see really happening?
So for us, AI, from a networking perspective, for me and my team, agentic AI to troubleshoot observability and orchestrate network deployments, that's what AI means for us. However, for our operations, that is about having information on how to operate and having the mind made, kind of like, somebody made there to have a understanding about what can I do in this situation, what can I do in that situation, kind of like that real-time access to data platforms is also autonomy in itself, or AI in itself.
So what do you need for that?
Connectivity.
Well, so that's twice in a row. You tell me about connectivity. That's a good thing. We're at Cisco Live. We know a little bit about networking after all. So tell me a little bit more and tell the audience, what does it mean connectivity for you, when you are in the context of a mine? middle of nowhere. Explain us what does it mean. You mentioned wireless. Tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, so mining industry operates in the harshest environment in the world. So it is middle of nowhere, as well as from cyclones to bushfire, and very extreme weather conditions are always there. And therefore, maintaining a network and building a network and operating it is one of the biggest challenges. So connectivity in that kind of a ever-evolving network environment is the biggest challenge we are facing every day.
What you're telling us is even in the middle of Australia, the most remote place, you have connectivity to be able to have autonomy into your mind. So that's fascinating, and I'm sure for all the networking engineers that we have watching, it's very interesting thing that you are doing there. So you're connecting assets. What about security? What do you see around that?
So security should not be an afterthought, especially in autonomy, because it's a secure connectivity is the key. So it is definitely not an afterthought. It is always in the front of our mind. So operational technologies with regulatory requirements and everything, on top of every stack, we talk about security. It's in forefront of our mind in every decision we make.
So we've talked about AI, the need for connectivity. Connectivity is a need for security. Well, my next question is going to be around, what do you do on a day-to-day? You know, we talked here about observability. What does it mean for you in your environment?
So we are actually moving into this digital transformation in mining, which means every single packet is really important. So at the same time, we are moving into low latency, high data throughput applications. Therefore, this observability plays a real vital clue, because we are always chasing every single packet. We cannot tolerate data loss. So before our customer or the machine tells us that there is a network issue, to know that observability and to predict and react is a key element for us. But it is also very challenging in operational technologies because it's not enterprise level.
Yeah. So, you know, Michel, we know each other for many years, and we have a chance to work together. You have been trusting Cisco technology for some time. You know, you have a lot of wisdom. You've seen a lot. So tell us, maybe, you know, for the new people getting into networking, getting into industrial network, any advice you have for them? That's a bonus question. You were not prepared for it.
Oh, yes. So I had to relearn myself on how to do networks. I come from a career telco background. I had to learn that I'm not in an industry which is a technology driven. Technology is an enabler or a lever for that industry. So money is not made by technology. So changing that mindset and to put yourself as the lever who's enabling, that is the first thing. So forget about everything. Network is no longer important in the eyes of the mining as well, but as long as it is, we should be. I really picked up on that line from the keynote in the morning where it said it is an afterthought or it should be in the background. That's what it is about networks. It's you become somebody in the background making everything work.
No, that's really good. Well, you know, I have to say thank you, Michel, for joining us today on the show. It was very nice to have you, and back to the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel and Michelle. It's always amazing to hear from our customers how they're actually incorporating Cisco technology and hear from them how they've actually changed their environment. Thank you so much, Michelle and Samuel, for that. Next, we have another center stage session focusing on service provider. We have Guru Shinoy, who's our SVP for product management for provider connectivity, Asif Khan, who is from NBN, which is one of our local service providers here in Australia. And they're going to talk about how autonomous networks are actually changing the way enterprises and service providers deal with converged architectures. So over to the center stage.
The Melbourne Cricket Ground is one of the world's biggest stadiums. We have over 4 million fans attend the MCG each year.
Every fan that comes into the MCG is hanging on every ball. Every piece of technology has to work perfectly.
It's why we chose Cisco to drive everything end to end. That is the technology plus the finance with Cisco Capital.
This is a sporting cathedral.
That's why fans come here and why we work here.
It's why every decision we make, it's about one thing. It's the fan experience. Like any other company, digital resilience is huge for us. Cisco's built-in security was a major factor in us deciding to go with the Cisco platform end-to-end. And going with Cisco allowed us to install 10,000 devices in 2 months, upgrade our 2 major data centers, and be ready to open the gates to 100,000 fans. We would not be able to do this with any other partner.
Our team has to be extremely mobile, and we need to have WebEx providing that service to ensure we can work wherever we need to at whatever time. And the WebEx Contact Centre is allowing us to service over 140,000 MCC members, passion with amazing technology.
Wi-Fi is complicated in stadiums, but we hosted 3 massive concerts with fans streaming the experience to the world over Cisco's Wi-Fi. 97,000 fans right here consuming 47 terabytes of data each night.
The reason we've gone with Cisco is that there's a bigger team that sits behind us. Cisco not only understands our business, but they understand the significance and the importance of the MCG to the Australian people. When you walk into the middle of the field, it is like nothing that I can describe in words.
The MCG is a sporting mecca. It is 100,000 Coliseum.
As a kid growing up in India, I could only dream of standing here.
It's not just the stadium itself and the sheer size of it, but the history and the culture this place holds. And it's dear to Australians and dear to my heart as well. We are very fortunate to have a partner like Cisco.
DP World is one of the largest logistics companies in the world. Per year, we move about 3 million containers, or boxes as we call them. If we stop, the nation starts to stop. Every minute, every hour is crucial.
When you turn up at a terminal, you can see the scale and sheer size of the operation. But what people don't see is what's behind the scenes. One of the important things for our business is ensuring that we have that solid foundation. And you can't do that with fragmented technologies. And that's where Cisco come to play for us, because we can start to use their full product suite and have that one house view of our technology stack. And so we start with our key cranes. And the ultra-reliable wireless backhaul there is a really important part of the technology stack for us here at DP World. Our industrial Ethernet switching, it's really not seen by anyone, but it's the lifeblood and carries that data across and allows all our equipment to talk seamlessly. And then we move to our core network, and the Catalyst network series from Cisco really comes to play there. That's where we have to, in this critical business, rely on those solid foundations of our tech stack.
We have established a national control centre, and that coordinates with all 4 ports and the ships that arrive into those ports, and where those boxes get put onto the ground and when those boxes get moved on to external transports.
$750 million worth of cargo goes through our business every single day. This business is mission critical. We are 24/7, and so it's important we have systems that are reliable and they have that uptime.
Our container ports in 10 years' time will be drastically different. To manage that environment, we need clever systems and rock-solid networks.
But it's like an orchestra. You've got to get every little part right for it to work and really hum. And so that's where having different products from Cisco and having that one house view is really important for us, so that everything works seamlessly. This business is huge. And so as you take a real step back and a high-level view of this business, technology is everywhere. And it's important that we have the right technology in place for the future.
Please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President, Product Management Provider Connectivity, Cisco, Guru Shenoy.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Today we are going to talk about, the theme of the topic today is backbone to the future. For those of you who are familiar with the movie reference, this is not about Marty McFly or flux capacitors, unfortunately, but we are going to talk about how AI is expected to transform service provider networks, how service providers can play a major role in the new AI ecosystem, and what is Cisco bringing to the market to help you with that transformation. So let's start by looking at some statistics. These are projections. If you look ahead over the next 5 years or so, one thing is clear, we expect to see a huge amount of traffic that is going to be AI traffic on our networks. You can see the percentage growth in data centers. It's 33% between now and the end of the decade, right? That's data center capacity. Obviously, the equipment inside and the traffic that's within the data centers is much more. But to me, the more interesting stats are the ones on the right. If you look at, for example, the amount of traffic on service provider networks that we expect to see, 82% CAGR over this 5-year period. Why are we seeing that pattern, right? Why do we expect to see that pattern? The reason is this. If you think back to what has happened with AI and with all the talk that's been going around AI, most of the focus has been on training, right? Building large foundational models. That's really being done by a small set of hyperscalers and large cloud providers. What we are now starting to see emerge is the usage of AI. You're seeing us go from chatbots to agentic AI applications, right? Consumer applications, enterprise applications being enabled by these agents. And they're going to reach out to inferencing clouds, not training clouds, to get serviced. So that means we are seeing a large amount of investment and growth in inferencing clouds, and you can see the statistic there, 75% growth expected over the next few years. And then all these agents are going to generate a lot of traffic or demand a lot of traffic. All that is traversing a service provider network, right, essentially, because that's what's in the middle of the inferencing clouds and the end application. So we expect to see a large amount of AI-generated traffic traversing service provider networks. Just to give you a visual sense of how that looks like and what are the implications of that AI traffic on a service provider network, take a look at this picture. So it's a very simplified view of what a network looks like, right? You have inferencing clouds. Inferencing clouds are not going to be resident for the most part in large centralized or metro locations, right? These are going to be distributed into the edge. And this is very doable because, for one, inferencing clouds don't require as much compute and power capacity, and they're also very purpose-built, right? Unlike foundational models, which are quite homogeneous. By and large, most foundational models are based on Llama at this point in time, but inferencing models are very different. They are purpose-built for every vertical, every application, and so by definition, they are numerous, and they will be spread across a lot of data centers, edge data centers. And then you have the agents themselves sitting in application endpoints, whether in consumer applications, enterprise applications. We've already seen a few, right? We've seen things like co-pilots that are assisting development and so forth in enterprise use cases. We will see a lot more of that as we go forward. Some interesting characteristics about AI traffic. First of all, it is expected to generate a lot more bandwidth, right? And this bandwidth, you can think of it not just as downstream, but also a lot of it will be upstream. If you think back to some of the applications we are already seeing emerge, right? It's applications or people taking videos, uploading it to their closest inferencing cloud for processing. In a retail environment, it could be video feeds for security and such. So that is upstream traffic that is being generated by these end applications. So we do expect to see a lot more upstream traffic. Some of the measurements we have done show that that is already starting to happen, even though it's very nascent. We will see a lot more of that. Some of this traffic will also be latency sensitive. Not all, but there will be a percentage of traffic that will be highly latency sensitive perhaps for things like real-time security applications and all of the other things that we hear about when it comes to latency sensitivity. that means you have to design your networks for it, right? Even if a percentage of the traffic is going to be latency sensitive, you have to be prepared for it. And then finally, this traffic is going to be multi-directional, because if you think about how these agents will talk to inferencing clouds, they're not going to go north-south to one particular inferencing cloud. They're actually going to reach out to multiple inferencing clouds in different locations to resolve the query that they have been asked to resolve. And that leads to a lot more multi-directionality of traffic. So this is what we need to architect our networks for. These are the kinds of traffic patterns that we need to be prepared for. And this is why we feel, when we look at service providers, you've always been the backbone of the internet, whether it's for voice, data, or video. And in the AI era, it's not going to be any different, right? And so this is our thesis, that in the coming few years, the focus is going to shift towards consumption of AI traffic. It's going to be an agentic AI era, and service providers are going to be at the heart of it. What are the solutions Cisco is bringing, right, for this era? First of all, we have built a brand new set of routing platforms, brand new infrastructure, purpose-built for this coming age. It's the Cisco 8000 portfolio, and it is here today. It is extremely compact, it's secure, it's highly efficient, and it's built for scale as well as connectivity that we expect to see in this age of AI. The second thing we are focusing on is delivering automation capabilities that are infused with AI. So we have our Crosswork suite. It's a very comprehensive suite. It's multi-vendor, right, to begin with. It also is comprehensive enough to cover all domains of a service provider's network. And then now what we have done is we have introduced an agentic AI platform within the Crosswork suite, and we are building a host of agents that are already starting to ship. Each of these agents can perform individual tasks in autonomous manners. Just as an example, we have an autonomous agent that will monitor the network for configuration drifts. If it observes configuration changes being put into the network that may cause harm, it's going to raise an alarm or actually correct it. So think of it like the auto steer capabilities you have on some cars, where if the driver's a little careless and you start drifting a little bit off the lane, it'll bring you back, right, and prevent an accident. That's the kind of thing we're starting to introduce now. We'll also open this platform up for our customers and partners, so you can build your own agents on top of it. Putting these agents together in entire life cycles will help us move towards the level 4 autonomy as defined by the TM Forum. The technical capabilities are there today. And then finally, we are also introducing a number of technologies that will allow us to dramatically simplify connectivity architectures. Things like SR, segment routing, and SRv6, bringing IP and optical together. All of these technologies allow us to offer new connectivity models and services in a highly efficient and simplified manner, leading to dramatic CapEx and OpEx gains. And I'll show you some examples of service providers who have already implemented some of it and the gains that they are seeing in a little bit. All of this comes with security embedded everywhere into our infrastructure. Increasingly, we are bringing in security embedded right into our platforms. And you'll see a lot of that, whether it is quantum safe cryptography that we embed into our platform, DDoS mitigation that's embedded into our platform, or capabilities like the ability to self-defend and protect with a capability called Live Protect. All of this is being embedded into our platforms now. And in order to make it easy for our service provider customers, we have taken all of these pillars, right? The portfolio, the automation capabilities, the services that we are able to bring together, wrapped it into an architecture that we refer to as the Agile Services Networking Architecture. It's a blueprint. It's available on our websites, and it's available for you to directly work with and implement, or you can work with our CX teams if you need help, and they'll help you implement these architectures to prepare you for what's coming next. I want to give you an example of some of the enhancements, some of the innovation we've done when it comes to platforms for the AI era. What do I mean, right, by that? Here's a real example. So about 3 weeks ago, we introduced our latest platform built for high-capacity use cases. So this is a single-chip P200 Silicon One-based architecture. That's our chip. And we wrapped it into a a single 3RU platform that can do 51 terabits of capacity. So think about what this means. There is no other platform in the industry today that can give you that much bandwidth density in that kind of a form factor. The only way to get that kind of capacity today is to actually put a big chassis in there, which takes 8, 9, 10 kilowatts. This thing is less than 1,000 watts. So incredible efficiency. So for all your backbone networks, aggregation, peering, etc., you can actually upgrade to something like this, be ready for traffic demands, capacity demands in an extremely efficient manner, right? We've got multiple flavors of this. I don't know if we have a system in the showcase area, but this will be shipping in about 4 months. We already are shipping some versions of it for our hyperscale customers. For our service provider customers, we'll have that in about 4 months as well. The other thing that I mentioned briefly, I want to come back to that a little bit, which is our automation suite, right? We call it Crosswork. So over the last couple of years, what we did is we spent a lot of time and energy in making the suite extremely comprehensive, right? So it can now automate the entire life cycle of service provider operations, right from onboarding a device to configuring it, and then day-to-day management, assurance, all of that is now embedded in our Crosswork suite. It's the industry's most comprehensive automation suite for service providers. And then we have now infused it with AI capabilities that I mentioned before. So it's a brand new agentic platform that's available in our Crosswork suite, and this is available today. We will obviously continue to build AI capabilities and agents into this as we go forward, but this is a platform that we anticipate helping us drive the industry towards autonomous networking. One other thing that we have also done along with this is we have taken all of the data that we get from our Crosswork platform and we are integrating it into Splunk. And what does this allow us to do? It gives us the ability to do multi-domain correlations and management, not just in a service provider's network, but also across things like your ticketing systems and so forth that you may have. So the combination of Splunk and Crosswork gives you an extremely comprehensive end-to-end view. I want to wrap by showing you some statistics here. These are real-world examples of service providers who have implemented some or all aspects of our Agile Services Networking blueprint that I was mentioning earlier. So just take a look at some of the metrics here. Look at what Jio has been able to accomplish. They have 600 million mobile users. That is massive scale. It's being enabled by Cisco's Agile Services Networking architecture. They have perhaps one of the largest networks in the world when it comes to an access network, more than 300,000 devices, right? Look at some of the power savings that we are getting at Internet to Korea Telecom and so forth. And this is comparing previous generation equipment that they had and replacing it with the latest generation equipment, especially one that is based on Cisco 8000. And then look at the OpEx and CapEx savings that a provider like Aurelion in EMEA has advertised, right? Massive savings. In some cases, when you upgrade your network from existing legacy devices to the latest devices, the amount of savings that you get can pay for the cost of the entire upgrade within a period of 2 to 3 years. So that is actually one of the factors that many of our customers are looking at and accounting for when they think about what do they need, what are the factors driving network transformation. Just the modern technology that is available that sets you up for the next decade is a big factor as well. So with that, I want to wrap the sort of presentation section. Hopefully that gives you a fair bit of context on how are we thinking about this. And then I want to invite Asif Khan from NBN onto the stage. And I'd like to have you hear from him as well, his perspectives on all of these. Asif, why don't you introduce yourself for an audience that may not know all of what you guys do.
Thanks, Guru. I hope I'm audible to everybody. Is that all okay? So my name is Asif Khan. I'm from National Broadband Network Australia, primarily working in the fixed wireless engineering team, responsible for end-to-end architecture and strategy. Yeah. And you'll get to know more during the session that what NBN does and how our partnership with Cisco works.
Perfect, come on in.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Sure. All right, let's start there, right? So, can you share a little bit more about NBN and what's your vision and how are you, thinking about the Australia region in particular and as a whole provider of wholesale solutions, how are you thinking about evolving your networks and the kinds of things that you need?
Sure. So I think I'd love to give a bit of a background for NBN for people who don't know. So we all started back in 2009, and the mandate from the government was to simply provide a layer 2 internet backhaul services so that we can bridge the digital divide. So we're not into the game of providing any layer 3 services or our RSP, because for that, they are our customers. So that started with, as I say, very simple mandate, but now we have got a much more bigger role to play, that we are the digital backbone for the country. We are kind of running all the critical services as well as the residential applications and enterprise services. And the way we foresee going forward is that if we don't monetize our investment and look into the path of AI, we don't want to be just left as a layer 2 provider. So that's why our partnership and the embarking on the new technologies with the partners is to make sure that we are far ahead in the game, and we are sort of maintaining that sort of a future looking forward path for the country.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So as you think about expanding your portfolio of services, going beyond just being a layer 2 provider, what are some of the challenges that you're seeing? And it's an incredibly dynamic market, APJC, right? So
it is.
How do you
indeed.
Navigate some of these things?
So I think again, I'll bring back to the journey where we started. When we all started back in 2009, we all were lucky to have a greenfield experience. To give you more perspective, that NBN is a multi-technology mix provider. So we have got fiber to the base, fiber to the curve, fiber to the prim. We have got HFC network. We have got fixed wireless, as well as we run a satellite. But end of the day, we provide a layer 2 connectivity to our access seekers, and then they cater the services for the end user. So when we started, we thought that having a fiber network is going to give us oodle of bandwidth for next, let's say, 10 years or whatever. But our myth was busted by the Netflix. And that was in 2015, and that was a big learning curve. We saw that all the capacity modeling, all our planning was kept on side because that was an exponential growth which we never anticipated. So that was a lesson learned, that the demand for need for speed, because the way the customers and the industry is evolving, you could not put a sort of an empirical formula to forecast your capacity. It has to be more real. So need for speed is the biggest thing what we have seen, as well as all the ultra low latency services, for example, VRs and ARs. So these are things which are driving, even though we are not in the game, but we want to make sure that our access seekers are empowered. They can innovate in that space, and they will bring all those benefits to the end customer. And the last but not the least is service differentiation. What we are observing, that we are a flat layer 2 service, I usually call that as a dumb pipe, but the end customers are kind of driving the need for example, gaming, which is ultra low latency, your banking application, a lot of medical services are running critical services, so that needs some degree of a service differentiation. So if I club all these three together, that's our kind of real customer drive. Yeah. What is helping us to sort of build a network for the future and meet the demand for the current state.
It's interesting what you say about Netflix, because a similar thing happened when we had our ChatGPT moment, 3 years back.
Absolutely.
All projections went out the window, and everybody scrambled to figure out how to deal with the implications of this new AI wave that's coming in, right? So.
Well, it was interesting when you were presenting your slides, that right now there's a lot of talk about AI, and mainly it's in the data centers where a lot of GPU-based modeling and stuff is happening. We really haven't seen a lot of traffic transversing through the network, but I think the days are not far away. Yeah. It's a matter of time. That will drive another whole niche industry, need for sort of having a stable and very reliable network.
And one thing I didn't really get a chance to talk about in the session for lack of time is the ability to measure and monitor, have telemetry to be able to identify how much AI versus non-AI traffic is traversing to the network, be able to do assurance around that and so forth, right? So that's also part of our Agile Services Networking architecture blueprint that we put out. And I know we've partnered together on this particular architecture. You've implemented facets of that architecture.
Absolutely, yes.
Would you care to share some of your experiences, learnings, et cetera?
Yeah, so let's say that we are, I'm talking primarily for the fixed wireless component of the national broadband network. So we invested into Cisco's NCS 540s platforms and 550s, and they are true enabler for us to provide that deep MPLS reach out to the access network. So What we are learning is that by investing in these NCS platform and then we invested into Cisco cross-network controllers, we have created a complete loop for the automation. So our network at this stage at the transport layer is designed that it can make autonomous network and decisions by looking into two parameters. One is bandwidth, and second is time sensitivity. Whereas in the past, we used to have a lot of NOC members, and they are getting alarms and monitoring. Whereas these two solutions has really helped us to do that closed loop automation.
Yeah. No, it's, and as a part of working with you to design for your network, we've learned a lot and we've implemented a lot of layer 2 features, telemetry features, all of that into our infrastructure as well. So it's been a good partnership both ways, for
we value that.
Yeah. Very good. One of the things that as we look forward, if we look back at some of the technologies that have been in use for over a decade, right? MPLS, right? And I know MPLS is still being used heavily and will continue to support that. But we saw that we have an opportunity to simplify protocols in the internet significantly. Simplification leads to resiliency, it allows for better scale and so forth. So we've been really focusing on things like IP and optical convergence, SRv6, right? We're seeing a lot of uptake in many parts of the world for SRv6 in particular. I wanted to get your thoughts on how you're thinking about technologies like SRv6. What place do you see for them? Granted, it's going to take time for many of our customers to get there because it's always an evolution, but what's your perspective on that?
I think it's an interesting space to keep a close eye on that because I just mentioned earlier that we have deployed NCS 550s and we are running MPLS network. The main beauty of that is that because we don't have such a huge scale, and I was looking at your slides earlier, you mentioned one of your customers, Geo, has got 600 or 6,000 million customers.
Right.
And I could not...
600 million mobile subscribers, yeah.
My goodness, and there were 300,000 site
devices.
routers. So if somebody has to manage an MPLS network on those edge routers in the mobile transport network, that's a nightmare. So I personally strongly believe that segment routing and that to working on IPv6 is the way to go for. So not only in the transport space, also in the data center space, because the way the data autonomy and the data scale happens, I don't think that we can live with the world of MPLS. So segment routing on IPv6, I've got a strong feeling that that is the future.
Yeah.
How we can adapt, I think that's a question for us to think from the roadmap perspective. Right. But I think industry surely will be picking up pretty quick on that thing.
And that's where we are also investing a lot in technologies that will allow you and practices that will allow our customers to migrate right from existing architectures, MPLS based, with SR MPLS, maybe to SRv6 then go through an intermediate step. So we certainly have all of the knowledge and the best practices to help our customers on that evolution journey. It's interesting, one thing, if you guys attended the session in the morning, the keynote session, one of the things that Jeff Schultz said was that with the rise of agents, it's going to look like the population of 8 billion humans is going to be more like 80 billion because you have all these agents that are supplementing humans. And if you think about what that means, these are agents sitting at these endpoints, consumer applications, enterprise applications, all kinds of stuff. And you need to be able to service all these applications, right? And there isn't a technology other than something like SRv6 that will allow you to provide scale of connections and so forth. We will obviously see a lot of optimizations, but you have to think forward as to what kind of scale might we be looking at with the rise of the agentic AI, with physical AI and so forth. So us building these foundational blocks now when we look ahead, putting these kinds of technologies in place now really helps us prepare for the next 5, 10, 15 years and be ready, right? So that's an aspect I would highly encourage everybody to kind of think about as you think about evolving your networks for AI. So looking ahead, what do you see as your vision for NBN, things that we should also take into account for providers like yourself, partnering with you? What's your view of how you want to evolve for the future?
I think I'll probably suggest, or I'll say that NBN being a government-based entity, we don't want to deal into any sort of a customized networks or proprietary stack. We want to live in the open world of standards. So Metro Ethernet Forum plays a pretty vital role for us to look for the forward-looking plan for all access technologies. And autonomous network is I'm sure that's the kind of a vision for most of the operators, but we are making a very sort of a conscious decision and investment towards autonomous network. Right. So let me sort of give you a bit more sort of a talking point that, so autonomous network, it's not that we've got to wait for industry to get the framework ready. We have already started the journey. So the journey means that we want to be, for sure, supporting self-configuration, for example. So we are partnering with Cisco, and we delivered zero-touch provisioning. Right. Security is an integral part of that. We could not just have something to deliver into the remote field of Australia. So we were the world's first one, and that's what I said yesterday as well, that I feel very proud that NBN, together with Cisco, we delivered the secure zero-touch provisioning, right, which is one of the pivotal factors for the autonomous network. Yep. Then we are looking into the self-configuration part, yep, which means that using the CNC platform to do all those optimization based on bandwidth and time delays and route path optimization. Right. That is the second step. We have got an aspiration to get into the self-healing part. That's where assurance activities and operational aspect of the network comes in. We have done some proof of concept, I'll be pretty honest here, but we don't have anything yet into the production network, but that's our plan for a year or two from now. Right. And finally, I think we want to make sure that we should have a network which is self-secure, yeah, because we could not leave the network which is having a band-aid security approach. So if you get sort of a config, optimized, self-healing, and self-secure, that is what we are aiming for up to 2030 at this stage. Yeah. And which I'm pretty sure is the kind of industry vision as well. Yeah. And in that scale, we can't drive the things by ourselves. We've got to be having a strong partnership and industry support for that.
Absolutely. And it's still early days in many ways. When we talk about autonomous networking, that's always been sort of the holy grail, right? Getting to self-healing, self-configuration, self-configuring networks and so forth. But for the first time, I really feel like we have a set of technologies, right, in AI that will allow us to make this possible. Because AI, it comes with reasoning capabilities. These are self-improving technologies. It's a set of technologies we never had access to before. Correct. So Cisco's been investing a lot in this space. I would really request you to go look at some of the things we're doing, particularly in Crosswork, because it's a massive amount of investment we've done. We've built our own deep network model, for example, right? So we're not taking generic LLMs and applying AI agents and all against them, but we've actually trained a specific network model with the data that we have, designed specifically for networking use cases. And we are running our applications against these models, so the efficacy of this is much better. So there's a ton of good stuff to unpack here. You've been excellent partners, NBN, Asif, yourself personally, and the NBN team, so really appreciative of that. And I look forward to continuing that collaboration. Thank you so much for everything that
thanks for
we've been doing together. And with that, I'm going to wrap up. We've pretty much covered everything that I had intended to cover in this session. Hopefully that gives you a good flavor of where we are going, how we are investing. And do come and check out. We have our space in the world of solutions if you want to come check out some of our technologies and so forth. And with that, thank you, Asif.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your time.
And thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the studio. I've actually just gotten back to the studio myself, where I got back from the World of Solutions and Center Stage from that session just then, where we heard all about next-gen global secure connectivity. And boy, was that a jam-packed session. I mean, wow. Center Stage this week alone, or today, has been packed. Every session, people lining up out the door. It's been great to see. That session was all about spotlighting innovations in converged infrastructure, sustainable designs, low latency routing, and integrated performance. But please stick around. If you have missed anything, you can catch up on our on-demand library, which will be available later this month for you on anything that you might have missed. Now, you thought you might have gotten rid of us, but we're still here. We've got plenty more to get through today. We've got studio interviews. We'll be heading back to Center Stage. Please stick around. Only a couple more hours. Right now, we have a very special interview, though. It's always good to have a customer come in and share their stories. So you've seen this guy on the keynote. Let's hand over to Shika now and dive deeper into that story. Shika, over to you.
Thanks, Dave. Yes, I do have a very special guest with me. You heard him on the keynote, and now we have him in our studio. Welcome, Rajesh, who is the EVP and CIO for LTI Mindtree. Welcome, Rajesh. How are you?
Hello, Shika. Great to be here.
Yeah, we're excited. We heard you in the keynote, and now we just want to dig a bit deeper about LTI Mindtree's story. And you guys have been the talk of the town. Jackie mentioned you, then you spoke in the keynote. And you were also recognized at multiple awards at the inaugural Customer Achievement Awards. So which awards were you finalists in? What did you win? What does it mean to you, your team?
Yeah, Shika, thanks. It was a great evening yesterday. We were finalists in 3 of the awards. The first one is the CX Visionary Workplace Award. The second one is a CX Distinguished Digital Resiliency Award. Very interesting award indeed. And CX Hero of the Award, whom Ramesh T. Kumar, who's part of my team, head of IT, was nominated. It was very exciting, and we are very happy to know that we won the CX Visionary Workplace Award.
That's awesome.
So that was really good, and what it means is, the number one, it reflects on our partnership, so that really is good. And also this award means a lot for our team, who worked very hard to accomplish, and we have done some incredible things with respect to deploying Cisco solutions. And I really dedicate this award to all my team members who worked so hard. Thank you.
Yeah, it's always like, the head is like the team behind you doing all it. So it's really good. The Visionary Award as well seems like it must be very important for the entire team who would have put in all the work, a lot of months into developing and deploying everything. So congrats on the achievement. It's really good. And it was the first time we had those awards. So it is quite special for you as well. Okay, so next we want to move on to, so what was the vision behind LTI Mindtree's transformation, and how did Cisco help you bring that vision to life?
Right. Shika, what we really wanted to achieve is to build a resilient, secure and scalable infrastructure for our organizations. See, if you think about our organization, it's very complex. We serve about 700 plus customers, and we have 80,000 plus employees spread across 100 plus locations. And we really wanted to modernize the whole stack, and then at the same time want to achieve simplicity, consistency and speed. And working with Cisco, we believe that's exactly what we have accomplished, and hence we give a lot of importance to this partnership. So it's very important to us because it is the core through which we support our customers.
Yeah, so it's like customer to customer, and you can see the transformation for your customers as well, like how we see it for you and partnering with you guys. So thank you so much for your partnership on that. Yes. So how did so we have been talking about the One Cisco story. That's sort of what Cisco has been focusing on, come together for our customers as One Cisco. So how did the integrated One Cisco approach across networking, collaboration, security, and visibility help you achieve the resiliency, simplicity, and time to value that you were aiming for during this project and during this deployment?
Right. As I said, see, we have a vast global network where we have to integrate a lot of things, and we have to bring it all together. Like for example, we have to modernize it, unify it, and secure it all together at the same time. See, what I refer to it as, it's like fixing a running car engine as the car is running. I think for our organizations, I would say it's a better analogy will be to fixing a train that is running, because there's so many customers who rely on us, right? And that's when we needed a trusted partner like Cisco. So you bring in, look at the stack that we can expect from Cisco. You bring in networking, you bring in security, you bring in collaboration, then you bring in observability. So that really is the trusted partnership that we were expecting from Cisco, and that's exactly what you've delivered. And not only that, the Cisco CX team was able to really design this roadmap very effectively, and we had this time constraint of deploying our solution. We didn't have an option. It is not an artificial deadline that we fixed. It is a real imperative that we had to do it in 90 days, something that was there for 10 years. We had to just replace it in 90 days. And that promise was delivered by Cisco. And hence, This partnership is very significant for us. And that is when I realized the one Cisco came into existence, everything coming together.
Well, you mentioned the moving train. I feel like doing something in 19 days is like probably fixing an aeroplane in the air while trying to do something. But I'm really glad that you're able to see the vision that Cisco, one Cisco is coming together and with the CX team. And thank you again for your partnership, because it's a testament from all customers like you where you put trust in us and then we're able to actually deliver on that. So thank you so much for mentioning that. Next, just moving on to AI, talk of the town. We've heard we had the launch of Cisco IQ, which is again powered by AI Assistant. So AI is changing the way even your organization, like LTIMindtree, manages operations, security, and employee experience. So how do you see AI-driven automation and AI ops building on what you've achieved so far?
Yeah, there cannot be any talk or interview without AI popping up, isn't it? So AI is the thing. Like I mentioned in the keynote, and it's important for us, and it's important for every CIOs out there. AI is already starting to make a huge difference for us. The AI assistants we have deployed is already solving problem tickets autonomously, and it is helping our team to have the bandwidth to really focus on innovation and how can we serve our customers better rather than firefighting, and that's where it's going. And specifically, AI in security is a huge thing for us. And we have so much of Cisco security in our stack, and we are expecting that to expand so much more. For instance, now the Cisco AI stack, with that we are able to really mitigate about 20 plus threats every single month. And that frees up a huge bandwidth. And more importantly, that allows me to sleep a little bit peacefully. Otherwise, security is always a thing. And I hope it lets my CISO also have a little peaceful days.
Yep. And that's what Jackie talked about in her interview earlier as well, that we want to take all those manual interventions and free up time to do more important things within an organization. So that's how it fits perfectly. So we heard from you how your customers are leveraging this deployment and it's working, it was successful for them. But how has that changed this transformation for the people and culture in your organization? Has that affected the actual users in your organization?
That's a brilliant question, Shikha. See, at the end of the day, the first customer is the 80,000 employees I have who serve, in turn, our customers. Isn't it? So I always say, my philosophy is quite simple. The technology should be transparent and everybody should just experience it. That's why in the keynote I made the reference, it was like network is like air, you just breathe it without even thinking about it. See, today, for example, let me take the example of a Cisco collaboration deployed. See, now, there was a point in time when people would walk into a meeting room and they will struggle to connect. And there was a suggestion made to say, give an instruction note on the table to connect how the devices work, and so that it helps easy to connect. But my philosophy is very different. You show up in a meeting room, the meeting will automatically show up on the display, you touch and join, and that is exactly what we have achieved. And you open the laptop, you connect your Wi-Fi, no matter if you're in Bangalore or all the way back in Seattle. That is the same thing. A person who's traveling from one end of the world to the other end of the world, this network simply connects. And that is the experience that we wanted to get, and that is what we have achieved. And that changes the culture of what our employees can expect from a technology front. Things should simply work.
Yeah, exactly. And loved how you ended. Things should simply work. And I'm from collaboration team as well, so I know the importance of employees coming into the office and wanting to come in. But thank you so much, Rajesh. It's been awesome hearing your insights. And next we have someone very special with M for an interview. So over to you, M.
Thank you so much, Shikha. I am very excited to be standing here today with Carlos Pereira, who is a Cisco Fellow and Chief Architect in Cisco Experience.
Yeah.
Fantastic. How was your experience at Cisco Live so far?
It's been awesome. The event is busy. We have a lot of customers interactions and partners as well. Nice keynote in the morning and a lot of announcements that got done by Jackie on what he did last week on Partner Summit. And we have LTIMindtree as a customer join with us that I believe they are recording with you as well, so
Exactly.
interesting.
We've actually got the full customer experience team here with us actually today as well.
Excellent.
Yeah, so we might get started into it. So I know that previously at the center stage, we talked about the future of customer experience. For those that may have missed it, what are the key highlights that they should be aware of?
Yeah, the center stage on the customer experience is going to talk Bhaskar and Sandeep, which is the engineer and the product lead for CX. I work with me as a chief architect. So they're going to highlight how CX is bringing AI and automation together on the life cycle of the customer's journey as they go through landing and solution from Cisco. Either you have something that's going to run on premises, or even if you have a SaaS services, and at the same time, how we actually drive the adoption to maximize the value of investment that we did in Cisco, all the way through the life cycle. So they're going to have show on the center stage how AI automation is going to put together on how the customers can consume this across all of that. And another thing that's going to be highlighted is how we bringing AI automation from the lens of making this hyper-personalized for the customers, proactive and predictive. Predictive on aspects as it relates to outage to avoid incidents before they even happen, proactive on how we detect drift for configuration mistakes, and make even hyper-personalization with peer benchmarking a lot of this functionality. So it's an exciting center stage.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Actually, you took in my second question, which is basically,
really?
how are our customers actually going to benefit from this transformation in CX? So maybe is there one that you want to double click into?
The thing that our customers are already benefiting the most for that transition that we done in CX is pretty much when you talk with them, the feedback that we got for them is pretty much there are 3 areas that they need help with CX on the new era of AI and automation. One is increase my resilience on my environment. So how we can bring all the data that Cisco has for 30, 40 years of experience, plus the expertise of our teams in the field to make it more resilient. How we maximize the time to value. So they make an investment, I want to make the outcome and the value for that investment the sooner. And last but not least, how we simplify this along the way. So there is a lot of things that bring complexity, how we make it easier.
Fantastic. And I have here on a note that we'll be seeing in the center stage a concept called end-to-end view. And I'd love to understand, for a little bit of a sneak peek before we get into what that means.
So the end-to-end view is provided for the customers and partners through an announcement that we made last week, which is called Cisco IQ. It's something that we disclosed on Partner Summit. We have this double down on the event. It's on the World of Solutions for people to check. And not only they're going to talk about Cisco IQ, but they have 2 demos. One running for the assets aspect for this, and another one that runs for all the assessments that goes from that. So that's the end-to-end view, everything that the customer has on assets, and make assessments like security, performance, and so on. So those are run on the center stage as demos.
Oh, brilliant. And so when will this actually be available for our customers?
Cisco IQ is on early field trial with some customers now on all the regions, and it's planned to be available on the next 3 to 6 months, depending on the functionality you're talking about.
Fantastic. So I guess these customers are the ones that are having the opportunity to get hands-on, to really experience these outcomes. And I'm sure they'll be here next year talking about, how great...
Most likely sooner than that, because what we are doing, we also did a simplification on the portfolio. So this Cisco IQ is available for everybody that has a support contract from Cisco. So it's pretty much part of this standard functionality, and we added premium tiers that bring additional value add for the theme of simplification that I mentioned before.
Yeah, brilliant. And what's the value of simplification across, the
value of simplification, you have optimization to the process, less workflows that take longer, and for them to maximize the investment they did, or the simplification is just having one single tool, one place to go that bring all the data and AI-driven insights, as opposed to try to get information all over the place.
Brilliant. And if our customers wanted to, take this next step in terms of enhanced support with Cisco in terms of AI journey, what would they be needing to do? Who do they need to talk to at Cisco?
So they need to talk with their CX representative on their accounts and mainly with their partners. Cisco IQ is going to be available for every customer out there that has a Cisco product with a support contract entitlement as the time that becomes available. And the partners have direct access to this and can help the customers on their journey towards that simplification, the time to value realization.
Brilliant. I feel like there's going to be a range of Cisco account managers and service providers out there who'll be getting the phone call now.
Oh yes, we already got in them and we expect more, which is exciting.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time today, Carlos.
Of course,
I really
it.
appreciate the insight. Actually, this has given me more inspiration to actually take note and be writing all the information that we have.
Yeah, we
around
can join us today. We can go now with the call.
Done, that's it. That's
Let's go
exactly
there.
what we'll be doing
All right.
after.
And got everybody to the center stage now.
Almost there, almost there. But no, I'm sure this will be a great way to prompt our customers
Indeed.
with our pre-sales. So shortly we'll be moving over to center stage where we'll discover how Cisco is transforming support and professional services, exactly what Carlos was talking about. You also get a chance to see the demo live. So let's get locked in and let's head over to center stage now.
Please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President, Product Management, Cisco Customer Experience, Sandeep Miller, and Senior Vice President, Engineering, Cisco Customer Experience, Bhaskar Jayakrishnan.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for making it at the last session of the day. Appreciate you all being here. As the introduction said, I'm Sandeep Miller. I lead the product management and product marketing functions here in customer experience at Cisco. And we're going to talk about services and how we're using AI and automation to bring the next generation of what support and services can do for all of you. So we bring this slide up for all of us in terms of like our customers, and they look at this and are like, okay, tell me something I don't know. Yes, technology is evolving faster than ever, but right now, with AI and the speed that it's going at, it's phenomenal. So if you think of the companies who are standing up data centers and standing up GPUs, hundreds, thousands of GPUs in a matter of months, while our customers are struggling to stand up a few hundred switches. We want to change that. And I think we have the right mix and the ability to do that today. But as we go through this, our ability to influence how all of you, our customers, experience Cisco is going to fundamentally change. You've been asking us about, what does resiliency mean? And how do I, with my customer experience, drive a true sense of resiliency for all of our customers? This is a nature of going from reactive to being more proactive. Help me avoid issues is what our customers are asking us to do. Secondly, if you think of simplicity, help me simplify but make it personal to me and my network and my operations. The last is time to value. So when we look at these three vectors, these are some things that all of our customers have been asking us to enable them to be more resilient. So as a result, when you think of what we've been doing over the last year plus, is thinking hard about what is our vision? Where do we want to take CX? We want to drive an experience that's personalized, proactive, and predictive with the help of agentic AI and bring that to life so that we're solving all the issues, all the boring stuff that nobody wants to solve for. So that all of you, our customers, can spend time on higher trajectory and higher strategic value. That's our vision, and our ability to do that is more real today than ever before. When you think of the life cycle itself, right? We believe, and I don't think it's going to fundamentally change in the age of AI. We will still have to plan, design, implement, operate, optimize, and migrate. But over the course of the last year and a half, what we've been spending our time is looking at how and where we use agentic AI with automation at each of these phases. So a lot of these phases, the intelligence and the insight is locked up in documents. So if you think of planning, a design document. So if you're standing up an SD-WAN or an ACI, a lot of design is locked up in people's laptops. So think of all these best practices, right? We've looked at over the 40 years of expertise that we have, but looked at all the best design practices and brought that to life through a document intelligence. So that at every stage, we are helping our engineers, but also all of you be a lot more efficient with a validated design approach, ability to scale and make sure that every stage is faster. It's not about, generally about making sure that we speed up the stages, but also help automate going from one stage to the next. So think of a design document and how we'll help you kind of stand up a new branch really fast. But how do you get that to an implementation, a method of procedures really fast? So what would have traditionally taken probably a few months we can do that in a matter of days and sometimes in a matter of hours. So that's the power of how we're using generative AI with automation and human expertise. We truly believe that it's a combination of these three things that'll help us get the most value out of technology. And we've used this across two of our main go-to-market aspects. If you think of support, traditionally, support has been about an incident. An incident happens, and you reach out to us, and we want to make sure that we help you resolve that issue, reduce downtime and risk for all of you. But more importantly, one of the things that we want to make sure is not only reduce the incident blast radius, but also, if you think of the predictive and proactive nature, is to move that incident out as far out as possible, but hopefully never at all. That's how you should think about our demand support. Support should be always on, helping you, the customer, be a lot more resilient, not at the point of failure. So our goal is to make sure that we bring clarity across the complex operations that you have, right? As an example, in TAC, about 1.6 million cases last year. We had about 1.6 million cases last year, right? And 1/4 of those cases were because of config issues. And another 1/4 of those were because of manual errors. So think of this, right? 800,000 cases that we saw in the last year should and could have been avoided, and we feel it's an obligation for us to be able to do that moving forward. Similarly, if we think of, we want to move away from this notion of support being a break fix and a maintenance. We want to truly transform how we support you with AI and automation and human expertise so that you avoid issues happening in the first place. Another example is, if you think of certificates expiring, we probably have certificates expire for all of you would have experienced that at some point. That, in essence, is truly avoidable, and we want to make sure that we help our customers see around the corners and avoid those issues. When you think of support, it should be more than what you think of, response times and device replacement times. We are packing our support offers with a ton of value. That's a full life cycle and asset visibility. We will give you infrastructure assessments that'll span your entire life cycle. So it'll go into aspects of security, configuration, a lot of aspects that you today have to buy services or do that manually. We are packing it with adoption value, right? So all of these are part of your support, because we truly believe when you have the right support, you truly become resilient. As a result of this is how we're bringing all this together with Cisco IQ. We announced Cisco IQ last week at Partner Summit, and it got a lot of good press and analysts, commending the approach we are taking. This is far beyond anything that we've seen in the marketplace. Cisco IQ takes everything that you see to my right, all the complexity, right? These are all documents that we send your way. Advisories, P-certs, hardening guides, ability for you to do compliance checks, all of that is automated today. So we want to give you predictive asset insights, adaptive infrastructure assessments, AI-powered troubleshooting, personalized learning. All of these are value that you will get as part of your support contract, as well as a ton of value that you will get as part of professional services, all through a single unified AI interface that will, Bhaskar is going to talk to you about how this is multimodal. It's also API driven, and soon we will have MCP and A2A interface as well, meeting you, the customer, where you want to get this data integrated into your environments. So as I said before, Cisco IQ is that single platform that'll bring all of your support capabilities, including cases, including assets, all in one place. Similarly, we are trying to do the same thing so that we're not overwhelming our customers with multiple interfaces, right? We'll allow you to bring and connect to us to be able to have this multi-directional view and a dialogue with us so that you can scale. And this is the same capabilities that we'll have for our professional services as well. So you heard a lot about what we are doing in terms of transforming support and services. I'm going to bring on Bhaskar Jayakrishnan, a good friend of mine, to actually show you what this looks like. So Bhaskar, come on over.
Thank you, Sandeep. Sandeep set the business context, the technology context, and how it relates to what we are doing. In the next few minutes, I want to share a few specific examples. These are probably 6 of the 40 different initiatives that we are working on, bringing the capabilities we provide in support services and professional services all together on the common foundation that Cisco IQ is. First, let's start with support services. With support services, I want to share specific examples as it pertains to predictive asset insights. Assets tends to be a foundational building block for anything that we do. If you want to do assessments, you have to do it on assets. If you want to do any kind of troubleshooting, you need to know about the assets. The second one is adaptive infrastructure assessments. So Sandeep talked about how we can now turn documents into automation, and you're going to see a good example of that. And third is we handle over 1.5 million cases a year, and acting on them with automation and AI is critical for our success, and you're going to see specific examples of how we use it with AI-powered troubleshooting. First, let's start with assets. I'm going to quickly roll out a video.
Let's start with the foundational capabilities we're bringing together into a simple, intuitive experience. Over the next few minutes, you'll see a focus on asset capabilities. You begin with a dashboard that shows your assets, contracts, and devices we've discovered, highlighting critical areas that need attention right away, such as assets past their last date of support. You can now go beyond static dashboards, hyper-personalizing your insights by interacting with the AI assistant. The assistant understands the context of the page, enabling you to ask nuanced questions, such as requesting a summary of assets past the last date of support and with critical security advisories. The assistant isn't the only way to explore your inventory. For those more comfortable with classic table views, you can use filters and personalization options to fully customize the view to your specific business needs. We're also introducing an AI-powered analysis tool that distills thousands of records into a concise, actionable report, surfacing key insights and priorities instantly. You can further refine these reports using natural language to easily customize insights for what matters to you. This capability will be a foundational building block across our solutions, ushering AI naturally into the experience and as part of your workflow. This streamlined experience empowers you to proactively manage your assets, reduce risk, and drive better business outcomes.
As I mentioned earlier, assets are a foundational building block. Our customers, our partners, we spend a lot of time trying to get the list of assets accurate. By digitizing all of this and making it available as part of Cisco IQ, we can now start thinking about building reconciliation services where we start talking to the customer CMDB, the partner's asset intelligence, our own contract data, so that we can use data to clean up data and get to a level of accuracy. But keeping that aside for a moment, I also want to point you in terms of how we are using AI. The system is designed to be API first. But I want to take your attention to UI. If you think about it, for the longest time, we've been using static tables, static dashboards as a way to interface with the system. That's good because it has a structure. But what's happened in the last couple of years is there has been an explosion of conversational interfaces in the form of AI assistants. AI assistants are good for free-form investigation, but they can quickly become tired because it throws walls of text at you. What you saw towards the end was the next evolution called generative interfaces, where AI determines what's a good visualization for a piece of data, and it gives you the ability to change that visualization with prompts. This is going to be a fundamental design pattern which is going to be used in everything in Cisco IQ, whichever capability we provide as part of Cisco IQ. Apart from APIs and UI, the system will evolve to support MCP and A2A interfaces in the future. Now that we have talked about the foundational capability, let's turn our attention to something else. I want to talk about infrastructure assessments. There are no dearth of assessments that we need to do, and there's no dearth of documents we give to our customers. We give them hardening guides, security advisories, field notices, best practices. There are regulatory compliance guides. There's no dearth of them. But for a customer to use it, they have to analyze it, they have to automate it, they have to run it against the network, and they have to spend a lot of time remediating whatever they find. What if we could process all of this, turn it into automation so that at the press of a button, the customer can figure out all the elements in their network, in their environment that needs to be addressed, and we can spend the human capital of our customers, our partners, and ourselves addressing it, which is the higher order problem or higher order challenge that all of us rather be spending time on. What does it look like in practice? Another video.
We help you stay ahead of potential service disruptions and vulnerabilities by providing proactive security assessments. When you open the Assessments app, you'll see an overview of the results from previously run assessments. Selecting one, such as security hardening, displays the previous assessment results run across your environment, highlighting the number of affected assets. What you're seeing in action here is an AI agent extracting knowledge from the iOS XE hardening documentation and seamlessly translating it into comprehensive checks. This framework will soon be extended to other architectures and configuration best practices. Clicking into an assessment result provides more detail, including a summary and a list of affected devices. You can run an assessment on demand and drill down further to understand exactly why a device failed, with AI-generated summaries highlighting key evidence from the logs. After taking action, you can rerun the diagnostic assessment to confirm the fix was successful. With this assessment framework, you can proactively address problems before they emerge, keeping your network secure.
So what you saw here was documentation turned into automation. The fact that we can do this and give it a layer of human intelligence, as in the set of all our knowledge experts who have reviewed the automation that was generated by AI, that allows us to deliver this service with consistency and accuracy across a wide set of customers. And there are, as I said, there are no dearth of documents, and there are no dearth of standards, and there's a new one coming every single day. Now, if you were to take a step back, if you were to combine the capabilities of assets and the capabilities of assessments, the quantum crypto and post-quantum crypto readiness is around the corner. And now that's another service that we can build on top of it that we can give our customers. So by adopting an environment like this, we are keeping ourselves future ready, where we can provide more services in the future. With that, I want to spend the next few minutes talking about troubleshooting. All right? Assets and assessments were a bit more proactive, but a lot of the things that we need to do for our customers is also reactive, and we have been using AI heavily in those areas. So to start with, I want to talk about automated troubleshooting, right? Of the 1.5 million cases that come in, a good number of them, actually more than 90% of them, are touched by AI and automation. But for a subset of this, when the case comes in, our AI assistant takes a look at it, and with a lot of confidence, it can say that it knows how to react, and within minutes, it can respond to a customer. So what happens when we respond to a customer within a minute or two is the customer is still within the context of the problem that they are debugging. And when they get a response to a question that they just posed, they can actually take the next steps and start cleaning things up. So when we do this, we have seen cases which takes hours to resolve, partly because the customer is not exactly in context, it being reduced to minutes because things happen right away. The next thing I wanted to talk about is automated RMA. There are some cases which have a well-defined process. For example, if you were using UCS or along with Intersight, you deal with DIM issues and disk issues. When that happens, the process is standard. A fault happens, the customer recognizes it, they raise a case, a TAC engineer looks at it, asks for technical support, they analyze the technical support, they figure out that a part has gone bad, and then we have to start initiating a replacement. What if we could automate all of that? And that's exactly what we have done. By doing this, it saves our customers a lot of time, and more than that, it accelerates the entire process, and sometimes some of our customers see the shipment notification even before they have seen the fault, right? That's the power of automation and AI. And the last thing I want to talk about is we have started working with the various business entities so that we can integrate our support experience within the product experience itself. Typically, when somebody is using a product, they use a product in one place, and when they have to raise a case in a different system, we depend on the user to copy the context, specify the context, and provide a lot of details. But if they can raise a case within the same environment, we can actually capture as much context as we want to actually address the problem. These are some ways in which we have used the integration to provide a better experience. To summarize all of this, by having an AI-powered, unified, and simplified interface, we can provide a lot more service, a lot faster, with a lot more accuracy to a wider set of customers. And by doing all of this, we can absolutely increase the resiliency and reliability at our customers' environments. Now, as we do this, we also need to recognize that our customers are in different places of comfort when it comes to cloud services. That's why we are supporting three different deployment modes for Cisco IQ. For customers that value convenience and have a cloud-first strategy, the SaaS mode is perfect. For customers that are interested in data privacy, but they still want the flexibility of automatic updates and new services, then we give them the on-premises tethered mode. And for customers that are in highly regulatory environments, we also support the air-gapped environment. By supporting all these three modes, we can meet where our customers are. Now, support services covers a lot of what we do. But then we do offer professional services as well. And with professional services, very much like what Sandeep called out, we can use the power of AI to accelerate capabilities within a stage, to connect different stages and go from one stage to another faster. So I want to just take one specific example with services as code. With services as code, we want to automate all of this, and we want to also give our customers AI assistant interfaces so that they can actually talk to their network configuration, they can actually make changes with a lot more confidence, and by tying it to a best practices framework which includes integrated testing, they can do all of this with confidence. So the best way to talk about it, again, is another video where you can see the end-to-end process in play.
Welcome to the future of infrastructure management with Cisco's services as code, making every network change not just successful, but up to 5 times faster. Services as code integrates powerful DevOps toolchains, infrastructure models, and business workflows built on Cisco's best practices. It transforms design, configuration, and deployment into code, so every change is automated, version controlled, and validated before production. Imagine you have configured bridge domains within an ACI fabric, written in YAML as a model-based configuration. While adding new bridge domains and updating the VLANs to voice, you make a configuration mistake, forgetting to change VLAN 103 to VLAN 203. Now, with services as code, you get a best-in-breed GitOps environment with integrated tests. When you commit the changes, the system detects a misconfiguration with multiple definitions for VLAN 103 and fails the commit. Now, aware of the issue, you go back to the editor, fix the configuration, recommit the change, and merge the request, triggering the DevOps pipeline and ensuring successful deployment. An embedded AI assistant also helps you describe, generate, and validate configurations effortlessly. Soon, services as code will expand across Cisco's portfolio, supporting more technologies and networking domains. This isn't just a tool, it's a mindset shift. Cisco is here to partner with you on this transformative journey toward fewer outages, faster innovation, and the certainty your business demands.
Hopefully that gave you a good idea of how we are leveraging AI for both support services and professional services. We definitely live in interesting times and we are just getting started. And I'm going to ask Sandeep to come back and take us home with what's coming next.
Thank you, Bhaskar. Give it up for Bhaskar. So as you saw, this is not just, vaporware. We are actually using generative AI, which is probabilistic systems with a deterministic nature of automation along with human expertise. The way we are using AI is ability to kind of make the best use of each of these capabilities to bring that to life for all of you. So to kind of bring us home, we want to make sure that how is this being sold? We're not here to sell AI per se. We are here to make sure AI works for all of us. So Cisco IQ is part of every support contract. So we have 3 tiers. We've simplified how we go to market with a simplified offer construct. We have 1 Cisco support offer with 3 tiers of standard, enhanced, and signature. There'll be incremental and additional value at each of those tiers delivered through Cisco IQ. Cisco IQ is the foundation and our digital capability that'll be available to all our customers. Similarly, on professional services, we only have 2 offers now. One is subscription, an ongoing engagement that our customers, like yourself, will have with us through advisory and consulting, as well as transactional. It's kind of project-based and initiative-based. So bringing all this together is this foundation of Cisco IQ that'll be available as part of your support or professional services capabilities. Now, how does this all come together from a Cisco perspective, right? If you think of, our AI-ready data centers, this is where Service as Code helps you stand up data centers in really fast and low code to really quick implementation time. Similarly, if you think of future-proof workplaces, we want to enable future-proof workplaces through nature of like Service as Code with SD-WAN. And the underpinning of all this, when you think of digital resiliency, how do you drive resiliency when you have the ability to have a true support that is fundamentally different to how you've experienced support? And that's where our ability to have predictive, proactive, and personalized capabilities will truly drive resiliency along with our products. So our products within Cisco with support and services will truly transform how you experience Cisco, but also how you are driving the nature of your business moving forward. So what does it truly mean for all of you as customers? Is it saves you time, effort, and money. So think of a simple thing like asset management, right? So we've been talking to customers where they have dedicated teams, anywhere between 4, 5 to sometimes 20 people working through reams of data and Excel sheets, disjointed CMDBs to be able to then find out as to where my assets are. Think of the infrastructure assessments. Those are, hundreds of thousands of dollars. We are packing that as part of our support contract so that you don't have to spend time understanding where the issues are. Where we want you and our teams to spend time is fixing the issues, looking ahead as to what are the key things that we want to drive. In terms of time and money, that's where we want to make sure that you are spending your effort in terms of your driving the business forward versus, blocking and tackling. So hopefully this got you a sense for, when we talk about solving all the boring issues, we're just scratching the surface. We're going to continue to evolve. We're going to bring this to market. And Cisco IQ is in early field trials for the next 6 to 8 months. And we will go general availability for all our customers in Q3 of our fiscal. So in about 9 months, we should have this available for all our customers. So a couple of key call to actions before we close it out. We have demos in each of these, so please go explore the demos. I'll bring those to life. Even, I think we have demos right behind here as well as, talk to our subject matter experts to understand, hey, I have these kind of issues within my environment because we need your input to try to drive the next set of capabilities. And lastly, give us feedback. If you need more information, visit our website at cisco.com/go/services. You'll get a lot more insight. So hopefully you got a sense for how we are fundamentally changing the nature of support and services and redefining this for the industry overall. So thank you for your time and have a good evening. Cheers.
Welcome back to the Cisco Live Studio. I can't believe we're at the end of day 1.
Can't believe it.
What an incredible day.
We've honestly had so much content, so many amazing guests talking about everything from AI to security. We've had customers come on board today. So it's really, we've had honestly, no stop up flow of information. Even my voice, it pretty much died in that last interview. And I was like, oh, but there's so many conversations that we're having. So what was the key takeaway for you today, Shika?
Definitely the innovations that we heard on Cisco IQ, and then hearing more from Jackie G about Cisco IQ and the customer experience. And my highlight for the day was actually interviewing Rajesh, who was the LTI Mindtree, one of the customers who won one of the Visionary Customer Experience Awards. I think that was incredible, hearing their story. 90 days for a deployment that hasn't been changed for 10 years. Can you imagine being on that tight of a timeline? So it's just incredible to hear from customers how Cisco is actually helping them transform things on a daily basis. What about you, Dave?
I watched that interview, and that was actually a really good interview. And he was obviously up on the keynote stage as well. And I think it was a really CX friendly day today. There was a lot of, we had a lot of.
I'm not
Jackie,
complaining
no,
at all.
Of course, I didn't think you would be, but I actually I did get into the world of solutions to center stage in there, and I wasn't kidding before. It was packed. Every session they had was packed. I don't know what the numbers are going to be like this year when the figures come out, but I feel like there is. Cisco Live this year in Melbourne is jam-packed, filled with people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Even actually a very big focus on Splunk and observability as well. I think previously we've had a lot of interviews that were around what we're doing around security, but I think we've actually really broadened the portfolio there. So I had a really lovely conversation with Christine Lowe earlier today, and she really brought up the fact that we have this conversation that we're having around AI, what we're doing with technology, and we're looking at the actual tech itself, but she really brought up the fact that we need to also be looking after our teams. And what does the AI future mean for supporting our team members and for people, for example, in the observability team, and how they're actually spending a lot of time and a lot of brain power, and how can we support them from a mental health perspective or from just a support perspective?
That's it. Not working in silos, I think is what she mentioned there, which is absolutely correct, right? It's how we actually embrace AI, and I think that messaging is what's coming through.
And then with incorporating all that with the One Cisco story, showing up as one in terms of security, network collaboration, no more working in silos, as you mentioned. I had a little bit of break earlier, and then I went into the world of solutions, and I sort of stood into one of the one of the tours with the Japanese customers. So that was really interesting, like a massive group of Japanese customers going and looking at demos. I think that was something interesting to see here in Melbourne, seeing a lot of our Japanese customers come down as well.
Yeah, I think that APJC focus is what you really get out of something like Cisco Live in Melbourne. And it was really exciting to see Ben Dawson on stage talking about what was top of mind for him. And I think, understanding that pace setter mentality. 13% of organizations are considered in that pace setter category, but it's actually an opportunity to really have a couple of key requirements that organizations can look forward to. So I think it was security is not a bolt-on, that they actually have a strategy that they can put really quickly into production, and that they're investing into AI now, not as a broader thing that you add as part of a report, but something that they actually want to implement.
Allow them be those thought leaders, and it shows 13%. It shows how many probably potentially are not ready yet, right? And that's really sort of hits a chord, right?
And one of the APJC call-outs was the Singapore Stadium being the first Wi-Fi 7 that actually did blow my mind, the first Wi-Fi 7 enabled stadium in Asia Pacific. I think that was incredible. So a lot of takeouts from the keynote as well. I hope everyone back home, please join in with the hashtag Cisco Live APJC to let us know what your thoughts were, because we had a lot to unpack today, and hopefully you as well at home enjoyed some of those sessions.
Yeah, I did have a couple of questions at the beginning of the day, which is like what we have as an individual and what this AI era means for us, and even seeing what was going on with the Singapore Stadium, meaning that we get a better fan experience. Exactly. I'm like, that's my holiday already booked. But we've been talking about all of this piece, but we've had so many crew out actually on the ground, and we have a little bit of a video that we're going to end on. So it's very good to see you. We'll see you all tomorrow, but here, have a look at our highlights video from Cisco Live of day one.